Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 276. After the Demon King selection, the Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja Industrial Complex became busy with reconstruction. The citizens' expressions were dark from the dangers of war. The atmosphere would have been harsher if it wasn't for the relief resources that I persuaded Baihyung to give. The clock tower is over there. Hey, watch out over there. Due to the deaths of the dukes, the citizens of other industrial complexes came over and I wasn't lacking manpower. I spent 2 days helping the citizens rebuild and the city was gradually regaining a lively atmosphere. Thank you for the help, Usangasi. The foundation reconstruction would have taken a longer time if it wasn't for Usanga's Arachne's web. Usanga wiped the sweat off her forehead and replied, "You should take a break, Doc Jassy. I'm fine. What about you, Sangasi?" Usanga looked closely at the bandage wrapped around my chest while answering, "I'm good as well." Good. It was a word used by Usanga. I stopped working as I climbed up the clock tower with Usanga and looked down at the square. Yu Jonghyuk and the other seriously injured party members were hospitalized in Aileen's ward. Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai were relatively well and helped with the reconstruction of the industrial complex. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-sung was demanding to be discharged from the ward because he was all better. Thanks to the hard work over the past 2 days, the square area started to feel like a place where people lived. The schedule was tight, but the things I were doing now would be returned to me as a reward. They came. Portal had appeared in the air. There was a kid running at great speed from one side of the square. I lightly jumped down the clock tower and greeted him. "Dak Jae-hyung." "Yuwa." Lee Gil-young struggled in my arms. I smiled and patted his head. "Have you been well? You seem a bit taller." "Really? Yes, you're almost around Yusung's height now. He'll be bigger soon." It wasn't just Lee Gil-young who came through the portal. A large man fell to the floor of the square with a thud. "It has been a long time, Gong Pildusai." "Bah." Gong Pildu stared at me like he didn't care about my safety and then waved to Usanga. Usanga bowed her head with a slight smile and Gong Pildu spoke in a slightly more relaxed tone. "I didn't come to see you." During this time, Gong Pildu had changed a lot. Who could call him one of the 10 evils now? Han Soo-young? "I think she needs some time to recuperate." Lee Gil-young answered with his head against my stomach. "Recuperate?" She had offered the Abyss Stones as a sacrifice, but the damage wouldn't be small because she took the Black Dragon into her body. However, to not come here, Soo-young Nuna told me to give this to you. Lee Gil-young rummaged through his pockets and handed me a note. It was a crumpled piece of paper that gave off an obstinate impression similar to Han Soo-young. I carefully opened the note while avoiding Lee Gil-young's glistening eyes. "I will kill you if you make me do it again next time." I couldn't help laughing. Indeed, there was a reason she hadn't come. If I closed my eyes, I could still see the bandaged Han Soo-young laughing like crazy. There are still a few problems left. The note contained some other information. There were things about the Korean peninsula and the nebulae that could only be heard on Earth. Fortunately, the situation on Earth didn't deviate much from the original cycle I knew. In fact, most of the information were things I already knew and didn't need to be conveyed. Han Soo-young knew this and struggled with eloquence. "Anyway, that's it. Well, goodbye, idiot. See you when you come to Earth." It was too bad. I was going to tease her properly if we met this time. I put the note in my coat and told Lee Gil-young and Gong Pildu. "There will be a party at night. Go wash up and prepare." "Party? Guests are coming." I've passed one crisis, but the crisis of this industrial complex was just beginning. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy has accepted your invitation. The constellation queen of the darkest spring has accepted your invitation. I saw numerous indirect messages pouring in and sighed lightly. Since the selection, Yu Jonghyuk hadn't woken up. How long will it take for him to recover? It should take 2 more weeks. Aline checked Yu Jonghyuk's pulse, laked out of the hospital room and glanced at me. "You need to rest as well. Do you know?" "Don't worry." Aileen left, but I stayed in Yu Jonghyuk's hospital room. The sleeping man's complexion was paler than any Yu Jonghyuk I had ever seen. It was natural. This was the first time that Yu Jonghyuk didn't regress despite suffering injuries serious enough to trigger regression. I stood up and checked the story packs that were stuck to him. Sometimes, a story pack being inserted incorrectly could cause death from side effects. It might be different if he had Lamarck Kieran like me. Packs like these are being plugged in. I am going to a lonely world. The Sword Master was the easiest. I was a genius since receiving the sword at 5 years old. Fortunately, Aileen was a story expert and had a good grasp on the composition. In fact, Yu Jong-hyuk of the 144th round briefly went crazy after wrongly receiving Lee Hyun-sung's army story. He is a picky guy. I was almost shocked by the voice suddenly heard behind me. I looked back and saw a handsome giant leaning against the wall. Since when were you there? From before you come in. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint stared down at me with calm eyes before indicating Yu Jong-hyuk. It is too much healing. Just throw a few murim dumplings at him and he will get better soon. It is because there are no murim dumplings here. Despite the words, the eyes of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint were still very mild. Then the terrible man's voice was heard. So he is the one who beat you up? Something the size of a frog was hanging upside down from the ceiling opposite the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. It was Kyrios Rodgrame. Master, tell me, is it this guy? I was reminded of the nonsense I spoke to send Kyrios to Murim. I was beat up by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's disciple. Kyrios' handsome eyebrows curved and the aura of electrification appeared around his entire body. Was it all a lie? I gulped and opened my mouth. It wasn't completely a lie. In fact, I'm not on good terms with this guy. I was actually beaten up. You were just beaten up? Of course I hit back. It was a loophole in the system, but I didn't lie because I had beaten up Yu Jong-hyuk in the Absolute Throne battle. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint made an intrigued expression as she listened to the story. Charamem, you beat my disciple? Then who won? The gazes of the new teachers met in the air. It was only their gazes collided, but the sense of space seemed to distort and sparks flew. I thought the two of them were getting along better with each other, but it seemed to be my mistake. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's voice was cold. That is a stupid question. Just looking at the face, it is obvious that my disciple is better than yours. My disciple can't be weaker than an aura parasite who only raises muscle. Don't look down on my vision of my martial artists. Your martial artists are getting smaller. I thought the hospital room would explode if this continued and quickly stepped in between the two of them. I have something to ask you. The fearsome gazes shot towards me at the same time. I raised my status and barely endured the pressure. What happened to First Murim? I was curious. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Kyrios were here, so I knew Murim was likely to be safe. However, the opponent was an outer god. The first one to speak was Kyrios. Humph, this body moved personally and you think I can't save one world? Kyrios flew out the window like he was offended. What was wrong with him? The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint gazed at the window that Kyrios had disappeared through and replied, we stopped it, but it is hard to say that we stopped it. Did you defeat the outer god? The aura of a giant story could be felt from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's body. It was clearly a giant story associated with First Murim. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint nodded. It was a daunting opponent, but it wasn't something I couldn't fight. That unlucky paradox was also present. Only the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint could describe an outer god as a daunting opponent. The problem was the next guy. The outer gods also had ranks. So to speak, there were different names for them. For example, Old One and Great Old Ones. He was neither old or a great old. However, there were also distant beings beyond such categories. I have never seen such an existence before, so I can't explain it clearly. The only thing certain is that paradox and I together couldn't beat it. In fact, it wasn't even a fight. If it hadn't withdrawn itself, we would have disappeared from the universe along with Murim. The words of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint were strange. According to the development of the original novel, there was no such possibility that such an outer god would appear in First Murim that day. Yet such a great outer god appeared and withdrew. It disappeared like it found another delicious prey. A being that was neither old or a great old one. An outer god that forced strong people such as the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Kyrios to freeze. Wow. A small party was currently in progress in the central hall of the industrial complex. The recovered party members had gathered. The symbolic bodies of some invited constellations could be seen. Demon King of Salvation. Did you receive the gift I sent? Persephone approached with a mischievous smile. Once again, her symbolic body took Usanga's appearance. The party members stared at her symbolic body with surprise. In particular, Usanga's expression was a delight to see. I don't like garter belts anymore. Persephone wore a Chinese dress and waved her fan while laughing. Is that so? It was a pretty good performance. Lee Hyun-sung's ears pricked up at the word performance. I spoke quickly before the wrong words could come out. I am indebted to you regarding the selection game. I didn't do anything? I know that you persuaded the master of the Skywalk. Now Olympus was in a divisive state. If she hadn't persuaded Hermes, I might have had to fight more Olympus constellations in the competition. Think of it as an investment in the future. The smiling Persephone headed to the center of the hall and started dancing. She even pulled Usanga over as her partner. At first, Usanga was embarrassed, but then she kept a cool expression. Jung Hee-won whistled. Usangasi is cool. Dionysus had already finished his 10th drink in the corner, while Cheok Jung-yeong was sharing a cup of soju with the brash swamp predator. It was a small party, but it was more relaxed than any other party I had attended. It is a precious break. Congratulations, Demon King of Salvation. I turned back and saw an old man in a formal suit. You came mass production maker. He was also one of the constellations who helped in this selection. I saw your story well. The Gourmet Association is making a huge fuss. You're overpraising me. I grabbed a glass from the table and bumped cups with the mass production maker. It was pretty strong alcohol based on the smell, and I poured it into my mouth. We were silent for a moment. Perhaps the mass production maker was choosing his question. The question was why he and the other constellations attended this party and why I held it. The mass production maker sipped the alcohol before speaking. You got the qualification of the end, so the filtering should be turned off. I could feel a fine change in the atmosphere. I nodded. That's right. The hall was still buzzing, but the eyes of the constellations gathered one by one on me. Persephone, Cheok Jung-yeong, Dionysus. Everyone was pretending not to care, but they were listening to this story. The gazes of all the constellations focused on me, and the mass production maker asked, "Can I ask what your was?" TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 277. What was my? I knew that the mass production maker would ask that question. Are you curious? Is there anyone here who isn't curious? The mass production maker laughed lightly and several constellations coughed. The atmosphere grew unusual, and the other party members who weren't aware of the situation started to pay attention to me. Why is everyone suddenly? Shoo. Lee Hyun-sung tried to intrude only to be stopped by Jung Hee-won. I slowly looked around at all the people in the room. All of a sudden, everyone in the hall was watching me. There were various names for it in ways of survival. For example, the Dakibi King said, "The end of every story and the beginning." However, this was what Yu Jong-hyuk had to say. "The damn star stream." Lee Hyun-sung would describe it as the whole region, while Usanga might say old design. It would be graduation for Lee Jae-hai. Surprisingly, all these interpretations of weren't wrong. The mass production maker asked, "All those who have earned the qualification of the end have received a different name of the end. Do you know? It is natural since all your stories are different. In the first place, there wasn't a proper noun capable of communicating in the proper sense. The fact that the filtering was resolved meant that I could read it. Perhaps the constellations who received a hidden scenario like me were probably in a similar position. Plus, hidden scenario, a single story. Category, hidden. Difficulty? Clear condition. Complete one story to reach. Time limit. Compensation? Failure? Currently, you have completed the initial portion. See the additional scenario description for details. Plus, the hidden scenario, a single story. This scenario was given to all those who obtained the qualification of the end. In the galaxy of the distant star stream, we went through numerous stories and completed a single perfect story. The legendary stories, the mythical stories, and even the giant story that I got were just a journey towards the single story. The mass production maker in front of me and Persephone over there would have received this scenario. Of course, the place where they finally arrived was different from me. But Bayu blocked the channel of the hall before I even directed her. Perhaps Bayu instinctively realized that the story to be told from now on was important. The protests of the constellations flowed through the air, and the mass production maker spoke in a heavy tone. My eyes dried up. I was a bit surprised because I didn't think he would reveal his hand so easily. Then the dancing Persephone also spoke. I am death. Dried up and death. Both were words that could symbolize the end of something. It was a paradoxical end for the mass production maker who liked to make something and for Persephone who governed the world of the dead. Now that they revealed their cards, I had nowhere to retreat. Everybody, please swear by your modifiers. You will never speak of what you heard here. The constellations glanced at each other. Of course. What is this? Why would we go somewhere and say it? How great is your that you are feeling such pressure? I didn't answer immediately and just smiled. Then a ripple started among the constellations. Don't tell me? The thoughts in the constellations' heads seemed to be visible. I looked at their expressions and thought, yes, think about it. Be worried and suspicious. That way I would get the picture I desired. As the agitation of the drunk constellations reached the peak, I slowly opened my mouth. Han Soo-young walked down the street. They were the ruins of Seoul. There were no survivors on the streets, and she was walking alone. All types of delusions passed through her head. Why was she here now? She had obviously been fighting with the constellations using the Black Dragon. No, rather, Soul had been closed off. Why? Black Dragon? The abyssal black flame dragon didn't answer. Hey, is anybody there? Han Suyang wandered between the ruined buildings and shouted. The corpses of monsters hung between the familiar buildings of Guangwaman. Han Suyang shuddered every time she passed between nasty-smelling corpses. Every one of them was a monster she couldn't face right now. How? What happened? There was no one to answer her questions. No, she thought it would be better not to have answers even if someone was here. If there was a living being here, they would be the terrifying monster who killed these monsters. If this was a dream, please wake up. Then a shadow of a person could be seen in the distance. It was a familiar humanoid form dressed in a white coat. Her heart was full of complicated emotions. Kim Dokja. The moment the person looked back, there was the sound of flesh being pierced and a knife suddenly burst out of the coat. The white coat was dyed red. Han Suyang screamed as she woke up from her sleep. Hawk, Hawk. She blinked a few times and her sense of reality slowly returned. What? She couldn't help talking to herself. Her back was wet with sweat. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is satisfied with your soliloquy. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon believes that you have now truly become his successor. Shut up. The Black Dragon was speaking bullshit, so this seemed to be reality. Han Suyang placed a hand against her temple. Why was that person in her dream? Han Suyang would have usually passed over the dream, but it was a world where superstition became reality. Thus, this dream couldn't be overlooked. Shortly afterwards, she noticed the bandage around her arm. God damn it. It hasn't been solved yet. Don't loosen it. You are still wounded. She looked back with astonishment and saw a woman standing there. Kim Dokja's mother? You are the only one who still calls me that. Lee Sukyung wiped Han Suyang's back and forehead with a towel. Han Suyang asked, why didn't you go to the demon world? What type of face would I have to go there? Kim Dokja would have liked it. He would have liked it more if you went. You don't know your son very well. Han Suyang stuck out her small lips. Lee Sukyung laughed lightly and replaced the wet pillow with a new one. Han Suyang sniffed the new pillow and said, it seems to be resolved well. What are you talking about? Kim Dokja's big disaster. Seeing the Black Dragon's ecstatic state, things on the demon world side seemed well. The damage on the Korean peninsula wasn't greater than expected. There was a blow to the area, but the citizens were safely evacuated. The dream troubled her, but a dream was just a dream. It isn't over. Eh? Lee Sukyung brought over a plate without speaking and pointed to the good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune floating on it. Han Suyang read the characters rising to the surface of the water. She couldn't believe it. Thus, she asked Lee Sukyung to repeat the divination many times. They were all the same. Han Suyang looked down at the arm wrapped with a bandage and declared, please contact Kim Dokja. The night after the party ended, I sat alone in the office. Normally, it would be a good time to read Ways of Survival while relaxing with a cup of hot chocolate. However, I couldn't afford it now. I was staring at a huge debris lying on the table. It was a pierce that came off from the last car that Surya and I fought in. I closed my eyes and tried to reconstruct my memories of the time. Surya's train was much shorter than the mythical train. In addition, the last car had a hole in the back. It was as if part of the train had been ripped off. In other words, that space wasn't the original last car. I opened my eyes and examined the wounds on the debris fragment again. There was something powerful enough to pull off part of Surya's train that my party members and teachers barely broke. It was also that, knock knock knock. I looked up at the sound of knocking and saw Yusanga watching me from the door. I'm sorry, Doc Jassy. Am I disturbing you? No, I called you. I urgently arranged the table and greeted Yusanga. Yusanga looked around with a slightly shaky expression and then sat carefully on the other side of the table where I was sitting. Would you like some tea? Nope, it's fine. Then do you want water? Okay. We silently faced each other across the small table. I called her, but I couldn't easily bring up the topic. Yusanga must have many questions for me as well. I told her, just ask. In fact, I've been thinking about Doc Jassy for quite some time. Her tone sounded like she had been waiting. Why do you know the future that others don't know? How could you be so calm in such situations and always find answers that others haven't thought of? Then did you find out something? I seem to know some things while others don't feel right. Perhaps Yusanga had been studying me. Just as she studied Spanish with the app, Yusanga would have studied people. As always, she reached meaningful results before anyone else. To Doc Jassy, is this world like a novel? Why do you think that? It is because of what you said at the party. As expected from Yusanga. Really, that was the only thing I could say. I'm heading towards the final chapter. That was my answer to what I received. The final chapter. The end of every book that needed to be reached by turning over the pages. Yusanga continued speaking. The constellations were greatly surprised. There were some who were amazed and some who were shocked. The constellations had to feel surprised. It was a statement I gave with such intentions. After Dakjasi left, I asked the queen of the underworld, "Why are you so surprised?" What did she say? She said Dakjasi is very special. Usanga moistened her lips with the water and continued, "I heard that every being is given a different form of. In addition, most of them are very personal words. There are numerous in the world, but I heard that words that imply the end are extremely rare. Anyone who heard it would understand it meant an obvious end. It was a word that had excellent versatility for all beings. In addition, all beings who received such a clear end were great constellations like Olympus, Vedas, and Papyrus, the top deities of the massive nebulae. Now, Dakjasi has become one of them." Usanga was staring at me with complicated eyes. Her trembling eyes held feelings that she herself couldn't measure. I replied, "It is a good thing." "It is good? Now I can finally try something." I smiled. However, Usanga didn't smile back. After the destruction of the world, I thought Dakjasi was happier. "You laughed more often than before and seemed more vigorous. Thus, you looked good. By the way," Usanga bowed her head. "Dakjasi, why do you think this world is fiction?" Usanga didn't know me. What was fiction to me? What did this world mean to me? I couldn't explain or describe it. "I am sorry, Dakjasi. I was presumptuous." Nevertheless, the only person who could tell me such things was Usanga. She was a person who noticed things that nobody cared about. The exclusive skill character list is activated. She was the first colleague I met. Maybe it was before this world began. The person's information can't be accessed through character list. There was an unexpected sense of relief from the rising message. Currently collecting information about the corresponding figure. When I first used character list on Usanga, I had been very anxious because I couldn't read her information. Why was it now the opposite? I sighed lightly and looked out the window. It was a clear sky. This was a world where nothing had happened yet. "Usangasi, I'd like to ask you to do something." Thus, now was the only time to prepare. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 278. The Nebula Eden. This nebula was composed of the angels of the apocalypse, was the scourge of the demons and the eternal enemies of the demon world, the guardians of the celestial world, the angels who didn't fear any evil in this world. However, there was something that the angels of this fearsome Eden hated. "Elder, in Eden you are fully prepared and bid your time before the battle." It was Metatron's ordnance time. Today, the one in charge of the lecture was the commander of the Red Cosmos, Jophiel. "We urge you not to fall for the demon's two-faced war tactics." Gabriel tapped the floor with his heel and frowned. Oh, why must it be that person today? There were thousands of low-ranked angels in the training ground of Eden. The archangels like Gabriel were positioned at the forefront as teaching assistants. Lily Pin of Aquarius, Gabriel. Guardian of Youths and Travel, Raphael. Friend of Justice and Harmony, Raguel. Apart from the archangel on duty, most of the top-ranking constellations of Eden were assembled. Jophiel's mental training had already been going on for an hour. Gabriel secretly yawned and looked around at his colleagues with languid eyes, only to notice something strange. "Hey, where's Uriel?" Raphael, who was nodding off on the cloud, replied while fixing his curly hair. "She is being detained." "Detained?" "She is being told off by the scribe." "Don't you know?" "What did she do?" Raphael borrowed the power of the wind to speak like it was annoying. Gabriel's eyes widened. "What? Really? Uriel?" Yes. She is banned from broadcasting for 3 years." That Uriel was going to be confined for 3 years? Gabriel laughed at the unexpected news. "For the time being, the broadcast bulletin board will be clean." The ordinance ended after 30 minutes. Metatron dismissed the low-grade angels and called the archangels separately. Scribe of Heaven Metatron had gray hair that went down to his waist and his expression seemed tired today. It was because he was busy trying to prevent the possibility of Armageddon. Metatron pushed up his thin frame glasses and spoke. "Thank you for the trouble, Jophiel. It was a good presentation." Jophiel nodded. Metatron looked around at the archangels and asked, "Uriel didn't come? Didn't you detain her? Otherwise, she would be here." The other archangels giggled at Gabriel's words. However, Metatron didn't laugh. The archangels exchanged looks with each other. There was no angel here who didn't know that Uriel was a headache for the scribe. The first one to speak was Archangel Raguel, who had faint freckles on his cheeks. "Excuse me, scribe. Isn't 3 years of detainment too much? Recently Uriel has become quite bright due to the broadcast. For the constellations who had to endure the boring years, the meaning of the live broadcast was immense. Some angels called the livestream broadcasting the only drug allowed in Eden." "What are you saying, Raguel? Do you know how many times the scribe let that watch?" Raguel's expression hardened at Gabriel's words. "Gabriel, Insulting a fellow angel is a felony. Did I say something wrong? When she was bored, she picked up a demon's neck and did something strange. Gabriel. It was Metatron who calmed down the tense atmosphere. I will decide how to deal with Uriel. The sublime aura rising from Metatron caused all the excited angels to close their mouths. As the surroundings became silent, Metatron brought up the main point. In connection to the Demon World Convention, I'm going to give you a new assignment. The Demon World Convention. The expressions of the archangels became tense. The balance between Eden and the demon world had been shaken by the recent armed conflict in the 73rd demon realm. We need an archangel to monitor the ruler of the 73rd demon realm, the demon king of salvation. Confusion filled the angels' faces. Gabriel asked in a sharp voice, "Wait, isn't that originally Uriel's mission? And what does it have to do with the Demon World Convention?" It is relevant. Now that Uriel is being detained, other archangels need to do her work. Metatron's gaze moved across the archangels. Raphael had a doctrines tour next week and Raguel is scheduled to visit Vedas, so the scribe's eyes finally stopped on one archangel. Me? In the days after the party members enjoyed a sudden luxury. Doc Jassy, can I accept something like this? I bought it for Hyen Sungsi. Kim Dokja bought clothes or items for the party members every day from the Dakibi Bad, as if compensation for his absence in the meantime. The kids were particularly excited. Hey, look at this Shin Yu-sung. I received it as well. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young laughed and ran through the streets while covered with accessories bought by Kim Dokja. Jung Hee-won saw the scene and laughed. The kids looked like a Christmas tree. The two children were sitting on Lee Hyun-sung's big shoulders. The same was true for Lee Hyun-sung. He was excited about the new shield he received from Kim Dokja. Three fools. She muttered as she looked around and saw Lee Jae-hai approaching, while wearing a triangular jimbap-like helmet on her head. If the other three were like a Christmas tree, she was a three-tier cake. Do you have a good relationship with Dokja Ajusi these days? I have belatedly realized the importance of colleagues. Lee Jae-hai narrowed her eyes at Jung Hee-won's reaction. Uni, perhaps you haven't received anything? I don't need it. In fact, Kim Dokja had visited Jung Hee-won several times. However, he didn't give her any items and only taught her a few training methods as well as telling her about hidden pieces. She told him that they were things she could do without him, and Kim Dokja's expression was still vivid in her mind. She was going to give Lee Jae-hai some honey when someone poked her shoulder. She looked back and saw the tired Kim Dokja. Ah, Doc Jassy. Kim Dokja had dark circles on his face as he held out something towards Jung Hee-won. It is a new suit. It will be more comfortable for you. Jung Hee-won accepted the clothes in a daze. It was a blue-black special suit with a large cloak. She had seen it at the exchange but gave up because it was too expensive. The clothes are too expensive. I still have enough. Kim Dokja silently shook his head. Jung Hee-won saw his unknown facial expression and recalled a memory from a long time ago. During the days at Chungmuro, she received an outfit from Kim Dokja. At the time, it was a rag. The Constellation Bald General of Justice is disappointed with Incarnation Jung Hee-won. You agreed to be my sword. I should do at least this much for you. Kim Dokja said these words and instantly walked away like he had something else happening. Jung Hee-won stared at Kim Dokja's back and touched the special uniform in her hands. Lee Jae-hai grinned from next to her. Uni's mouth. What? Nothing. I just found something from the corners of your mouth. Uni, if you don't like it, then exchange it with my helmet. That suit is really romantic. I don't want to. She looked closer and saw a pattern on the suit that was similar to Lee Hyun-sung's shield. Made by Yinggu San? Jung Hee-won wasn't fluent in English, scratched her head and gave up reading. In any case, it was good. By the way, why is Ajusi suddenly doing this? The person who sold food for money? I don't know. He might be plotting something strange like before. It certainly wasn't strange if it was Kim Dokja. He gave her such a good item that he would definitely put her to tremendous use. Jung Hee-won looked at the suit and felt like an office worker who received a salary advance. She was discussing with Lee Jae-hai how to wear the coat more stylishly when someone appeared and passed her like a ghost. Sangasi, what's going on? Huh? Ah yes, it's nothing. Usanga, who was staring blankly into space, reacted with surprise. Her pupils were empty. Jung Hee-won realized that something was strange and tried to speak, but Lee Jae-hai was one step faster. Ah, I understand. Sanga Uni hasn't received an item? Jung Hee-won poked Lee Jae-hai's ribs and she let out a light shriek. Usanga smiled helplessly. I just have many thoughts these days. Hee-won-si, that is a wonderful outfit. Ah yes, Doc Jassy gave it. I think it is too much to wear it. I think it suits you very well. Is that so? Thank you. Jung Hee-won scratched his head. There was a shining bracelet that hadn't been seen before on Usanga's wrist. The mood became awkward and Jung Hee-won asked awkwardly, Alright, How is Doc Jassy lately? Doc Jassy? Yusanga's expression asked what she meant. Young Hee-won, who might have been misinformed, started speaking gibberish. I just wanted to know if the two of you are doing well. Yusanga cocked her head to one side and muttered, I think it is the same as when we were in the company. Was similar to when they were at the company. It was a difficult response for a hopeful observer. Lee Jae-hai whispered to Young Hee-won. Didn't I tell you before? There is nothing between them. Dr. Ajusi's taste doesn't go that way. I understand why my sponsor likes you. By the way, has your master woken up? Not yet. I heard it would take a few more days. In the distance, Kim Dokja seemed to be talking to himself as he headed towards the ward. Is there something to give? The clock tower was on the verge of completion. The boisterous laughter of the party members could be heard. Gong Pildu was dissecting something like a machine gun while Han Myung-go was testing a new prosthetic leg. Without knowing why, Young Hee-won felt overwhelmed. In any case, the party was all gathered now. They would soon return to Earth and go through the hellish scenarios again. Even so, Young Hee-won was afraid. Young Hee-won watched the sunset from the clock tower and recalled the words she heard in the theater dungeon. I wish to see the novel's epilogue. At the time, the Kim Dokja who said these words seemed very lonely. She didn't know what he meant at the time, but now she felt like she knew a bit. Now one thing was clear. When the epilogue came, Kim Dokja wouldn't be alone. It was a few days after the part ended. The constellations present in the industrial complex started to leave one by one. I went to see the constellations off and found 2 flowers in the chest pocket of my coat. What is this? It was a pair of red cosmos and a lily. It wasn't a very suitable combination. Did the kids do it? I took care of the flowers and headed towards the square. Some constellations had already passed through the portal. Among those leaving were constellations who signed a special contract with the Kim Dokja's company Nebula, including the old man in front of me. It looks like you're preparing for war. You don't have to be so impatient. In the scenario, it is always war. The mass production maker chuckled at my words. Don't be senseless. I want you to be different from the other constellations. Thank you for the help. I smiled and bowed my head. The mass production maker opened the door of the car before stopping and looking at me. There is one final thing I want to ask. Yes, feel free to ask. The mass production maker didn't immediately ask the question. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette and mumbled. Have you ever thought about what exactly is? He turned on his lighter and touched the end of the cigarette to the flame. The mass production maker sighed and blew out smoke before continuing. Is it the place we want to reach or the place destiny is leading us to? Is it a place, a life, or a space? Perhaps the mass production maker had thought about this question countless times. Finally, he wouldn't have found the answer. The certain thing is that it is the end of the story. Sometimes I find your calmness amazing. I'm nervous as well. I felt it at the time of the Gourmet Association, but you're not as good at lying as you think. The mass production maker laughed like a child. Then I'm asking you, is you're really the final chapter? The words broke through my guard. I reflexively shut my lips. The mass production maker waited patiently for my answer. I finally opened my mouth once the mass production maker's cigarette was burned halfway through. I don't know where the story will take me. However, I'm sure that the place I want to go is the final chapter. He continued to listen after I finished. It was as if my story was still ongoing. Once the remaining cigarette had been burned, the mass production maker laughed. I hope that I'm on the last page with you. Go carefully, old man. Be careful. There was a light engine sound and the mass production maker's car slipped into the portal. The other constellations also disappeared into the portal. The portal closed and ominous sparks filled the empty sky. I watched the sparks and touched the petals in my pocket. Now the remaining time was 3 days. Soon, the most important story of the industrial complex would begin. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 279 Demon King of Salvation 1. A door with an image of 2 baby angels blushing. Gabriel's lips twitched as he saw the Uriel written on the nameplate. Hey! There was no answer when he knocked on the door. Thus, he did it again. Hey, Uriel. He knocked harder on the door and there was a groan from beside it. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says to get lost. Gabriel frowned at the indirect message. Do you think I'm happy to come here? I'm here because of my mission. Gabriel sounded like it was annoying just to speak. It had been 2 days since he received the unreasonable assignment from Metatron. He was planning to play around, but Metatron got in front of him. Gabriel, please take over Uriel's mission. In addition, Jophiel will watch Gabriel to ensure he isn't being lazy. Leave it to me. He was placed in a team with the upright Jophiel. Gabriel would rather be in a team with Uriel. Didn't you record your observations of the Demon King of Salvation? I came here to grab it. Open the door. There was a rustling sound from beyond the door. The The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is asking why you are her successor. Yes, you. Once again, an indirect message rang like a thunderbolt. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says, "Do you want to come out and say it yourself?" The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is asking if you are her only successor. Me and Jaffiel. A deep sigh was heard beyond the door. After a while, there was a gap in the door and long fingertips emerged. Looking closer, the white fingertips were holding on to something. Gabriel realized its identity and clicked his tongue. USB? Who uses a USB these days? Are you a human? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is warning you not to speak nonsense and take it. Gabriel received the USB and Uriel added. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire says it is a secret from the Red Cosmos. Jaffiel? Why? Uriel didn't respond and shut the door. Then intermittent sniffling was heard in the distance. Gabriel was about to say something only to end up pouting. They usually didn't get along, but he became worried when he saw Demon Hunter Uriel like this. Hey, don't tremble. The detainment will be released soon. It's only 3 years. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is shouting at you to get lost. Crazy. I was only trying to comfort. After a while, Gabriel opened the USB in his room. Then, what the hell did you do on this mission? Despite his mutters, Gabriel couldn't take his eyes off the footage on the screen. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is curious about you. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius likes looking at you. Jung Hee-won frowned as she heard the voice in the air. Uriel disappeared, and this time a strange constellation clung to her. This wasn't her only concern. Jung Hee-won looked at Kim Daksha, who was wandering in the distance. Why isn't he saying anything? What do you mean? Jung Hee-won turned around and see Lee Jae-hai closely stuck to her. Never mind. Why, what is it? It's nothing. Uni, are you going to join Kim Daksha's company? Jung Hee-won, who was swallowing the drink she bought from a street vendor, gasped as she choked. What? No, the name is too strange. Isn't it embarrassing to join a place like that? I'm looking forward to it. The company name is a bit strange, but it feels like I'm experiencing the workplace. Perhaps I will even receive a salary? If you know what a real workplace is like, you'll think differently. Lee Jae-hai pouted. In any case, I'm looking for a chance to join. Master is also there. Yu Jong-hyuksi has already joined? Daksha Ajusi said so. This is Yu Jong-hyuk and my nebula. Of course, he never said anything like that, but Jung Hee-won reflexively looked up at the sky. However, she didn't hear the indirect message she was waiting for. She felt strangely uncomfortable. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius dislikes the humor of incarnation Lee Jae-hai. Jung Hee-won shook her head and looked at Kim Daksha, who was busy in the square. He was so busy she hadn't seen his face for a few days, and she didn't know what he was working so hard on. Then Yusanga's appearance caught Jung Hee-won's eyes. Jung Hee-won waved at Yusanga, who was sitting on a bench and staring blankly into empty air. Sangasi, are you going to join Dokjasi's nebula? Yusanga discovered Jung Hee-won and looked up with surprise. What was this woman thinking about that she lost her soul for a few days? My situation is a bit… that's right. It is tough for Sangasi. Yusanga was an incarnation of Olympus. It was a special case where she was supported by an entire nebula, and it would be hard to join Kim Daksha's nebula. It was obvious what would happen if she received the sponsorship only to choose another nebula. Instead, I made an alliance offer. Some of the constellations have a friendly relationship with Dokjasi through me. Don't all the constellations of Olympus hate Dokjasi? Not all of them. Hee-won-si, did you join the nebula? I'm still thinking about it. Jung Hee-won looked back at the square again. In fact, I'm not sure about joining. There is a problem with my sponsor and… Jung Hee-won's high self-esteem seemed hurt, and Yusanga smiled gently. I think you will be a great help to Dokjasi if you join his nebula. I want to help if possible. Fortunately or unfortunately, Jung Hee-won wasn't the only one in a complicated situation. In the middle of the distant square, Lee Hyun-sung sat down like a dull big dog. Next to him were Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young, who were squatting like baby cats as the three of them stared at Kim Daksha. To be exact, their eyes chased after him every time he moved. It was obvious what they were waiting for. Kim Daksha ignored them to the end. There is still no word. Jung Hee-won nodded at Lee Jae-hai's words. He will speak when the time comes. It is because he is a secretly introverted person. Well, she also wanted to know what was going on. A long-awaited peace had come to the party, but Kim Daksha was still thinking about something. Thus, they could only wait while doing nothing. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is looking at you approvingly. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is wary of the Demon King of Salvation. There were strange angels, so Jung Hee-won wouldn't be bored for a while. Jung Hee-won reluctantly put down her worries. Then the work suddenly began. Really? There is no way to contact them? The channels leading to the demon world are blocked. It is a powerful enchantment. Han Suyang's expression became grim at Lee Sukyung's words. She had been calling the Dakibis since a while ago, but none responded. Han Suyang looked down at the water bowl that contained the good or bad luck, disaster or happiness fortune. Misfortune, 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 misfortune. She couldn't count how many times misfortune emerged. What the hell is going on? The last time great misfortune appeared, Kim Dokja had to face a locapula of Vedas. However, now there were so many misfortunes, it wasn't a great misfortune, but it should be an extensive misfortune. The water in the bowl trembled and faint sparks appeared. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is raising his head. Black Dragon? The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is looking at the 73rd Demon Realm. Do you know something? The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is letting out a threatening cry. Her arm wrapped with a bandage was tingling and sparks appeared around the body that was in sync with the Black Dragon. Hey dude. The feelings of the Black Flame Dragon were transmitted. The Black Dragon had never acted like this whenever he encountered an opponent. The constellation expert at playing both sides has pale lips. The constellation Guam Divine Doctor is dripping saliva. The constellation Great King Hyeonshin Hongdu Jayungman Wimu is quietly putting down his sword. The constellation First Spiritualist of Joseon is clearing his traces. The constellations of the Korean peninsula were turning off their lights. It was as if they were hiding from a predator. Her bandaged arm kept tingling. Han Suyang scattered Lee Sukyung's divination and unraveled the bandage to reveal the tattoo of the Black Dragon that was shining. Sparks burst and Han Suyang's right arm wrote letters in the air. A disaster of the stars is coming. Disaster of the stars? What is that? The arrogant Abyssal Black Flame Dragon thought the situation was so urgent he had to manually write. She felt the will of the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon that wanted to stop her from going to the demon world no matter what. Hey, don't make me nervous. Are you doing this again? She had been fooled by the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon more than once or twice. She didn't know what the Black Dragon was talking about, but Kim Dokja had predicted Olympus' invasion of the Korean peninsula. Thus, maybe he knew about this situation. No matter what came, there were faint sparks as Han Suyang's hand moved through the air like a brush. The 73rd Demon Realm will perish. It was the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint who noticed it first. She was lying on the wall of the industrial complex and dropped the smoking pipe in her mouth. That guy was right. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint mumbled while the Breaking the Sky Sword emitted a blinding light as it was pulled out. After obtaining the name Breaking the Sky Sword, she held this sword less than 10 times. It was a sword that made her be called the Disaster of Murim. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint felt the texture of the sword against her palm and felt funny. A disaster. What could be called a disaster? For human beings, disasters were natural phenomenon on a large scale. For examples, landslides, tsunamis, and earthquakes. They were huge phenomenon that the power of humans couldn't resist. For transcendence, it was nothing more than a manipulation of physical phenomena. They were existences far beyond human standards. They could cause landslides and tsunamis with a blade and could quiet them. For transcendence like the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, the word disaster meant something different from the standards of ordinary humans. Perhaps the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was facing the answer now. Small sparks bounced and Kyrios was suddenly by her side. The aura of electrification was already rising from Kyrios' body. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint slowly raised her magic power. The two transcendents looked at the distant end of the void. Kyrios asked, "It is him?" It wasn't yet visible to the naked eye, but a presence was clearly heading towards this place. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint replied in a heavy voice, "There is no doubt. It is the guy who tried to devour the first Murim." Darkness was entering the atmosphere. From the other side of the universe that swallowed up even light, something was approaching while devouring the scattered probability. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 280 Demon King of Salvation 2. Hidden Scenario, Escape the Demon World has begun. At this time, all Dakibis of the Bureau were concentrating on the panel. Are you kidding me? Why is there no Dakibi to proceed when the scenario is released? It was the other Dakibis who blocked Baihyung rioting alone. After the Demon King selection, all Dakibis who operated the channels were withdrawn from the 73rd Demon Realm. Where is Baram? Shit, that Dakgak jerk. What are you doing here? Why the Demon World channels are running out of control? If you're going to do this, let me go there. Baihyung, do you think it is possible to broadcast now? Even the prideful Dakgak had given up on this scenario. The Bureau had exhausted all the available probability during the Demon King selection. Of course, that wasn't the only problem. But there was the cry of a baby Dakibi who knew nothing. Some Dakibi sighed and turned their eyes away while others couldn't take their eyes off the screen to the end. The distant presence had crossed the star stream and was covering the sky of the 73rd Demon Realm. Not all beings lived in the scenario. If the constellations were living in a story, the outer gods were based on a confused story. They were beings born from the subconscious of the story. A monster roaming the deep sea of the scenario that wasn't possible for the Dakibis. This isn't the right scenario. Bai Hyung looked at it that was opening its massive mouth and prayed with a gloomy heart. Run away, Kim Dokja. What is this? It was only a few minutes after Jung Hee-won had noticed it. Suddenly, the hairs on her body rose and sweat flowed down. She looked around and saw the citizens who lost consciousness or were vomiting up blood on the ground. Lee Jae-hai stood beside her and was squeezing her shoulders with dim eyes. Jae-hai, wake up. Her shoulders shook several times before Lee Jae-hai barely managed to look up. Uni. Her nails dug into her shoulders and blood was flowing. Jung Hee-won looked around the square. Usanga was already moving. Everyone, gather this way. Her voice was filled with magic power and the party members came to their senses one by one. What is that? Lee Hyun-sung and the children looked up at the sky. Lee Gil-young staggered while Shin Yu-sung grabbed onto Lee Hyun-sung and trembled. At this moment, all the party members in the square were thinking the same thing. It didn't matter how many books they read or how many words they knew. Can't be described. Usanga, Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won were the same. All human words were helpless in front of the coming existence. The entire sky was covered by the darkness of this being. The party members couldn't understand what they were seeing. Thanks to this, they lost their means to cope. If a typhoon blew, they could place newspapers against the window. If a tsunami occurred, they could enter sturdy high-rise buildings. If a fallout started, they could hide in a basement with thick barriers. But this, how the hell could they stop it? Was it possible to stop it? Then a man appeared in the sky where the light had disappeared. He exhausted his probability as he shone brightly. Jung Hee-won discovered his appearance and was filled with relief. Most of the constellations who attended the banquet left the demon world 2 days ago. However, it wasn't everyone. Surrounded by brilliant sparks, the man stood on the walls. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, wake up! Goryeo's first sword, Chiak Jungyang." The huge roar echoed from the walls and the incarnations with the strongest minds barely regained their sanity. They watched Chiak Jungyang. They didn't know what was coming, but there was Chiak Jungyang on the side. Chiak Jungyang also had experience fighting against an outer god. Outer god, why did you come here? This isn't your scenario. It was a resounding yell towards the sky. A light of hope emerged in the faces of the incarnations after they heard this voice. Chiak Jungyang shouted once again. What a great foreign power, eating up the extra probability. Despite the repeated calls, there was no response from the sky. Just like an elephant didn't see an ant, it didn't even look at Chiak Jungyang. Chiak Jungyang's expression hardened. If the elephant didn't see an ant, then he would make it look. Indescribable distance. At this moment, something stared at Chiak Jungyang. Sparks exploded from Chiak Jungyang's body. His outer skin was charred black. Chiak Jungyang's tight muscles were ruptured and blood flowed as a broken star relic flew through the air as ashes. It was the price for merely calling the name. Nevertheless, Chiak Jungyang raised his sword without backing down. It is a sword that cuts the mountains, the sea, and even the sun. With this sword, it'll cut you this time. The enormity that couldn't be grouped into one description filled Chiak Jungyang's eyes. He didn't know where to cut because he couldn't see where it started or ended. In the infinity that even a handful of possibilities didn't exist, Chiak Jungyang moved. Oh! A beam of light shot from Chiak Jungyang, cutting 1,000 people with one sword, cutting a great mountain with 2 swords, separating the sea with 3 swords. The sword shone like a meteor shower as it moved through the vast darkness. For a moment, a ray of light was drawn into the depths of the sky. The incarnations saw the light and were thrilled. Goryeo's first sword was fighting the outer god. The next moment, they heard a strange noise in the sky. It was the sound of a star that had finished its life cycle in a distant galaxy. Then something fell from the sky. Someone with good vision discovered it first. The cut-off arms and legs. Only half of the incarnation body was left and the areas cut off were falling to the ground. Surprise and disbelief. Even those who couldn't see Chiak Jungyang's expression knew what he was feeling. A sword that cut a mountain, a sea, and even the sun. There was something that this swordsmanship couldn't cut. It was unbreakable from the beginning. It was the breaking the sky sword saint who caught Chiak Jungyang's ruined body. Remember the sword. Chiak Jungyang's incarnation body died and he left. It was the incarnation body of a narrative-grade constellation. He broke Surya's train and cut off the legs of an outer god. Yet such a constellation lost his incarnation body in a single moment of battle. Uak. The screams of the citizens were heard as fear encroached on their mind. The darkness filled the horizon in all directions. The ground wriggled and moved like a fetus. It was the sound of a giant worm eating its prey. It seemed that the horizon was getting closer. The intensity of the light shining on the ground gradually decreased. The 73rd demon realm is groaning with pain. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Kyrios had already seen this scene in the first Murim. Kyrios spoke, "I'm going to die here because of my crazy disciple. Neither you or I have any luck with our disciples." The world let out a scream. The darkness filled with greed was approaching and eating the 73rd demon world. Kyrios concentrated all the magic power of the white pure star energy. This is why we have to stick to probability. The indescribable distance. The outer god, called the disaster of the stars, was in a sense a probability storm itself. It was the janitor who came from chaos caused by rules of the star stream being broken. Things have already gone wrong, so it can't be helped. I twist it with all my strength. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint cried out, and two transcendent lights shone brightly. The sword of breaking the sky that split apart the sky. She held the power of first Murim in her arms as the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint shot towards the sky. Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship. Destruction skill. Breaking the Sky Meteor. It was the sword technique that Yu Jonghyuk had used in the past. It was the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship that defeated countless constellations. The first Breaking the Sky Sword shot towards the sky. The explosive magic power was radiant in the air, and the meteor sword drew colorful shapes. However, it didn't even receive a scratch. Like dust drifting in space, the sword disappeared into the void. Her swordsmanship that broke the sky couldn't destroy the universe. Kyrios received the signal and stepped on the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's shoulder before jumping. Kyrios accelerated with the power of electrification, penetrating through the atmosphere and flying into the expanse. An unending universe. In the shadow of the darkness, Kyrios felt the darkness covering the sky and the gaze of the stars looking from beyond the darkness. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is emitting a golden light. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is roaring. It was a place where stars stayed. It was a place that could never be reached with short human arms. Kyrios also knew it. Thus he tried. He tried and tried again. He stepped on the meteor fragments left behind by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, and Kyrios jumped higher and higher. He rushed towards the unreachable stars, and the mortal existence who build his history through hard work finally reached the stars. He reached the universe. Kyrios finally reached a position where he could see it. It was reminiscent of a huge fog. The fog, without a definite shape, was greedily devouring the 73rd demon realm. The center of the fog contained a thread left behind by Chiak Jungyang. The blue-white power climbed to the limit and was concentrated in Kyrios' right hand. From the smallest particle, the universe began. Kyrios' right hand moved along with his fierce cry. Like a big bang, the blue-white energy struck the center of the fog. There was a white flash, and all citizens closed their eyes. It was the moment the two transcendent forces overwhelmed the darkness covering the universe. The moment the light was turned off, there was a huge crack in the darkness that covered the sky. The citizens shouted, "He did it. He did it. The Transcendent did it." However, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's expression wasn't good. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint looked at Kyrios piercing through the expanse and laughed faintly. "It is up to here." Beyond the falling Kyrios, the sky was splitting. Something in the darkness was awakening. It was a pupil. A huge eye had come to the world. The white lens and black pupils followed the falling Kyrios. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint moved, and Kyrios turned around. The transcendent power collided with an irresistible atmosphere. Kyrios' long hair turned white. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's muscles swelled up until they seemed like they were going to burst. As if suffering from aging, the two transcendent bodies were dying in front of the distant time. The status of the universe was different. They became transcendent beyond mortals and gained the power to destroy constellations. However, the history of the grueling training they went through was dust compared to the history of the universe. The indescribable distance is looking at the 73rd demon realm. The citizens became crazy and rushed around. "Escape! Escape! Thiek!" The citizens wept like wild beasts without knowing what they were saying. The portal can't be used due to the intervention of a strong presence. What? WWW what? Wah what? The bodies of the citizens burst all over. Some of them turned into bizarre beings, and others had tentacles emerge from their mouths. The world was going crazy. However, it wasn't everyone. Before the gaze of that absurd being, there were those who didn't lay down their swords. "Not yet. We can fight." It was Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won gasped but didn't kneel down as she controlled her nausea. One by one, the party members stood beside her. The reason they were able to endure was simple. The giant story demon world spring is protecting the incarnations. It was because this world was refusing to perish. They were the history of this 73rd demon realm. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is shouting to flee. The constellation abandoned lover of the labyrinth is screaming. The constellation Coail pill is closing his eyes in pain. The party members also knew it. Any power they had was shabby in front of that mighty being. Jung Hee-won grabbed the sword of judgment and coughed up blood as she shouted, "Uriel, please." There was no reaction from the demon-like judge of fire. It was the same for Gong Pilda's defense master and Lee Hyunsung's master of steel. This time, they didn't respond to the request of the incarnations. No, they couldn't respond. All the stars in the night sky are silent. The constellations in the sky didn't offer anything. Just as thunder and lightning couldn't be controlled, that wasn't something that could be received. The terrified Osu pissed. Jang Haeung collapsed on the ground and vomited. The senseless Gong Pildu started to build meaningless walls. Han Myung-go shivered and looked around for a place for his one leg. However, his foot didn't move. In front of the creature that devoured the world, there was no straw for his foot. Dokjasi. Then there was Kim Dokja. Usanga cried out and everyone looked at the same place. It was the top of the unfinished clock tower. As time flowed slowly, Kim Dokja stood on the edge of the tower. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the night sky. A star that uniquely illuminated the night sky that had its light turned off. It was the Demon King of Salvation. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 281 Demon King of Salvation 3. Jung Hee-won muttered. Dokjasi? Beyond the glare of Kim Dokja's light, the huge eye was looking down at the world. The moment she faced this eye, Jung Hee-won's entire body trembled. The ground was distorted and shook like a tsunami was approaching. The 73rd demon realm is crying out with pain. Lava burst from the broken crust and the overflowing heat once again disappeared into the empty stomach. The whole world was becoming narrower around the industrial complex. Then it was obvious what would have happened to the other industrial complexes. The transcendent magic power amplified by the story moved. It was unreasonable to directly oppose that but the seismic waves could be slowed. Quickly, you stupid disciple. Kyrios shouted and the space beyond the walls of the industrial complex distorted. The horizon was swallowed up by a huge fog and disappeared into the darkness. No, it wasn't the horizon any longer. Nevertheless, Jung Hee-won didn't release her string of hope. If what she heard was right, the teachers and Kim Dokja had already predicted this situation. A juicy. What the hell is this? Cheok Jungyong's body disappeared and Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint were in a poor state. However, Kim Dokja hadn't acted until the situation became this bad. Kim Dokja's lips moved as he constantly muttered something. His eyes moved quickly as he looked for something in the distant universe. Jung Hee-won realized it. Just as they hadn't given up, Kim Dokja hadn't given up either. Kim Dokja slowly came down towards the ground. Jung Hee-won shouted as a signal, "Get ready." Lee Hyun-sung used steel transformation and asked, "Dokjasi, what should we do?" Everyone was watching Kim Dokja. They didn't know what, but Kim Dokja would have something in mind. Kim Dokja slowly blinked and looked at the party members. Over the past few days, Kim Dokja gave many things to the party members. Lee Hyun-sung gained a new shield and Jung Hee-won got a new skill. Lee Jae-hai's magic power was strengthened and Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young learnt a large number of control skills. The party members believed it. The giant story Demon World Spring is moving for the owner of the story. If they had this giant story that they built together and the plan prepared by Kim Dokja, they would be able to knock down even the strongest enemy. They even destroyed Surya's train. Even if this enemy came, juicy? The earliest one to sense something unusual was Shin Yu-sung. There were rough sparks as Shin Yu-sung's knees sank downwards. Her body couldn't move, like there was a chain tied around her. This is the story of Dokja. The giant story that flowed from Kim Dokja's body became powerful shackles around the party members. Lee Hyun-sung was slowly sinking to the ground. His face was blank as he asked, "Dokjasi? What is this?" Kim Dokja's expression was still unreadable. He was there, but he didn't seem together with them. The party members thought they were all in this together, so why? Why did Kim Dokja seem to be there alone? There was no story that existed alone. Kim Dokja's king of a kingless world was linked to Yu Jong-hyuk's one, who succeeded the name of the king, while Jung Hee-won's exclusion of future evil was linked to Kim Dokja's one who showed contempt for a streamer. Not to mention the giant story that was a share in a larger story. The giant story Demon World Spring was of everyone who participated in the terrible battlefield. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Demon World Spring was only for Kim Dokja. The chief narrator of the giant story Demon World Spring has started his story. All the stakes in the giant story given to the party members were being controlled. The party members resisted using their stake in the giant story. Jung Hee-won, Usanga, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yu-sung. Even with all the shares they had, they couldn't defeat the gigantic will of a single person. It might have been different if Yu Jonghyuk was awake, but Yu Jonghyuk wasn't here now. Jung Hee-won sat on the ground and cried out painfully, "Wait, what is this? What the hell is this?" Jung Hee-won stared at Kim Dokja's expression and finally realized something. Before a looming crisis, Kim Dokja always made a certain expression. The corners of his lips curved slightly and he looked a bit unlucky, but it reassured the members. Now Kim Dokja's expression. Why? If you were going to do this anyway, why have you been preparing us for the past few days? Why give me these skills? At Jung Hee-won's desperate cry, Kim Dokja opened his mouth for the first time. I told you how to deal with the Sasquatch in the 28th scenario. To then my shield. It will be useful for catching the Algonquin snake in the 35th scenario. Don't forget your skills. Didn't I tell you all how to use it? As always, there was a reason for the arrangement. To the companions who were looking bewildered, Kim Dokja gave reasons one by one. Then this scenario. However, none of the arrangements were for this situation. The darkness was covering the horizon. Kim Dokja watched the darkness and spoke. He'll handle this situation. Shit. Don't talk nonsense. Jung Hee-won shouted. Can't let you go. Don't go alone again. Please. It was impossible for Kim Dokja to deal with that thing alone. The two Transcendents and Chiak Jungyong couldn't block it. There was no way Kim Dokja alone could face such a thing. Heck, I don't like this. Dokja Hyung. She grew stronger because she didn't want to be in debt to him like last time. She performed the hellish personal scenarios and frantically defeated monsters. Jung Hee-won shouted as she coughed up blood. It is you who said we couldn't do this alone. You were the one who gathered us. You told me all of this. An unfamiliar true voice flowed from the lips of the smiling Kim Dokja. I know. What do you know? The person who knows how? Still not now. Lee Hyun-sung screamed. I don't want this. I don't need this type of help. He'll die here. He'll die here with Dokjasi. Dying here. Kim Dokja, who was staring at the sky, lowered his gaze towards the party members. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the party. The party members heard the message. They looked at Kim Dokja's fluttering hair. They saw his long eyelashes, his eyes, his white cheeks and sadly distorted lips. Suddenly, they realized that Kim Dokja could exist in this world with such an expression. Please live. They listened helplessly like the true voice was a command. The Demon King of Salvation is looking out. Kim Dokja's expression was changing. The sleeping power of the Demon King was awakening. The story Demon King of Salvation has begun. The stories of the 73rd demon realm started to gather around him. The white coat was stained black from the demonic energy and two horns rose from Kim Dokja's head. It was the power of the Demon King transformation that only a Demon King could use. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking at his friend. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is paying homage to his adversary. The constellation Gorios first sword is making a furious yell. The constellation supreme god of light is watching the end of the 73rd demon realm. Dark feathers stretched from Kim Dokja's shoulders and reached towards the night sky. The second hand of the clock tower moved slowly and Kim Dokja soared. As if leaving this time, the Demon King of Salvation became a light and flew towards the sky. The moment Kim Dokja penetrated the expanse, thunder struck. A few thunderbolts poured down and the fog coming from the horizon stopped. It was as if time had stopped. The party members looked up at the night sky where Kim Dokja disappeared and couldn't breathe properly. Time continued passing on the incomplete clock tower. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. No matter how much time passed, Kim Dokja didn't come back. Jung Hee-won screamed, Kim Dokja. At almost the same time, the Transcendents were thrown from the wall. The ragged breaking the sky sword Saint and Kirio staggered and rose from their spot. The fog started eating the world again. It ate everything on the horizon and was nearing the walls. The walls were disintegrating. People screamed. Jung Hee-won was busy thinking. He can't stop it. Kim Dokja can't stop that. Fog covered the entire industrial complex. The next moment, Jung Hee-won felt her body being transmitted elsewhere. Yusanga closed her eyes like she had given up, and Lee Hyun-sung howled as he watched the sky. Han Myung-go sat down and Gong Pildu guarded the destroyed castle. Everyone was leaking white sparks. Then everyone in the Yu Jonghyuk Kim Dokja industrial complex were sent somewhere else. A threatening cry was heard from the fog like it was furious. Soon, the darkness swallowed up everything. In the faint uproar, Yu Jonghyuk opened his eyes. The muscles of his body didn't move well. The aftereffects of recovery were big. He stared up at the cracked ceiling and took deep breaths to calm himself. Then he remembered what happened. There was the Demon King selection. He refused to regress. He fought with Kim Dokja and won against Surya. He thought about it and energy filled his head. They won. They had won. Magic power moved roughly through his body and he felt a bit dizzy. His senses slowly returned. He blinked once again and the scene around him gradually entered his eyes. It was a hospital room. He could feel the texture of a soft bed and his right hand touched something hard. Yu Jong-hyuk raised his upper body with a groan and saw a small pocket watch wrapped around his arm with a watch strap. The moving hands of the clock were like his heartbeat. Yu Jong-hyuk looked down at his watch. There was the faint glimmer of sunshine outside the window. The sunshine was too bright for the demon world. Yu Jong-hyuk slowly rose and went to the window. Beyond the walls of the collapsed industrial complex, he saw a strange but familiar scene. The broken statue of Admiral Yi Sun-sin and the ruined Gyeongbok Palace. Smoke was coming from the collapsed buildings of Gwangwamun. It was Seoul. He could see the party members sitting down outside the window. Yu Jong-hyuk's head was confused. Why, they were in Seoul. It was the entire industrial complex. Yu Jong-hyuk looked at the party members with bewildered eyes. He didn't see a familiar face. Kim Dokja? The moment he muttered this, a message was heard. The story Life and Death Companions is silent. Yu Jong-hyuk heard the message with a blank expression and stared at the window again. Not there. He couldn't be seen anywhere. Yu Jong-hyuk looked up at the sky. The sky was bright enough that the light of the stars wasn't needed. He counted the light of the constellation beyond them. He counted and counted again. He didn't know. There were so many stars that he couldn't find the person. Yu Jong-hyuk opened his mouth and spoke in a trembling voice. The item midday tryst has been used. The message window that hadn't been used for a while was opened and a message was sent. The message has been returned. It must be an error. He sent the message repeatedly several times over and over. He sent it, and sent it again. As the messages kept being returned, Yu Jong-hyuk's gaze slowly lowered. Then finally, you have exhausted the quota for today's messages. There was a ticking pocket watch in the foreground while messages filled Yu Jong-hyuk's vision. The constellation Demon King of Salvation doesn't exist in the star stream. The constellation Demon King of Salvation doesn't exist in the star stream. The constellation Demon King of Salvation doesn't exist in the star stream. The constellation Demon King of Salvation doesn't exist in the star stream. The constellation Demon King of Salvation doesn't exist in the star stream. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 282 Demon King of Salvation, 4. The exclusive skill fourth wall is shaking violently. I didn't mean to do this in the beginning. The start was shortly after the battle with Surya. The day he gained a giant story and protected the demon world with his companions. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, 3rd revision, .txt. I received the 3rd revision of Ways of Survival. When he opened his eyes, Yu Jong-hyuk thought, it is the 4th regression. At first, I read it with a light heart. I was looking forward to it. The current 3rd turn was more perfect than any of the turns that Yu Jong-hyuk experienced. In the 25th scenario, I became a demon king and got a giant story. Maybe in this revision, the ending I wanted would be recorded. By the way, I thought it was going well. That's what that person said. Everyone was fine until the outer god appeared. Why? 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 Yu Jong-hyuk was different from the 1st and 2nd revisions. He lost his reason, was hasty and didn't make plans. Yu Jong-hyuk was seriously broken by something that happened in the 3rd round. On that day, everything in the 3rd round was over. I read this part and realized what was wrong. I looked at the black fog coming over the walls and bit my lips. The 4th wall wriggled in my head and spewed out sentences. Kim Dokja thought, it might fail. I couldn't survive if I died this time. Now I didn't have my resurrection attribute. Once I was swallowed up by the outer god, I would be entirely wiped out. However, if I could stop him, I can't beat him no matter how I look through Ways of Survival. Han Soo-young had told me that the Earth scenarios faithfully followed the original trajectory. If we passed this crisis safely, we could aim for areas of the original novel and head for the desired ending. Below the clock tower, my colleagues were looking up at me. No, there is one way. The failed method in the original. I just had to do it well. They have to live. They might not like it, but they have to live. I couldn't let anyone die. Only then will everyone be able to reach the ending. The night sky split apart and I saw a giant eye looking down at the ground. The Transcendence sank down while coughing up blood. Kyrios was already told the story in advance and shouted, quickly, you stupid disciple. I nodded and descended from the clock tower. I couldn't waste the time that Chiak Jung-yong and the masters had earned. Can't let you go. Don't go alone again. Please. Back. I don't like this. Dr. Hyung. It is you who said we couldn't do this alone. You were the one who gathered us. You told me all of this. I heard the cries of the party members and told them the necessary stories. Really. I really only told them what they needed. Please live. My head tickled as horns emerged from it. My back was sore from the wings. I could hear the screams of Jung Hee-won and cries of Lee Hyun-sung. The children reached out for me. Yu Sanga, who heard the story from me in advance, couldn't take her eyes off me while crying. Yu Sanga would do things well. The moment I pushed off from the ground, my panoramic view changed. The grieving voices of the party members drifted away. Maybe I wanted to tell them something. I want to see the ending with you. There was a sound as I pierced through the atmosphere and the fog let out a pained scream. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy has dropped his glass. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is letting out a deep sigh. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband wishes you good luck. Some constellations were worried about me. The constellation commander of the red cosmos dislikes you. Some constellations are denouncing your actions. Some constellations criticized me. No one sponsored me any coins. Perhaps even the constellations knew. This wasn't a story for coins. Wiping his cheeks, Kim Daksha looked at the vast universe. The center of the fog. I could see the small scar made by Cheok Jung-yong, the breaking the sky sword saint and Kyrios. I activated electrification and threw myself towards the scar. It was a method I would have never attempted if it was the original novel. However, now there was no other way. The outer gods didn't share their language with unqualified beings. The white pure star energy rose in my right hand while I raised unbroken faith. Demonic energy moved through the blood vessels in my body and the black aura overlaid with the blue-white energy. A powerful shock wave burst from the center of the fog as the magic power in my right hand exploded. A very small gap opened for a moment and I didn't hesitate. I entered the dark fog and the outer god was revealed. Like white blood cells that caught infecting bacteria, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, countless particles looked at me at the same time. It was as if they were eyes. Indescribable distance, the nameless mist. It was the name of the disaster that drifted in the star stream. I opened my mouth towards that being. The great outer god. Strictly speaking, this mist wasn't the original form of the outer god. It was a terrible prototype. However, this alter ego contained enormous power. Please leave. The particles pulsed at my words. Of course, I didn't expect words to work. The fog particles gathered around me started to eat at me. The giant story demon world spring is protecting your incarnation body. The fourth wall is protecting your spirit. The influence of the fourth wall kept me from falling in front of this vast existence. However, it was impossible to stop the giant story from being damaged little by little. The fog was talking in an unknown language. Perhaps I couldn't hear it properly even if it was interpreted. The indescribable distance was closer to an unconscious thing. It was a hungry predator that only used its instincts to follow the story. My presence grew thinner in the choking fog. Damn son of a bitch. Even Uriel descending couldn't stop this guy. It was the same for the current, the great sage, the equal of heaven, and the abyssal black flame dragon. It might be possible if all three came, but that wouldn't happen. There is only one thing that can help Kim Daksha now. An existence that didn't appear in ways of survival. There was only one thing that could possibly help me against this fog. The starlight could be dimly seen between the fog particles. I came all this way just to give him the right voice. Secretive plotter. The voice that was released with all its might penetrated the fog and crossed the interstellar space. The fog wriggled and roared as something shone from across the distant galaxy. I once again shouted, I will make an outer world covenant with you. Yu Jong-hyuk was unhappy every time he made an outer world covenant. It was because he couldn't afford it or had to fulfill a ridiculous contract. But this was the only way. This was the first and last way for me to live. The fog didn't start eating. It didn't stop eating me or the 73rd demon realm. I got a bad feeling as I saw the stories being broken. Could secretive plotter stop this guy? Time and space creaked and everything started slowing down. The overwhelming power was controlling all the time and space in the area. The fog cried out and the life activities of everything around me suddenly stopped. Like living creatures frozen in a glacier, they were trapped in that time forever. The next moment, I stood in an unknown galaxy. I looked down at my feet and saw the scene of the star stream. It was outside the star stream, the furthest place of the nebulae of stars. The numerous stars were shining beautifully at my feet. It is a boring sight. Unlike other outer gods, this voice was very sharp and clear. A shadow with a man's shape was wavering. I waited for you, the one pursuing the final chapter. A whiteness could be seen as I looked into that gaping mouth. I just listened to him, but my body was shaking. An endless, unknown darkness. The evil that stood in the center of the darkness was staring at me. I wasn't trembling just because of the ominous status of secretive plotter. No, perhaps I should say that you are pursuing eternity. I stared at him and was silent for a moment. How did you know? His words had two meanings for me. Eternity. Final chapter. Two opposing meanings were implied in one word. It was like the messages I heard when I got a giant story. You have obtained the qualification of eternity. You have obtained the qualification of final chapter. Oddly, my end had two meanings. When the constellations, including the mass production maker, asked me about the filtering, I replied with final chapter because it was easier to persuade the constellations. I never told anyone that my had two meanings. Once you live for many years, the things that aren't said are heard louder. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is shaking ominously. The fourth wall is protecting you by bulking up. The fourth wall is baring its teeth towards the secretive plotter. Fragment of the last wall, don't worry. I don't intend to hurt you. Unknown laughter emerged from the shadow's mouth. Secretive plotter. Along with the great sage, the equal of heaven, the abyssal black flame dragon, and Uriel, he was a constellation who had been watching me the longest. An existence I hadn't read about in Ways of Survival. I took a deep breath. I practiced my meeting with him several times, but I didn't know it would be like this. Nice to meet you, secretive plotter. I didn't know him. However, that didn't mean I couldn't make any guesses. The crawling chaos in the depths of the scenario. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 283, Demon King of Salvation, 5. The crawling chaos. One of the outer gods that was closest to the origin of the universe and favorable to humans, this was according to mythology. In fact, there was no mention of him in Ways of Survival. The crawling chaos, did the last wall call me that? It's just my guess. It is literature left by the recorders of fear. Believing in records that aren't even 100 years old, you are more naive than I thought. The unknown can't be revealed in human language. I bit my lips. There wasn't much known about the outer gods in the myths that were the prototypes for Ways of Survival. In the 74th turn of Ways of Survival, one of the recorders of fear left the following remark. Everything we wrote was a lie. It was the only lie we could use to explain the unknown horrors. I was a bit daunted as I asked, are the myths on Earth wrong? I am secretive plotter. That is enough. It was an ambiguous answer, but also a sufficient one. I didn't know if he was the crawling chaos or not. At the very least, it was clear that secretive plotter was undoubtedly a strong outer god. I have a request. You want to ask me to stop that? That's right. The secretive plotter looked down as the massive fog swallowed a planet. The time of the world was slowed down by the power of secretive plotter, but it wasn't completely halted. The secretive plotter kept looking down as he spoke. The fog is a disaster originating from the beginning. It is impossible to eliminate it completely. I know that there are ways. The secretive plotter just looked down at the universe while disregarding my words. I waited nervously for what he would say next. The shimmering shadow made a disturbing sound. I didn't think it would feel like this when I heard the indirect messages on the channel. I thought he was a good constellation with lots of playfulness and friendliness. The shadow currently in front of me only gave off a cold and frightening sensation. I didn't know what happened, but the appearance of the 73rd demon realm suddenly seemed close. It was as if I was looking through a telescope of enormous magnification as I saw the people of the industrial complex. Kim Dokja. Jung Hee-won's voice seemed like an auditory hallucination. I saw the party members screaming in despair. Why are you trying to save them? You can see the ending even if you live alone. The ending is only meaningful if they are there. As I spoke, I stimulated dozens of questions and answers in my head. Both my hands were sweating. Couldn't fail here. No matter what, I had to convince the secretive plotter in this conversation. What if they don't want it? I slowly opened my mouth. Damn it, Kim Dokja. Stop. Please. Come back. I don't want this. I don't want to survive this way. I'll do anything. If you die, I'll die. If you are going to sit still, I'll sit still. Please don't do this. Please. The voices of my party members were heard using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. They didn't say it, but I heard the words. What if the ending they wanted was to die with you there? Do you still want to save them? I barely managed to open my mouth. Yes, it isn't salvation. It is a curse. I couldn't come up with an excuse. It was my story that answered on my behalf. The story Demon King of Salvation is continuing. The secretive plotter watched the story coming from me and kept asking, using those who should have died, changing the world line, hurting everyone and reaching the ending you desire, what is the meaning? The empty eyes of the shadow were shining. An eerie chill went down my spine. No matter what you do or what story you make, you can't truly reach them. The indirect messages didn't reveal the essence of the constellations. Just as I couldn't fully understand the characters from reading the books. Maybe it was a mistake to see the secretive plotter. However, it was too late to back down. I opened my mouth after a moment. I heard that once in my childhood. Still, there is still the wall left behind. They were words that Jang Haeyoung once said. Even if there is an insurmountable wall between me and then, even if it isn't heard by the person beyond the wall, I can write something on the wall and at the very least, the wall will change. I wasn't able to say a proper goodbye to Jang Haeyoung. Perhaps he was in the ward like Yoo Jong-hyuk. Maybe after a very long time, somebody might look at the wall. There were no words from Secretive Plotter for a while. Every sentence had a different meaning to the interpreter. To the secretive plotter who lived for a very long time, my words might sound completely different. Even so, these were the only words I could squeeze out with my 28 years of wisdom. I just hoped that these words would move something in the secretive plotter. I don't agree with your method, but I'm curious. Finally, the secretive plotter opened his mouth. Let's say you reach the end of everything using your method and save the world. Then what about the other worlds? Huh? Other worlds? The moment I was about to speak, the universe at my feet flipped over like a card. The cards that were divided into dozens and hundreds of pieces were shining in their own way with different colors and shapes. It was a dimension more distant than the star stream. A world that was blurry but clearly existed. It contained the world of ways of survival that I had read. There was Yoo Jong-hyuk who died in the theater dungeon in the 8th round. There was the Yoo Jong-hyuk who went to the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint in the 18th round. There was the 41st round Yoo Jong-hyuk who made the choice to sacrifice his colleagues. There was the 181st round Yoo Jong-hyuk who stood up from despair. The stories of the Yoo Jong-hyuk who once saved me were on display in front of me. In addition, I knew the ending of all the regressions. What about all the worlds you didn't save? It was an unthinkable question. No, it was a question I didn't want to think about. In order to stop that story, I changed Yoo Jong-hyuk's third turn. All the events of the original ways of survival and all the worlds that protected me in my childhood, were they going to be non-existent now? The secretive plotter looked at me like it was interesting. I will fulfill your request. Suddenly, the screen on the floor changed to the 73rd Demon Realm. I didn't understand this whim, but secretive plotter decided to accept the deal with me. However, there is a condition. I had expected it. All outer world covenants were subject to severe conditions. Anything is fine, unless it requires me to be subordinate to you or my death. The mouth of the secretive plotter opened and revealed something white. It was as if the conditions I mentioned were ridiculous. Sometimes you might have to risk your life. It is all up to you. Okay. However, please save my party members first before speaking the terms. As I said before, I can't eliminate the fog. Then, I can only save the mortals in the industrial complex. Is that okay? I paused for a moment before nodding. I thought I knew what the secretive plotter was going to do. Can you move them to a safe place? Where do you want to move them? Earth. If possible, I would prefer Seoul. It is a closed scenario area, but there is hope. There was a sound and one of his long fingers was cut off. The small finger of the shadow rose in the air, turning into tens of thousands of points that flew into the universe. The points crossed the galaxy in an instant and dug into the 73rd Demon Realm. The screen under my feet showed the people of the industrial complex. The people were being transported somewhere with a new scenario. The population of the industrial complex was close to 100,000. Now the secretive plotter would send out personal scenarios to all the incarnations. A great amount of probability was exhausted, but secretive plotter replaced the probability with the sacrifice of one finger. The people who received the scenario were hiding in the demon world. Indescribable distance was released from the bondage of time and started to belatedly devour the planet. But it was already empty. The fog missed the party members and cried out, "Now it's my turn. Speak. You must kill someone." Can I ask who I have to kill? My heart was heavy. Maybe there would be special constraints. Or it might be a tangle of probability that not even the secretive plotter could touch. Accept the covenant and you will know. What happens if I refuse? In the end, I saw the group of people who had been moved to Earth by the secretive plotter. I still have 9 fingers left. I accept. In any case, the worst situation was escaped. The party members safely returned to Earth and everything was as planned. A new sub-scenario has been acquired. The Starstream scenario system has encountered an error. The information of the scenario is being reconstructed. You have acquired the possibility of a new story. A story that can't be understood by the Starstream is germinating. I was the only one left. If I did this well, everything would end smoothly. The secretive plotter lifted his right hand. The darkness of the universe distorted and a small portal started to open. Actually, there was another person beside you who made a covenant. Besides me? I looked through my memories of the original novel but couldn't come up with a person who would make an outer world covenant at this time. What happened to them? I'm expecting much bigger things from you. If you safely complete the scenario, you'll be able to come back without any problems. The portal increased to a size I could go through. Another outer god will transfer you. Be careful not to disobey him. At the end, I was sucked into the portal. The foundations were built up and the whole world spread out like a postmodern oil painting where the intention couldn't be read. The brilliant colors caused me to feel nauseated, and once I lifted my head again, there was a huge door in front of me. Facing me was a giant bubble that filled the endless universe, and a circular door occupied the center. The moment the door opened its big eyes at me, the fourth wall was triggered. The fourth wall is issuing a warning. There was only one such gigantic door in Ways of Survival. An Exis tense SENT by the plot tour. I nodded. The door looked down at me with its own will. Fragment of the Last wall, and it was a stuffy voice that sounded like it was coming from water. Ser vant jour n'ang to end of life. Where am I going? Everything is right 10 and exist at the SAMETI. Well, I never thought a normal conversation would work. It was usually the case with an outer god. Only the secretive plotter was an exceptional case. The past and present aren't diff fait rent from the futur. On ly free will is le foot. The door opened with a huge sound. A door that linked the past, present, and future. If I stepped in there, I wouldn't be able to go back. Before that, there was something I had to do. I hesitated before placing my hand into my clothes. I pulled out a warm and tiny cotton ball. Bot. Bayou was crying as she shouted at me. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 284 Demon King of Salvation. 6. Bot. No. Bot. Go back. The world inside the open door couldn't be seen properly. After all, it was clearly a dangerous place. Take care of the people. Perhaps this moment had been scheduled from the moment I found traces of indescribable distrance from Sirius train fragments. Perhaps I would receive little help from Ways of Survival in the place where I was going now. Still, I had to go. If I endured it well this one time, I could return to the party members. With them, I could reach the end of all the scenarios. I slowly moved my feet and Bayou screamed. Bot. Bat it. Ah, ba at. I stepped through the boundaries of the door and Bayou's voice suddenly faded away. I looked towards Bayou's fuzzy face and spoke words that couldn't be conveyed. He'll come back. The Outer World Covenant is activated. You have been deported from the star stream. Your modifier will disappear from the star stream. Even after Kim Daksha disappeared into the portal, Secretive Plotter stared at the portal for a long time. An elderly man with 2 abnormally large lumps stood beside the Secretive Plotter. Great Plotter. He is already gone. He just left. Too bad. I wanted to see what type of person he was. Well, you must like him a lot. You sacrificed 3 fingers for him. 3 fingers on Secretive Plotter's left hand had disappeared. It was the price of the probability. No matter your identity, it would have been a burden to borrow the Viceroy's dimensional gate. Why didn't you ask us? It is a fraudulent transaction that the probability of the Weni people can't handle. The elderly man clicked his tongue. I can't understand it at all. No matter the story, I wouldn't do something like this. You can't understand it. In the shadow of Secretive Plotter, white eyes flashed in the air. The elderly man followed the gaze. It was as if he discovered something in the air. That troublesome person? Did you intentionally send him? There will be no harmful effect anyway. The old man laughed. Well, it doesn't matter. If only I can deal one blow to that damn starstream. But is there a chance? Than anyone else? It is funny you are saying that when you have already seen the result. The old man grumbled. Whether he succeeds or fail, it will be a loss for you anyway. Secretive Plotter shook his head and replied. It isn't me who will judge it. The fourth wall is shaking violently. As my consciousness flickered, a chill went down my spine. The Outer World Covenant is protecting your existence. I felt like I was going somewhere as I had a few dreams. It was a dream about the party members. Dokjasi is always looking at the smartphone. What is Dokjasi's number? We can't call him anyway, so what is the point? Just let me know. He'll send him a game invitation later. A game invitation. I really hoped I would get it in the future. Dokjasi seems to laugh more often after the fall. By the way, Ajusi is a bit unlucky when he smiles. Isn't it worth changing his mouth shape? I wish Dokjasi could have been my senior. The second hand of a clock was ticking somewhere. I never hated Dokjasi like I do today. Come back. The beginning and end of the unknown story were pushing me. I relied on my memories like a small raft moving through a vicious current. In the endless void of the universe, only my memories were floating. Maybe this was how Bayou, Shin Yusung of the 41st round felt. Not longer afterwards, a message was heard. The Viceroy's dimensional door is closed. The Starstream has noticed your presence. By the time I came to my senses, I was crouched on the floor and vomiting. I felt the touch of the hard ground and slowly opened my eyes. You have entered the new scenario area. The Dakibis of the Bureau have doubts about your existence. The stiffened joints of my incarnation body screamed. I hit a pressure point to restore my body as quickly as possible. I didn't know where this was, but I had to be nervous from now on. Secretive Plotter himself wasn't in the original novel, so ways of survival couldn't help me with the things that happened here. Kook. The places eaten by the indescribable distance were painful, but I somehow recovered with a great return pill. My horns and wings disappeared because the Demon King transformation was over. It is impossible to use Demon King transformation at the present time. I didn't forget to thoroughly check the equipment and place the necessary items in a position where I could use them immediately. The first thing I checked was the personal scenario window. You can't launch the sub-scenario window. The information for this scenario hasn't been updated yet. The scenario update wasn't applied yet. I looked around at the wreckage of the broken buildings, the collapsed high-rise buildings and the debris of the logos between them. The characters that made up the logo were familiar. There was Hangul and also English. The languages of second-grade tribes were also found. I stopped for a moment and read them. Slowly, an uncomfortable feeling rose from the tip of my feet. Where was this place? The star stream has recognized your modifier. Your position in the night sky will be refreshed. The Bureau is wary of your presence. You have been assigned a hidden scenario. Hidden scenario world adaptation has been acquired. You have acquired a new story. Don't tell me? I started running through the streets. An unrecognizable ruined city. Even so, I was able to recognize this place. It was strange if I couldn't recognize it. It was because my nightmares originated from this city. The status of Yi Sun-sin that only had the legs remaining and the destroyed absolute throne. The carcasses of beasts scattered everywhere and the remnants of giant tentacles gave off a terrible stench. Soul? Nevertheless, there was no time to think. I heard the sound of an explosion and hid among the ruins in my area. A loud shout was heard. People were fleeing from something. No, looking closer, it wasn't people. They were constellations in incarnation bodies. The considerable number of constellations were shouting in their true voices. Run away! Damn it! Their words didn't finish. The feet of an elephant descended from the air and the incarnation bodies burst like worms. I watched the scene breathlessly. The elephant's feet contained an irresistible status and dragged the dead incarnation bodies somewhere. Crazy! What the hell was this? After the elephant disappeared, I carefully escaped through the ruins and headed cautiously towards the bodies. There were a few items to collect on the floor. I looked at the items and controlled my mind. Stay calm. No matter how dangerous this place was, there was a chance of winning if I obtained information. If this was still a scenario area, ways of survival was still valid. The attribute effect has improved your memories of the pages already read. What type of scenario was this? The incarnation bodies of the constellations were present and the fragments of the outer god were scattered. The 95th main scenario is in progress. The Outer World Covenant has replaced your lacking probability. You aren't a formal participant of the scenario. The star stream doubts your eligibility. Their hairs on my arms stood up. How many? The item Arondite has been acquired. I stared blankly down at the item I had collected. A constellation star relic was rolling around on the streets. I skipped a few years? I wondered how the party members were doing. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Jung Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Shin Yu-sung. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, is cancelled. You can't connect with the current target. The character can't be found. I tried to calm my trembling heart. I needed to be calm. Nothing was certain yet. I took deep breaths to control my mind and expressed the power of a constellation. I planned to explore the surroundings through a channel, if there was one nearby. At this moment, a sound was heard in the area. It was the sound of a powerful strike along with the constellation's screams. The moment I reflexively tried to hide between the buildings, I could see a black coat fluttering. For a brief second, I felt my heart stop. Scarred muscles could be seen through the torn sleeves of the coat. I looked at the trajectory of the sword against the ground and emotions filled my heart. He was alive, although he wasn't exactly the same as what I remembered. His physique was a bit bigger, his impression was a bit sharper, and there was a large scar on his cheek. There was no way I couldn't know him. You? I opened my mouth, but something faster than sound flew at me. I would have died instantly if I hadn't invoked Bookmark and Way of the Wind. Even though I dodged, there was a big stab wound in my side. I covered the wound and looked at him with a confused expression. By the time I looked up, he was already in front of my eyes. I was suffocated as he gripped my neck. My voice didn't come out, so I had to use my true voice. Hey, you Jong-hyuk. It's me. Maybe too much time had passed. Took me longer than I thought, so he might forgotten about me. Let me go. It's me. You already forgot. A terrible pain hit my belly and I felt like I was going to fall unconscious. I thought it was a terrible joke. Or perhaps he was so angry that he was acting like this. Then Yu Jonghyuk's cold voice was heard. Where is Arondite? Do you have it? At this moment, a cool sensation grazed my neck. The moment I first met Yu Jonghyuk on Dango Bridge came to mind. He had similar eyes. It was the eyes of a person who didn't know me. I will kill you if you don't answer within 5 seconds. Really, it was the eyes of a person who could kill me. The exclusive skill character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to character summary list. A system error has occurred. The information of the character can't be summarized. The information of the character can't be summarized. Along with a terrible headache, a terrible amount of information started flowing in. 3. I groaned and changed the setting of character list. The minimum number of items specified by the user is shown. I saw the information rising before my eyes and was upset. I thought I knew all the endings of Ways of Survival. Plus, character list summary. Name, Yu Jonghyuk. Constellation support? Private attribute, Regressor, 1863rd round. Myth, Ruler of Amusement, Legend. Iron Blood Supreme King, Legend. Demon Kingslayer, Myth. Eternal Solitude, Quasimyth. Horror of the Stars, Myth. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eyes LV. Hand-to-hand combat LV. Thoughts Vaccine LV. 100 Steps Godly Fists LV. Red Phoenix Shuinpa LV. Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship LV. Omitted. Stigma, Regression LV. Transmission LV. Ew. The skill level of this person can't be converted to a numerical value. The stigma level of this person can't be converted to a numerical value. Plus, however, there was only one. There was one regression where I didn't know the end. A man who lost all his colleagues and finally saw the final chapter of the story in front of him. 2. The monster whose emotions were worn out by countless betrayals and numerous regressions were watching me. Along with the pain that pierced deep into my chest, the words left by secretive plotter revolved in my ears. Let's say you reach the end of everything using your method and save the world. Then what about the other worlds? What about all the worlds you didn't save? In the sky of the ruined Gwangwaman, the dying stars were shining. This wasn't the third round of the star stream that I changed. I changed the future and the worlds of the original novel were abandoned. Yu Jonghyuk's blade moved through the air. It looks like you aren't going to answer. Then die. It was the 1863rd regression of Ways of Survival. This world was the last round of Yu Jonghyuk that I knew about. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 285 Demon Kingslayer 1. The most imaginative thing I've ever read was 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. What if Ways of Survival became a reality? Perhaps anyone would have imagined such a thing with their favorite novel. I did as well. Maybe it was due to the endless imaginations in my youth that I was able to adapt to Ways of Survival. Once the scenario started, I would do this first and then do this. This hidden piece would be obtained. During middle school, I even drew charts in the corner of my textbook. Yu Jonghyuk, a professional gamer, an awful personality, a psychopath, kills if words don't work, sometimes just kills. Have to unconditionally bring him to my side. Humanity still remains in the 3rd round. I had been glad when I first realized I had fallen into the 3rd round of Ways of Survival. I came to a world I could change and thought it was really fortunate. If I had fallen into the last round, Kim Dok Ja Thou GHT. There was no existence that could stop him. Sage shit. I shouted with all my strength as I saw the blade flying towards me. Wait, stop. I said stop. A person who regressed more than 1,000 times. A spirit that had become insensitive from the hundreds of suicides and tragedies that an individual could suffer. The extremely widespread regression depression. Yu Jonghyuk of the 1863rd round is the despair of the world itself. I acted the moment the blade was about to pass through my neck. The special skill miniaturization LV 10 is activated. My body shrank in an instant and the blade passed through the air. The man's startled eyes were seen from over the blade. This damn guy. Did he think I came here to die? This might be the 1863rd round, but he was mistaken if he thought I would obediently die. The exclusive skill bookmark is activated. The exclusive skill electrification LV 12 plus 2 has been activated. I knew I wasn't his opponent. However, I still had to try my best. My body moved at lightning speed as I yelled, "Son of a bitch. You have to let me talk to you." The indirect messages poured from the air along with my cry. Some constellations have noticed your presence. The constellation adventurer who stands up an egg is interested in your appearance. The constellation's king of ephemera is interested in the fight between you and Iron Blood Supreme King. Some constellations feel strong jealousy towards you. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. The 95th scenario of the 1863rd regression. The world might be like this, but there were still constellations giving donations. The nature of the sponsorship was a bit different, but Yu Jong-hyuk glared at me with a stiff expression. The Baekjeong school? Strange. I'm sure he is out of action in this round. This person's brain circuits had become twisted after over 1,000 regressions. He would have finished judging whether to kill or spare me based on the actions I had shown so far. It was scary. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. It was because I was afraid that I had to read it now. Thus, I could get out of this situation. You have an insufficient understanding of the person and can't activate the second stage. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 1, has been activated. I lacked understanding. My pride was a bit hurt, but I thought it would be like this. This was Yu Jong-hyuk of the 1863rd round. Not the Yu Jong-hyuk I knew. It might just be the first stage, but I had to invoke it. I might not be able to read the details, but even knowing the attack direction would help. Neck. The moment that Yu Jong-hyuk's thought was transmitted, I withdrew with all my might. Even this guy wouldn't be able to easily catch me. It was because I was now using Way of the Wind and electrification. Kiak? I didn't know if I had turned my body first or the dark shadow had moved ahead of me first. My breath was blocked and my vision darkened. It was a feast of magic power that seemed to hurt my whole body. I flew through the air like an electrocuted fish. A tremendous amount of magic power shook my body. Some constellations are laughing at you. It was the face of Yu Jong-hyuk that was seen in front of me. His hands were crushing my torso. My neck hurt like it was broken as it was held between thumb and index finger. Couldn't believe it. This might be the Yu Jong-hyuk of the last regression, but how could he catch me so easily when I used electrification? I will ask you a final time. I realized the moment I heard his cold and apathetic voice. It was stupid to think I could avoid it by knowing the direction in advance. The person in front of me wasn't the young Yu Jong-hyuk of the third round. Where is the dragon's sword? Arondite? How could I speak when he was holding my neck? I see Lancelot's incarnation body here, so you must surely know. The constellation who just died was Lancelot? Shit. If you don't answer, I will it out of you. Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes shone with a golden light. As a matter of fact, Yu Jong-hyuk's foundations remained unchanged, whether it was the third or 1863rd regression. The character Yu Jong-hyuk has used Sage's Eyes LV. Ew. After over 1,000 regressions, his Sage's Eyes had reached a formidable level. Perhaps the presence that wasn't visible now in Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes was the outer god that had lived for a long time. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall has blocked Sage's eyes. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall is strongly activated. The moment Yu Jong-hyuk's Sage's eyes focused on my body, the wall moved. The fourth wall stood firmly in front of the persistent gaze that didn't want to miss a single piece of information. There were stronger sparks than when I had encountered the unidentified wall. No T-bad. This time, the fourth wall looked formidable. At this point, I couldn't tell if the fourth wall or Yu Jong-hyuk was the great one. The fourth wall didn't back down and Yu Jong-hyuk didn't give up. It was me who was fried between them. It was so painful that I couldn't scream, even with my true voice. Quack? Yu Jong-hyuk raised his power first. The collision was so strong that golden circles swirled in his eyes. The character Yu Jong-hyuk is feeling a competitive spirit. The character Yu Jong-hyuk is showing great hostility towards you. This was a barrier that couldn't be penetrated even with Sage's eyes. Once again, I realized what a great skill fourth wall was. Then something strange happened. The fourth wall was able to prevent Sage's eyes and started to flow like water over Yu Jong-hyuk's hand. The typed letters covered his body like insects, and for the first time, Yu Jong-hyuk sounded disconcerted. What? The wriggling letters became memories that flowed like a panorama. They were my memories of the third round that were recorded on the fourth wall. Get your hand off me and get lost, you damn jerk. Maybe not. In any case, I am hopeful about the situation. What is so hopeful about it? Jong-hyuk, we can save the world. Don't you know? The name of our nebula is Kim Dokja's company. There isn't a name yet. In addition, we will gain the supporters now. Yu Jong-hyuk couldn't comprehend the memories in front of him. They were all things that didn't exist in this round. The sparks that almost blinded me eased and Yu Jong-hyuk's expression became clearer. What are you? The 1843rd round made an astonished expression. I heard the voice of the fourth wall in my head, as if it thought this round was interesting. I did Will Kim Dokja. Did it do well? Tell me. What is this? He'll tear you apart if you don't say it. What did it do well? Shit. Quack, no, wait. I need some time to answer. I exploded the blue-white energy as I was held in Yu Jong-hyuk's hands. I was struggling to escape from him. This might not be enough, but I would at least buy some time until I could borrow the power of the giant story. Then something unexpected happened. There was an explosion and Yu Jonghyuk missed me. There was a surprised and confused expression. Yu Jonghyuk reached out with sluggish movements. I wanted to know what happened, but I couldn't miss the opportunity one had just gained. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV 11+1 is activated. Way of the Wind was activated and the blue-white energy made a trail through the air. I thought he would chase after me quickly, but I didn't feel Yu Jonghyuk right away. I looked back and saw an unexpected sight. What was this? The moment I had the question, a deafening true voice echoed in the expanse. Yu Jonghyuk, I will repay the grudge of immeasurable austerity. Red and blue eyes glared from the roof of a nearby building. Two black leopards with streamlined buildings emanated a strong energy as they fell towards Yu Jonghyuk. The Demon King Devil of Easiness and Atrocity is showing hostility towards Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The Demon King Eyes that See the Forbidden is showing his teeth to Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk of the 1863rd round was stronger than anyone else, but he had many enemies. Thanks to this, I could identify the two leopards without much difficulty. Devil of Easiness and Atrocity, Os. Eyes that See the Forbidden, Floros. They were the 57th and 64th Demon Kings of the Demon World. The prideful Demon Kings forgot their shame and unleashed a pincer attack towards an incarnation. However, it wasn't shameful. Demon Kingslayer, your story will end here. Right now, Yu Jonghyuk was an existence full of value. I buried myself in the rubble as there was a deafening roar. Then I carefully watched the situation. It was a clash I couldn't afford and I thought I should move away, but I had a desire to watch the fight a bit more. It wasn't another fight, but the fight of the 1863rd round Yu Jonghyuk. It wasn't easy to see. My ears seemed to burst and the battle began. Many constellations are enthusiastic about the battle of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. Indirect messages poured out as Yu Jonghyuk pulled out his sword. It was the heaven-shaking sword that was already broken in the third round. The blade had gone through a number of scenarios and had been upgraded to a completely new level, shining brightly in the darkness. The Demon Kings facing him also revealed their power. Creatures, rise from death. The dead earls and dukes of the demon world became undead and emerged from the ground. They held elite objects that preserved the combat power of their lives. However, Yu Jonghyuk wasn't panicked at all. It is summoning the dead? The Devil of Principles also used it. Yu Jonghyuk was smiling. That bastard's body is now hanging among the dead constellations. Shut up. A light flashed and Yu Jonghyuk's sword moved. What should I call this swordsmanship? Breaking the sky swordsmanship? I didn't know. The certain thing was that it was an amazingly beautiful swordsmanship. It was also a surprisingly cruel swordsmanship. The nobles of the demon world were cut by the sword and screamed as they turned to ash. They were high-ranking dukes comparable to great-grade constellations. Such beings exploded with a few swings of the sword. In less than a minute, Yu Jonghyuk killed dozens of undead nobles and reached the nose of Floros. How? Like a toy, the head of Demon King Floros exploded. There were no emotions in his eyes. There was a single blow with a sweet smile. Yu Jonghyuk killed a Demon King. This crazy bastard. The Demon King Os shouted angrily. Constellations. Why are you hesitating? The moment the call was heard, the constellations hiding in the ruins came out. Most of them were constellations of the absolute evil system. They ranged from great grade to narrative grade. Every constellation rushed to get rid of one incarnation, Yu Jonghyuk. The character Yu Jonghyuk is talking about the story of eternal damnation. However, Yu Jonghyuk wasn't pushed at all. A bloody aura overflowed from his body and collided with the constellations. It was a scary and powerful force, but the blow was calm and full of moderation. Every time Yu Jonghyuk's sword moved, the ranks of the constellations shook helplessly. The constellations of the absolute good system hate the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The incarnation bodies of the constellations exploded one by one. The high-ranking constellations could look so shabby. There were no signs of impatience as Yu Jonghyuk continued the battle. The character Yu Jonghyuk is talking about the giant story Lonely Pilgrim of Destruction. Yu Jonghyuk was only using his left arm to destroy the constellations. Every time a constellation fell, my arms trembled. The constellations of the absolute evil system are shocked by the combat ability of incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. Hatred became shock. Some constellations of the absolute evil system are afraid of the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. Shock became fear. Many constellations are trembling at the power of incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. It was thrilling. Crazy guy, he was a really crazy guy. No matter how I thought about it, there was no way to bring down the current Yu Jonghyuk. I didn't know what scenario Secretive Plotter gave me, but I must never become enemies with this guy until it was over. Then a message was heard. The sub-scenario commissioned by Secretive Plotter has arrived. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 286 Demon Kingslayer, 2. Finally, the message I had been waiting for had arrived. Secretive Plotter's personal scenario. Plus, sub-scenario, secretive plotter? Category. Sub, personal. Difficulty? Clear conditions? Time limit. Compensation. Can return to the original round with a legendary story, 1, a skill, 1, and an item, 1. The probability required will be borne by the scenario proponent. Failure. Unable to return to the original turn, your incarnation body will be destroyed. Plus, the Bureau is currently suspicious of your probability. I wasn't a member of this regression. Therefore, even if I got an item, skill, or story in this turn, I wouldn't be able to preserve it after returning to my original world. It was just like how the 41st round Shin Yusung was weakened so badly that she could be hit. However, if the reward was true, I could take the things obtained in this round because to my original world. It was a tremendous reward. No matter how much the probability was constrained, the spoils of the 95th scenario would match the 95th scenario. The skills and stories available here had the power to transform the world in the 20th scenario. Don't be 2x high law rated Kim Dokja. I barely calmed down at the fourth wall's words. In fact, it wasn't a situation where I could rejoice. The rewards for the scenario was high, but the cost of failure was just as huge. If I failed, I couldn't go back to my original round and would lose my incarnation body. This wasn't the turn I belonged to, so the influence of my stories weren't big. In such a situation, I could end up killed by a probability storm if I lost my incarnation body. Moreover, this wasn't the biggest problem. The clearance conditions for this scenario are being updated. The most important clearance condition hadn't been updated. I didn't know if it was an error from crossing dimensions or if Secretive Plotter was deliberately dragging out the time. Frankly, it was possible either way. I thought as I watched Yu Jonghyuk fighting in the distance. If I was Secretive Plotter, what clear conditions would I place on this scenario? Based on the movements of Secretive Plotter so far, it was an ominous thought. The exclusive skill Reading Comprehension is activated. Secretive Plotter. I was expecting him to be crawling chaos, but the true identity of the Outer God was unknown. He had been with me since my first channel opened, but I had very little information about him. He wasn't arrogant like the great sage, the equal of heaven, full of justice like Uriel, wicked like the abyssal black flame dragon. He wasn't even present in the original ways of survival. He was merely Secretive Plotter. You can't read the target with the information you have. The exclusive skill Reading Comprehension is cancelled. Curiosity about the unknown is leading to a new ability. I didn't know. What was he trying to show me through this scenario? In addition, what did he want to gain? There was never a case where the Outer God had done this, so I couldn't easily guess. Only one thing was certain. Quack. This scenario was likely to be connected to the monster slaughtering the constellations over there. That's it. Now, everybody pincer attack him. Die Yu Jonghyuk. As I was briefly distracted by the scenario window, the battlefield was flowing in an unexpected form. Yu Jonghyuk's condition was strange. A little while ago, he had been killing the constellations and overwhelming the battlefield. Now his movements were dulled. Yu Jonghyuk's body was stiffening under the pouring bombardment. What was this bastard? What happened? I adjusted the setting of character list to check his condition. Plus, currently in an abnormal condition. Plus, abnormal condition? There was no way. Who was the 1863rd regression Yu Jonghyuk? This was Yu Jonghyuk, who was the ruler of the East Hell and killed the Devil of Principles. There was no one among the constellations who could place an abnormal condition on the present Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were blank. I felt uncomfortable, like something was stuck in my throat. No, there was only one person who could cause an abnormal status in Yu Jonghyuk. Plus, the target is suffering from regression depression due to an unknown cause. Plus, it was Yu Jonghyuk himself. Regression depression. The spirit of the man who had been broken over 1863 lives made the regression depression almost a passive, low-level skill. Once he fell into the depression, his consciousness was caught in the weight of his memories and he couldn't wake up. Kill him. He isn't invincible. The ruthless strikes caused Yu Jonghyuk's body to bleed little by little. It was strange. Originally, the regression depression shouldn't occur in this situation. In the 1863rd round, Yu Jonghyuk had learnt how to manage this disease. Why was he in this current state? The fourth wall is saying, ha ha ha. Was it your doing? The fourth wall didn't answer, but it was the only guess I had. The previous collision with the fourth wall must have caused some disruption in Yu Jonghyuk's inner surface. Damn, what should I do? Blood flowed from Yu Jonghyuk's skin as he protected his face. The power of impenetrable skin was still applied, but it was only a matter of time before Yu Jonghyuk died. I have to help. Why should I help him? The choices were fighting in my mind. Yu Jonghyuk is a monster now. If I help, he will surely kill me when he wakes up. Think carefully. You don't know the clear conditions of this scenario. The clear conditions were still question marks. If the condition to clear the scenario is Yu Jonghyuk's death, this is a golden opportunity. However, what if the clear condition is Yu Jonghyuk's survival? If Yu Jonghyuk died, I would lose everything. Damn, should I help or not? Yu Jonghyuk's knees were slowly sinking to the ground. The normally weak guys were excitedly tearing at Yu Jonghyuk's body. Ha ha ha. I will have the story of the Iron Blood Supreme King. Yu Jonghyuk would regress even if he died here. Then he would start a new round. Regression. Then what about the other worlds? Fucking plotter. What about all the worlds you didn't save? Once Yu Jonghyuk died here, a world that wasn't in the original novel would be born. Yu Jonghyuk would repeat the hell yet again. An abandoned world that secretive plotter showed me would be created, and Yu Jonghyuk would once again crawl in the infinite despair. Shit, I didn't know. I activated electrification and flew towards Yu Jonghyuk. Hey, leave me a share too. At my rough, true voice, the demon kings and constellations attacking Yu Jonghyuk looked up. Who are you? Demonic energy? I've never seen you before. Do you come here to kill the demon kingslayer? Demonic energy flowed from my body and I could see the enemy's tenseness being released. It was as expected. I spoke as I pulled out my status. That's right. We will share the good things together. It isn't possible? You came late so you can't have the good stories. Don't worry. It'll only help from the back. A good attitude. Now, everybody continue. I turned and struck the constellation with all my strength. The constellation let out a scream as he flew in a straight line and hit a ruined building. Keiko, what are you doing? I wanted to hit him to death but was lacking. The constellations were angry by my abrupt actions and stared at me. Are you siding with the demon kingslayer? I didn't reply and opened up the power of the giant story. The giant story demon world spring has begun. The pulse of the story stirred deep in my heart. Sparks surrounded my body as the story energy flooded through my blood. Some of the constellations saw my giant story and screamed with shock. The status of a demon king? From a guy I've never heard of. Of course, I wasn't a demon king of this world. I once again concentrated the power of electrification and blew away a constellation. The constellation was hit in the belly and took a few steps back. It wasn't comparable to Yu Jonghyuk, but the effect wasn't bad. I might be able to fight if it continued like this. An error has occurred in the operation of the story. The star stream can't find the origin of the giant story owned by you. The power of the giant story is sharply reduced. Shit, it was like this. The basis of my giant story, the 73rd demon realm, wasn't here. We made up the giant story together. Thus, it was natural that my story didn't work properly. I swung my sword at the approaching constellations and shouted at Yu Jonghyuk. Hey, wake up you jerk. Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. I tried to think of lines to wake up him, but I couldn't come up with anything. My status started to decline and Demon King Os, who rose again on the battlefield, shouted. He is with the Demon Kingslayer. Kill him. There were 7 constellations, including Demon King Os. I naturally couldn't deal with them with my current power. I desperately evaded the attacks, but the 95th scenario was the 95th scenario. They might be ordinary constellations of the absolute evil system, but the blows hurt. My flesh was frayed by the onslaught and the range of my movements became narrower. Despite the urgency, I continued to think of ways to wake up Yu Jonghyuk. Some things came to mind that would definitely wake up Yu Jonghyuk. The problem was what came next. If I woke him up using the methods I was thinking of, I was likely to die. I bit my lips and slowly opened my mouth. There was no way. In any case, I expected it to happen like this. I briefly took a deep breath and opened my mouth. How long will you keep your mouth shut? The expressions of the constellations changed at my words. Their eyes wondered what I was talking about. I continued speaking. It will be difficult for them if I die here. The next moment, the pockets of my chest shone brightly and a true voice was heard. What, you knew? Of course, I wouldn't wake up Yu Jonghyuk. I might die if I did something crazy like that. It would be strange if I didn't know. I don't have a flower arrangement hobby. 2 flowers emerged from the inner pocket of my coat. It was a red cosmos and a white lily. I hadn't noticed their existence in the beginning. I realized when I crossed worlds. They were really daring constellations. Che, there is no other way. The moment they realized the identity of the true voice, the complexion of the constellations hostile to me darkened. The lily laughed at them. Should we both come out? Or Jophiel, will you do it alone? They are enemies of Eden. Immediately execute them. Do you want to do it together? How annoying. Okay, I understand. The next moment, the petals of the cosmos and lily scattered in the wind. The petals moved towards the sky and a message flashed in front of me. I looked at the message for a moment before slowly nodding. A huge presence started to descend behind me. Astonishment appeared on the faces of the constellations, and I couldn't help laughing. I was curious. I had wondered what Jung Hee-won felt like at the time. Now I knew very well. 6 wings stretched out from behind me. I overflowed with probability as the status of Eden's best archangels was discharged from my body. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos has appeared in Seoul. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius has appeared in Seoul. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 287 Demon Kingslayer, 3. TL note. A lack of gender words in Korean means that sometimes the gender of a character is ambiguous. This chapter was the first time a gender pronoun appeared for Gabriel, showing that she is female, not male like previously assumed. Archangel. Demon King Os was looking to the side with eyes that were frightened beyond surprise. It was the same for the constellations of the absolute evil system. For them, the archangels of Eden were the worst enemies. It wasn't strange that they would be shocked at the sight of 2 archangels emerging simultaneously. Why are there archangels? The angels of Eden mostly died after that day. I heard the murmurs and felt regret. This was the world of the 1863rd regression. Gabriel and Jophiel wouldn't know what happened in this round. CK. What nonsense is this? Gabriel's true voice rang out like she had been waiting. Like Uriel. Swear words emerged from her mouth. I had to stop her before things became bigger. Gabriel. You don't need to listen to their nonsense. Quickly handle them. Don't whine at me. Cheeky human. There were places to tackle, but she had to follow the words this once. Gabriel's power filled my entire body. I am the Archangel Gabriel. I could feel my hairs standing up. Finally, Gabriel's main story was heard. I have been sent to tell you this good news. Of course, that good news only applied if Gabriel was on the same side. Don't be scared. The archangels are nothing but remnants who have lost their stronghold. Demon King Os encouraged the constellations. However, as he was talking, Oso was already moving far away. It happened when the constellations held their star relics and rushed towards me. This is about the fixed end. Gabriel's story, the revelation of the apocalypse, had begun. You have seen a ram with 2 horns, the great horn between the eyes is the first king. Golden strings flowed from my body. The size of my body was growing along with the strings. My body was overflowing with power like a ram in breeding season. Pure white horns rose in the place where the Demon King's horns had grown. Dua. The constellations of the absolute evil system were frightened just looking at the horns. Some constellations dropped their weapons like helpless incarnations, and some of them rushed around screaming. Yua. It was like they saw their end. He will be stronger and stronger with his own power, not my power. The 6 wings behind me emitted a brilliant flash of light as the attacks of the constellations poured towards me. Even so, I didn't receive any damage. The solid metal summoned before my eyes neutralized all types of attacks. It was a weapon that the giant god clan were likely to use. The snake shining with a white light climbed up the shaft, and the snake's eyes were studded with a dazzling windowpane reminiscent of a cross. This was Gabriel's divine speak, the preference scale. I grasped the handle of the spear. All of a sudden, the world felt like it was tilting. All beings in the vicinity were placed on a scale. They were on one side of the scale or the other. I turned my head and Gabriel was smiling. Her palms touched my shoulder. He will commit terrible destruction and shall destroy the mighty and holy people. The spear shone brilliantly and I threw it with all my might. Then part of the world was erased. The constellations attacking me from the sky, those running from the side, and even the ones who had lost their fighting spirit and had sunk to the ground. They disappeared like they never existed in this world. The only things left were the existences on this side of the scale. This was the true power of the Archangel. Gabriel opened her mouth and spoke in a grudging voice. I missed one. There was a limit to the number of petals. In fact, Demon King Os had anticipated the situation in advance and had already fled. He knew that he couldn't cope with an Archangel alone as a lower-ranked Demon King. However, Jophiel didn't just watch. A red fog was generated behind me and followed Os. The whole world screamed like it was in pain. It was apparently a red fog, but when I looked closer, it was an army of small soldiers. The 503rd unit of Eden turned the sky red. It was the elite unit that followed the commander of the Red Cosmos. Quiak. Red thorns rose from the bloody fog that moved like piranhas. A terrible scream was heard in the distance as the soldiers of heaven held a festival of blood. Then after a while, everything became silent. The torn incarnation body of the Demon King flew in the wind like crumbs. The silent Gabriel moved my feet and trampled on the fragments of the Demon King. It's nothing. The constellations of the absolute evil system are greatly baffled by the emergence of the archangels. The Demon Kings are doubting the probability of the star stream. Some constellations have condemned the abnormal intervention of the archangels. Shut up these. The 6 wings stretching from my back flew through the wind as countless feathers and the power of the archangels diminished. I felt a bit nauseous, but the burden on my body wasn't as severe as I thought. Maybe it was because the amount of probability in the 95th scenario was much more abundant, or maybe it was the outer world covenant with secretive plotter. Either way, it was good for me. It isn't finished yet. However, Jophiel didn't retract her strength. Jophiel continued by giving a command. Kill him too. She was pointing to Yu Jonghyuk, who was as stiff as a statue. I hurriedly waved my hands. There is no need. He isn't a bad guy. He is absolutely evil. My right eye stung and the world started to look different. The stigma Eye of Sin is triggered. Eye of Sin. It was Archangel Jophiel's stigma, measuring the sins of the target. The eye that saw the sins accumulated in every existence in the world. There was only a dark abyss in the place where Yu Jonghyuk had just been standing. The sins of the target can't be converted to a numerical value. A darkness with no end. It was a darkness that got worse just by looking at it. Even the demon kings or constellations of the absolute evil system didn't have such huge sins. Jophiel spoke. It is an endless sin. I have never seen such a dense sin apart from Baal and Agar's. All the sins in the world combined can't go beyond his sins. I knew. Yu Jonghyuk had committed many sins. He killed many people. He destroyed many worlds. Countless souls cursed him. He must die. However, it isn't possible. This person, he also saved others. You can't kill him. Maybe it was nothing compared to everything he screwed up. Obviously, there were some things he saved. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is looking at you. In front of that sullen gaze, I gulped and opened my mouth. This guy is still useful. You shouldn't kill him now. Demon King of Salvation. It is because of the scribe's orders that you are still alive. You spared me so you can spare one more person. I looked back and saw that Yu Jonghyuk's body was lightly shaking. His consciousness was somehow struggling to emerge from the water. Jophiel spoke towards Yu Jonghyuk. If he wakes up, there is no guarantee that I can stop him. We have to kill him now. Jophiel tried to summon her fog again. I inwardly sighed. No matter what I thought, this was the only way. What if I can stop him from waking up without killing him? Jophiel's red fog stopped. What if there is a way to stop him from regaining consciousness while controlling his unconscious self? Is there a way to bind him? What trick are you going to use? The moment Jophiel was about to explode again, Gabriel stepped in. Jophiel, leave it. In any case, we need time to figure out the situation. Jophiel thought for a moment before responding. If he shows signs of waking up, I will kill him immediately. I nodded. Then I ran straight to Yu Jonghyuk. Hey. The vibrations of his body were becoming stronger. I had seen this scene several times in the original novel. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk's consciousness would wake up in a few minutes. It was difficult if that happened. I slowly moved my hand and grabbed Yu Jonghyuk's neck. Just as he did to me. It wasn't easy to raise him up because he was bigger than me. Let go. Yu Jonghyuk's consciousness had almost reached the surface of the water, and he spoke in a choppy manner. His fingertips moved slowly like he was trying to catch me. I knew how to wake up Yu Jonghyuk from his regression depression. In other words, it meant I also knew how to sink him deeper into that melancholy. I saw Yu Jonghyuk's fingertips moving and opened my mouth. Do you remember? The 33rd round. You cleared the 40th scenario and Lee Jai-hai said this. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes dimmed and his moving fingertips stopped. It would be nice if Master didn't have to go to the next round. Think about it. You weren't always unhappy, right? In all the rounds, there were moments when you were happy. Yu Jonghyuk's expression was becoming stiffer. The 173rd round. You protected Earth for quite some time. You also saw Lee Jai-hai receiving her high school diploma, and Lee Seal was smiling at someone's child. Jonghyuk-si, are you happy that you're alive? Every time I spoke, Yu Jonghyuk's expression collapsed. It wasn't despair that broke down Yu Jonghyuk. The 383rd round. You finally cleared the 75th scenario. Fortunately, nobody died in that round. That was the first time. Then Lee Hyunsung told you. Jonghyuk-si, I won't forget today until I die. The feather-like memories sank into his head. Then, the 498th round. Yu Jonghyuk's palms moved to cover his ears. The usual Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't have fallen from this much. Now it was different. I held his hands and kept talking. That happened 10 times. A human sank deeper into the water just because of the weight of these feathers. 20 times. My breath clogged up and my lungs tightened. I could feel what Yu Jonghyuk was going through. Only I could feel it. The most primitive darkness at the bottom of one person was swallowing his ego greedily. 100 times. It repeated over 1,000 times. All those words were destroyed. All the happy memories flowed back to a time they could never return to. Through the countless regressions, the meaning of happiness faded. All the values he preserved became pieces of torn paper. Yu Jonghyuk's self was sinking into the deep sea. It was to a place that he could never come up from without someone's help. Have you protected all the things you wanted to keep? I looked at Yu Jonghyuk's miserable face and thought, don't worry, Yu Jonghyuk. He'll do the rest. You stop and rest. Your understanding of the character Yu Jonghyuk is increasing explosively. Yu Jonghyuk's empty eyes were showing memories of losing his master. I didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but it wasn't hard to read. I want to die. I want to finish all of this. If only I can never wake up. A few drops of rain fell from the sky. It was black rain made from the blood of the demon kings and constellations. Liquid also flowed onto Yu Jonghyuk's face. Yu Jonghyuk's gaze lowered and finally fell on me. I was looking at the moment a human spirit collapsed. There was a broken voice. Like a creaking machine, Yu Jonghyuk stammered, should I do? I released Yu Jonghyuk's hands and told him, they'll finish your story. Yu Jonghyuk looked at me with empty eyes. However, I didn't see him. The sub-scenario window had just updated. Plus, sub-scenario, secretive plotter, end of the regressor, clear conditions, Yu Jonghyuk's death. Plus, I reached for Yu Jonghyuk's heaven-shaking sword that was on the ground. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 288 Demon Kingslayer. 4. A day passed since I arrived in the 1863rd round. The Gwangwaman area was wet from the dark rain that had been falling since last night. Soon after the rain started, the monsters crouching between the ruins woke up one by one. There was the monster that looked like an elephant that I saw when I first got here and one that reminded me of a huge octopus. The most frightening thing was the baby that was the size of a huge building. There were many types of outer gods, but not all of them were named Eater of Dreams or Indescribable Distance. Most of them were unnamed and existed without a proper ego. I watched the baby in a diaper pushing through the city like a bulldozer and hid while holding my breath. To be honest, I probably needed the diaper more than the baby. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is looking at you. It had been a few hours since the archangels fell asleep, stating that they would save their energy. The white lily in my coat trembled as if it had regained power. Gabriel, have you woken up? Why did you make that choice? What choice? Do you need to ask? There was no other way. I heard a creaking and crushing sound in the distance. The moment I thought something else had happened, I saw the torn-off leg of the elephant monster. There were signs that it was torn off by a powerful force. Someone dragged the severed leg and approached this way. It was the real monster of the scenario, Yu Jonghyuk. Like a sigh, the petals shook again. I thought he would die. Why is he holding a sword? He could have committed suicide. Well, I don't think that will happen now. I spoke while swinging Yu Jonghyuk's heaven-shaking sword through the air. It wasn't surprising, but I didn't kill Yu Jonghyuk. Gabriel was silent for a moment before muttering in a small voice. What is Uriel like about this guy? Uriel? Is Uriel well? How should I know? It was a reaction that seemed a bit excessive. The moment I was about to ask, another indirect message came. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is looking at you. The difficult angel had also woken up. Jophiel woke up and got straight to the point. Did you decide to keep him alive? I accepted the elephant's leg that Yu Jonghyuk had brought instead of answering. It was a leg that was very fleshy. It gave off a very rich and clear story. I faced Yu Jonghyuk, who stared at me with empty eyes. Jophiel opened her mouth again. Don't you know that you shouldn't keep him alive? The scenario you received is, it would have been nice if I could lie, but it was too late to deceive the archangels. They would have seen the scenario window that I saw. Yu Jonghyuk's death. It was the scenario that secretive plotter gave me. I had to kill him in order to return to the original third round. As I've already mentioned, it is difficult to interpret this scenario as it is. The death proposed by secretive plotter might not be the death we thought about. The archangels were silent. They didn't seem to understand my words. I flipped the elephant's leg and calmly declared, Yu Jonghyuk can't die. As archangels, you should already know this. I could feel the gazes of the two angels on me. What does that mean? This guy is a regressor. In the early scenarios, the information I just mentioned would have been filtered, but now it was different. The scenario was a scenario, but by now, rumors about the regressor should have spread quite a bit. Thus, the high-ranking constellations of Eden would know it. The Red Cosmos leaves shook uneasily. Don't tell me? I nodded. He is a being who repeats his life forever. No one can kill him. If he dies, he will just move on to another round. How do you know this? Why was Uriel keeping an eye on me? It was best to respond to questions that couldn't be answered with more questions. Jophiel trembled as if controlling his anger. Then what are you going to do now? If you can't kill him, you can't return to your original round. I shrugged and placed the roasted meat into my mouth. I have to think about a way. There is plenty of time. At my calm response, an unusual air flowed around the two flowers. I was nervous because I thought they wanted to express their status, only to suddenly hear a strange sound. It was a growl that wasn't coming from my stomach. It didn't seem to be Yu Jonghyuk either. Then, I bowed my head and saw the two flowers looking away. Are you hungry? Gabriel, how long are you going to stand by? I'm not standing by. I'm just watching. If it wasn't for Uriel, I would have killed him. Gabriel, who was stuck in a plastic bottle, answered while sucking up water through his stem. Beside her, the cosmos of Jophiel was likewise inserted into a bottle of water. In the distance, Kim Dokja was saying something to Yu Jonghyuk. Gabriel stared at him blankly and asked, "That Uriel, is she well?" "Focus on the mission, Gabriel." "No, I'm worried. Uriel always gets into trouble when she is left alone." "I see. Do you actually like Uriel?" "What nonsense. Have you found a way to go back yet? How long are we supposed to stay with them?" Gabriel's petals fluttered and Jophiel replied, "I'm looking for a way, but it seems hard. Why? No matter how different the world line, there must be Eden here. If you ask the scribe here for help, there is no reply from the scribe." "What? It isn't just the scribe. I can't contact anyone from Eden." Eden couldn't be contacted? It was strange, no matter how much the world had changed. Due to the constraints of the scenario, it was impossible to return to their original constellation context. It was frustrating. Gabriel sighed and sucked up water again. What? They were fighting and holding each other by the collar a few hours ago. In the distant place, Kim Dokja seemed to be stroking Yu Jonghyuk's head. Looking at this scene, Gabriel was reminded of Uriel and herself. It was different, but there was some resemblance. Comradeship? For a very short time, Gabriel seemed to understand why Uriel liked them. "Eat the soil, Yu Jonghyuk." Yu Jonghyuk started to silently eat the soil. I was startled and smacked him in the back of the head. "Why are you really eating it?" I wanted to test it, but I didn't know he would actually follow my order. The Yu Jonghyuk I knew would have never done this. However, the regression depression had completely devoured his ego, and for the time being, Yu Jonghyuk was in a stupid state. Yu Jonghyuk looked up at me blankly. I sighed with some compassion. How good would it be if the usual you was so calm? You are better than the third round bastard. Spit it out. I watched Yu Jonghyuk spitting out the soil and remembered another Yu Jonghyuk that I knew. I didn't know if he was okay. It would be nice if he hadn't lost his mind by the time I came back. I entrusted it to you Sangha, so I hoped things would turn out well. Now lie down there and get some rest. 1863rd Yu Jonghyuk. At my words, Yu Jonghyuk trudged towards the ruined building. I could see the sun setting in the distance. The sunset of the 95th scenario was still glowing. I looked at the haze and felt strangely peaceful. It was strange. In this horrible scenario, I could indulge in this appreciation. Kim Dokja needs to kill Yu Jonghyuk. No, I didn't. Fortunately, there was no deadline for the scenario that secretive plotter gave me. I turned my head and saw Yu Jonghyuk curled up with a foolish expression as he waited for my orders. Sleep. Yu Jonghyuk understood my words and closed his eyes. Since the scenario started, Yu Jonghyuk had never slept properly. Maybe this was the first sleep for Yu Jonghyuk. It was the first sleep where he was freed from all his memories. Once Yu Jonghyuk was completely asleep, I turned on my smartphone. The phone desktop contained the text of ways of survival as usual. However, there was something different this time. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world.txt. What? Wasn't it the 3rd revision? I suddenly got goosebumps. Was it because I came back to the original round? Then it changed back to the original text, not the revised one. I opened the file with a confused mind. The file was the original ways of survival that I knew. Maybe this was better. It was important to obtain information about this round if I wanted to think properly about the future. I quickly moved the screen to the 1863rd round and read all the information thoroughly. I lost Lee Hyun-sung in the 54th scenario. I read the story, read it and read it again. In the 67th scenario, Lee Seilwa was killed. He lost more people. Lee Jae-hai died in the 78th scenario. The Yu Jonghyuk of this round was completely alone. In fact, it wasn't only this round. In all of Yu Jonghyuk's rounds, he had to leave alone. It was the same life even until the end. Poor guy. I didn't know the epilogue of Ways of Survival. The one thing I could be sure of was that Ways of Survival didn't have a happy ending. What if I didn't go back to the 3rd round? What if I stayed here and helped Yu Jonghyuk of the last round clear the scenario? The 4th wall says Kim Dokja that... I know. Yes. This was the trick hidden in Secretive Plotter's scheme. Perhaps Secretive Plotter expected this and gave me a scenario. It was why the scenario had no time limit. Kill Yu Jonghyuk here and return to the original world. Or see the conclusion of the scenario with Yu Jonghyuk here. This was the idea of the outer god. The laughable thing was that I was really shaken by the proposal. If I looked at the person here, I wouldn't see the ending I really wanted. But if I killed him here, the original Yu Jonghyuk would disappear forever. My head hurt as I thought about it. If I wanted to kill Yu Jonghyuk, I had to end Yu Jonghyuk's regressions. However, his sponsor didn't speak and I didn't know the identity. I didn't know if it was fortunate or not. I sighed and scrolled through ways of survival again. Then I felt a cold feeling down my spine. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is warning you. In the distance, the 2 flowers in the plastic bottles were shaking. It was a strong alarm. Was it an outer god? You've been hiding here, Yu Jonghyuk. The moment I reflexively tried to turn around, I felt an eerie prediction. If I turned around now, I would die. I clearly had this feeling. It was a degree of stealth that could fool my constellation senses. It was clearly an unquantifiable existence. The presence was nearby. What are you? Are you Yu Jonghyuk's companion? I got a sense of déjà vu from the voice. It was clearly a voice I knew. I turned my head slowly enough so that the enemy wouldn't feel threatened. Behind me was a woman with a familiar appearance. For a moment, my mind was awash with panic. How on earth? I hadn't thought about it. It was because this person was already dead in this round. Well, there is no need to know. They'll kill him anyway. The smiling Admiral Lee Jai-hai smiled as she pointed the double dragon swords towards me. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 289 Demon Kingslayer. 5. Destroy double dragon swords. At Lee Jai-hai's words, magic power exploded from the 2 swords. Something resembling a blue dragon flew forward to tear at my neck. The double dragon swords. The strongest swords on the Korean peninsula and the relic of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare shown. I looked at the trajectory of the kendo and used way of the wind and electrification. You became smaller? Where did this incarnation come from? Admiral Lee Jai-hai. She survived up to the 95th scenario and was one of the 100 most powerful people in ways of survival. However, this was a story for when she was alive. If I remembered, in the original novel, the Lee Jai-hai of the 1863rd round had died long ago. Then who was the Lee Jai-hai in front of my eyes? I flew at an altitude that the double dragon swords couldn't reach me and shouted, Lee Jai-hai, stop. I'm not an enemy. What, you know me? Indeed, I am a bit famous. She muttered shameless words and took a pose. I knew what this technique was. Instant kill. A great skill in ways of survival and a fearsome skill that killed any opponent with one blow. Do you really think I can't cut a small bug like you? I faced Lee Jai-hai's eyes and got goosebumps. Then Lee Jai-hai disappeared in an instant. An invisible sword was aimed at my neck and I instinctively knew what would happen next. I cried out, Yu Jonghyuk. A shadow as big as a house covered my eyes and the strong sound of metal colliding was heard. Yu Jonghyuk blocked the sword by my side and Lee Jai-hai swung the double dragon swords at Yu Jonghyuk. There was a small scratch on the blade of the heaven-shaking sword. Instant kill was a powerful technique. If only the opponent wasn't Yu Jonghyuk. In the 1863rd round, Yu Jonghyuk was closer to a killing machine than anyone else. His decision couldn't be reversed. Once he decided to kill someone, he would kill them. Yu Jonghyuk broke through the threshold of transcendence and swung his sword. Lee Jai-hai was pushed by the power gap and crashed to the ground. Yu Jonghyuk, who held the upper hand, fell towards Lee Jai-hai. Yu Jonghyuk, stop! I shouted as there was a loud roar from the ground. I saw Lee Jai-hai falling in the dust and Yu Jonghyuk aiming at her. Yu Jonghyuk didn't stop at my words. Sparks of probability were around him. The regression depression was releasing. Happy memories. Happy memories. Yu Jonghyuk paused. Don't kill her. You can't kill her. I didn't know why this Lee Jai-hai was alive. However, there was one thing I knew. At the very least, Yu Jonghyuk shouldn't kill her. Lee Jai-hai rose from the dust and shouted, What are you doing? Come on, Supreme King. This time I will kill you. It seemed this wasn't the first time Lee Jai-hai and Yu Jonghyuk had clashed. I couldn't understand no matter how I thought about it. It was strange that the dead Lee Jai-hai had survived, let alone become enemies with Yu Jonghyuk. Wait, Lee Jai-hai, stop this. We have no intention of fighting. Lee Jai-hai didn't stop. Yu Jonghyuk's movements had become passive because of my order. Lee Jai-hai's blade cut the skin and blood flowed from Yu Jonghyuk. In the regression depression state, he couldn't take effective defense measures. However, if I gave an attack order then he would rush at Lee Jai-hai like before. Shit. I was still maintaining electrification, so I climbed onto Yu Jonghyuk's shoulder and shouted at Lee Jai-hai. Stop it, you brat. Yu Jonghyuk is your master. Master? What is this bullshit? I've never had this monster as a master. Lee Jai-hai's eyes shone fiercely. My master is a much more wonderful person. A 5-colored aura flowed from Lee Jai-hai's blade. I reflexively activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. No matter what the attack, it was easy to avoid if the direction was known. The skill activation is cancelled due to a lack of understanding about the person. Even if my understanding with Yu Zhonghyuk was low, something was strange. Li Jihai wasn't such a complicated human being. At the very least, the Li Jihai that I knew. The character Li Jihai has activated the stigma song of the sword LV. 10. Was she going to do this? Then I had an idea. I strongly gripped unbroken faith and invoked a stigma. The stigma song of the sword LV. 5 has been used. Li Jihai's expression was shocked as she confirmed the 5 colors rising from my blade. She hadn't seemed to notice yet. In any case, this stigma relied on chance. Let's see who was luckier. Li Jihai was the first player. Strings floated in the air and the writing of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare flowed. The 10th day. Clear skies. After eating breakfast, I went to work in Donghun. TL. Central building where government affairs of the local area were performed. Bingo. I could see Li Jihai's expression distorting. Song of the Sword was a skill developed based on the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's diary. If there was no luck, then an effect wouldn't be triggered. Then it was my turn. The 28th day. Clear skies. I fired 10 rounds of 5 with the bow. In 5 rounds, I hit all targets. In 2 rounds, I hit 4 targets, and in 3 rounds, I hit 3 targets. A fire bolt poured out from my blade. Li Jihai's eyes widened and she stepped back. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at you with astonishment. Li Jihai put out the fire burning her collar and screamed. Who are you? How are you using my sponsor's stigma? Let's have a conversation. I will cut off your limbs and then you will answer straight. Perhaps my attack had irritated her, but Li Jihai's expression became a bit serious. I don't know what sponsor you have, but they will receive a big injury. Li Jihai pulled out a new sword. Surprisingly, it was an item that I also knew. The 4-in demonic beheading sword. In all the rounds that I had read about, there was no memory of Li Jihai holding the 4-in demonic beheading sword. The Big Dipper. Give me strength. At Li Jihai's cry, several stars shone in the sky. The Big Dipper originally consisted of 7 constellations. However, this was the latter scenario and only 4 stars shone because some had died. Dazzling light poured from the 4-in demonic beheading sword as it evolved into a star relic. It was obvious what Li Jihai was going to do. The 4-in demonic beheading sword had the terrible power to break the link between sponsor and incarnation for a short time. By the way, Li Jihai's expression towards me was strange. There are no links? Of course. I was now one with my incarnation body. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at incarnation Li Jihai. The astonished Li Jihai took 1 step back. Then it was my turn. I pulled out the same sword that Li Jihai was holding. How on earth? I leapt from Yu Zhonghyuk's shoulders and held onto the 4-in demonic beheading sword that let out a dazzling brilliance. The moment that the careless Li Jihai's eyes widened, the trajectory of Way of the Wind moved over her head. There were explosive sparks and Li Jihai shrieked with pain. Back. The star of the Maritime War God defending her flickered. I backed away. The constellation Maritime War God is angry at you. I understood. I had been planning to break the Maritime War God's link to Li Jihai in order to neutralize Li Jihai. But it failed. Li Jihai's eyes turned white. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare of the 95th scenario was about to descend in front of my eyes. I hurriedly checked the water in the surrounding area. Everything was over if the ghost fleet was summoned here. The tributary of Chongyechin was rising in the air. TL note. A stream. There were sparks as the illusions of the ghost fleet started to appear one by one. Damn it. I reflexively looked at the plastic bottles behind me. To be precise, it was at the flowers plugged in. Should I borrow the Archangel's power? Would they lend their strength? The Li Jihai in front of me wasn't evil. Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Please stop. Then a serious man's voice was heard. A bear-like man's hand pointed at Li Jihai's shoulder. The constellation Maritime War God is furious. The constellation Master of Steel is sending out a cold gaze. It was a battle between constellations. It was the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare who stepped down first. The ghost fleet's illusions disappeared and Li Jihai collapsed on the ground. Then a man emerged from behind Li Jihai. You were here as well. I stared blankly at the man. I didn't know how many times I would be surprised today. What are you doing, Hyunsung Ajusi? He is on Yu Zhonghyuk's side. That hasn't been figured out yet. The 25th or the 95th scenario. The 3rd round or the 1863rd round. Li Hyunsung was the Li Hyunsung I knew. I barely managed to hold back a few tears. I am Li Hyunsung. Can I ask for your name? I am Kim Dokja. Li Hyunsung seemed to have suffered a lot and I could see a thick scar on his forehead. There were countless scars on his tight steel-like muscles. I tried to calm my confused mind. Like Li Jihai, Li Hyunsung was a person who couldn't be alive right now. In the 1863rd round, Yu Jong-hyuk lost all his companions. Lee Hyun-sung said, "Doc Jassy, we have no intention of being hostile to you. We just need Yu Jong-hyuk over there." It was a nice smile, but I could read the calm behind it without much difficulty. This Lee Hyun-sung had made it through 94 scenarios. If I threatened him even a little bit, Lee Hyun-sung would try to remove me in a more thorough and effective way than Lee Jae-hai. I inquired in a calm tone, "Why do you need Yu Jong-hyuk? He has the key to clearing this scenario." I knew what the 95th scenario was and could see that Lee Hyun-sung's words were true. By the way, that wasn't the only thing I was curious about. How many people are in your group? Huh? If you have reached the 95th scenario, then you must have a group. My group is Jae-hai. If you lie to me one more time, I won't trust your words in the future. Lee Hyun-sung's expression hardened. I continued speaking, "Are you the leader? Is it Lee Hyun-sung-si?" Lee Hyun-sung's eyes were shaking. Indeed, he was a man who wasn't good at hiding his emotions, no matter how much time passed. The blurred eyes gave me confidence. Lee Hyun-sung and Lee Jae-hai were in the same group, but they weren't the leader. This 1863rd round wasn't the 1863rd round I knew. My head calmed down because a definite hypothesis was in it. In hindsight, many things could be understood. My understanding of Yu Jong-hyuk was strangely low. The reason why Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung survived when they should be dead. There was someone else besides me. Someone who wasn't in the original novel was active in this round. If you want Yu Jong-hyuk, please guide me to your leader. Lee Hyun-sung shook his head. It is difficult. I don't know what you and Yu Jong-hyuk intend. You don't have to be so vigilant. As you can see, I'm weak and the current Yu Jong-hyuk is safe. He listens to my words pretty well. What a piece of shit. How can that bastard listen to anyone? Lee Jae-hai had a pretty good understanding of Yu Jong-hyuk. Lee Hyun-sung was also full of disbelief. "Kim Dok-jassy, are you Yu Jong-hyuk's companion?" "Companion. That's right. I don't believe it. I know that Yu Jong-hyuk has no companions. He'll show you the evidence." "Yu Jong-hyuk." Yu Jong-hyuk looked at me. "Pick up your sword." Yu Jong-hyuk picked up the heaven-shaking sword. Lee Jae-hai cried out, "Only that much. Yu Jong-hyuk, come here." As Yu Jong-hyuk approached, the terrified Lee Jae-hai hid behind Lee Hyun-sung. "Hyun-sung Ajusi, be careful. He's going to attack." "Yu Jong-hyuk, sit down." Yu Jong-hyuk sat down. Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung's mouths were wide open. It was truly amazing. The Yu Jong-hyuk they knew would never do something like this. I felt a bit sorry for him, but it should be fine since I was beaten up a lot yesterday. Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung looked like they were watching a circus, and I smiled at them. "What else do you want to try? Should I feed him dirt?" They glanced at each other after hearing my words. Lee Jae-hai waved her hands and Lee Hyun-sung gave a deep sigh. "Follow me." Their base wasn't far away. However, due to the unnamed things that appeared along the way, it took longer than I thought. It took around 2 hours as we wandered around the ruins avoiding the monsters. In the distance, a building that seemed to be their stronghold appeared. "This is the place." There, I met a person wearing the same coat as me. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 290 Demon Kingslayer 6. "Hey, Lee Jae-hai." A man waved towards us while speaking in a typical gangster tone. The white coat hanging from his shoulder was unmistakably the Infinite Dimension space coat. Thus, it was the same coat as mine. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is frowning. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is showing displeasure. The flowers were shaking in my coat's inner pocket. This guy was the leader? The surging shock made me momentarily dizzy. I reflexively looked back at Yu Jong-hyuk, but I couldn't share my shock with Yu Jong-hyuk, who had become a fool. I looked back at the man again. He had a bandage wrapped around one hand, and he was half leaning against a door as he laughed while pushing back white hair. Kim Dok-ja is an eye diet. No matter how I thought about it, he couldn't be the leader. In the first place, this coat was something that could be easily obtained by the 95th scenario. Lee Jae-hai frowned. "Kim Namwon. Yes. I told you to pretend not to know me. Now get lost. I have to go in." Kim Namwon faltered in front of Lee Jae-hai's words. Lee Jae-hai glared at Kim Namwon like he was pathetic. "In addition, don't steal Master's coat. He'll kill you. Don't you want to wear it once?" Lee Jae-hai slammed open the door and entered the building. As if overwhelmed by Lee Jae-hai, Kim Namwon's gaze followed after Lee Jae-hai's back. Come to think of it, their relationship was exactly the same as it was in the original novel. There were many new things that emerged in my mind. Lee Jae-hai, Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Namwon. Curiosity and an unknown fear coiled deep in my heart. What happened in this round? As I was distracted for a moment, Kim Namwon looked at me. "Who are you? That coat looks like mine?" The character Kim Namwon is showing vigilance towards you. I remembered the first time I met him. Kim Namwon's head was blown up on the subway. If Kim Namwon was still alive, would it have felt like this? Hey soldier, who is this person? Fuck, it is Yu Jonghyuk. Kim Namwon discovered Yu Jonghyuk behind me and quickly stepped back. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is baring his teeth. Delusional demon Kim Namwon. In this turn, the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon had picked his original incarnation. Yu Jonghyuk raised his head at the hostility directed towards him, and Kim Namwon flinched. You are still cool. Did you come to fight, Yu Jonghyuk? Kim Namwon's hands were trembling, and I couldn't tell if he was excited or afraid. Maybe it was both. It was Lee Hyun-sung who blocked the atmosphere from becoming worse. Namwon, these people didn't come to fight. What? Then why did they come? I stepped inside the building without listening to their conversation. Wait a minute. Kim Dokjasi. Lee Hyun-sung's voice was heard behind me, but my desire to check the interior of the building was greater. If my idea was correct, this building was the very building that Yu Jonghyuk envisioned in the early rounds. I entered and a spacious room appeared. It was the size of a warehouse of a large company. From a large door next to me, a bed carrying a patient rushed in. There was one emergency patient. Don't play around and move the patient over here. I quickly pushed the bed over. There were people in white coats gathered. A story pack. Bring a story pack. This patient is allergic to animal-related stories. They were all trained in medical skills. The one leading them was a woman wearing small rimless glasses. A woman looked at the patient's pierced stomach and thighs and asked me about the details of the patient. Where did this patient get hurt? I stared quietly at her. A woman who was called Poisoner or Righteous depending on the rounds. She was Yu Jonghyuk's lover in some rounds and enemies in others. I wore a white coat and was mistaken to be a doctor. I looked at the patient's details and answered, perhaps he was hit by an unnamed thing. It seems that the tentacles contaminated the wound. Indeed, Lee Sealwa slowly blinked at me. The character Lee Sealwa has received a strange feeling from you. Who are you? Who should I say? No, she wouldn't know no matter what I said. Hey Ajusi, what are you doing? Come along quickly. Bring Yu Jonghyuk with you. I left the bemused Lee Jae-hai and walked up the stairs with Yu Jonghyuk towards Lee Jae-hai. The inner walls of the building were made of a transparent material, so the structure of the whole building came into view as I climbed up. Patients were constantly pouring into the emergency room on the first floor. They were incarnations injured by confronting outer gods or constellations. It wasn't strange. Such tragedies had become commonplace in the 95th scenario. I remembered the 95th scenario of the 1863rd round. I turned my attention outside the building and saw the ruined scenery of Seoul. There were nebulae emitting smoke and sleeping outer gods. Above them were dark crystals covering the sky. Apocalypse Dragon Sealing Ball. This seal was the core and goal of the 95th scenario. Gather 5 scattered keys and release the Apocalypse Dragon. Once the Apocalypse Dragon was released, destruction would come to the planet and those who completed the scenario would automatically go to the next scenario. However, this 1863rd round was different from the 1863rd round I knew. A first-grade monster has appeared on the riverside. Radio waves were spreading through the building. As we climbed the stairs, I could see the scene in the Situation Room that had bright panels shining. I strongly recommend that you withdraw the forces dispatched to Seocho. The Archangel of Fire has appeared. We have found the Holy Sword Ascalon in Nowon. We are currently engaged with dozens of unnamed things. Please send support. Numerous messages came and went and one person was managing everything. He had curly hair. A boy wearing a headset with dark circles under his eyes. No, he wasn't a boy anymore. I looked at him with a strange feeling. Hermit King of Shadows, Han Dong-hoon. The child, who didn't become a king in the round I lived, sat in a place where his talent could shine. White light emerged from Han Dong-hoon's fingertips and his completed the calculations quickly. Min Juwansi and her Warang and Methreya Cha Sankyung will be in charge of the Nowon area. The incarnations of Olympus must be hit first before they attack. You must secure the Holy Sword Ascalon. Hurry. Familiar names were heard in the messages. Min Jaiwin and Cha Sankyung. Those who had the Lady of the Brocade Sleep and One-Eyed Methreya as their constellations survived to the 95th scenario. Why are you looking like that? Lee Jae-hai watched me from the side and poked me. I hesitated to answer before telling her honestly. It is more amazing than I thought. Lee Jae-hai was surprised by my answer and hesitated for a moment. Well, my master is really great. It is all thanks to master. That person did it alone. Lee Jae-hai, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Sealwa, Min Jaiwin, Cha Sankyung, Han Dong-hoon, in addition, Kim Namwon. All the people who should have died in the original 1863rd round were alive. Furthermore, their level of their armed forces was high and the size of their force was formidable. In a sense, it was better than the third round that I lived. No, it was the level I had always hoped for. My head throbbed. Someone I didn't know had changed the history of the 1863rd round. The tragedy that should have happened didn't happen and humanity was fighting. Yu Jong-hyuk hadn't lost any colleagues yet. Maybe I didn't have to go back to the third round. I could see the proper ending here. Lee Jae-hai told me we will go to the end of the scenario with Master. The moment I heard this, an eerie and cold sensation filled my chest. Clearly, there was everything present in this landscape. Apart from one thing. I turned around and saw Yu Jong-hyuk standing with a blank expression. I couldn't tell whether or not Yu Jong-hyuk was looking at this scenery. I didn't know if he was grieving or rejoicing. All I could know was about myself. Why do you hate Yu Jong-hyuk? It is because he is a bad guy. Why is he a bad guy? Are you really asking because you don't know? I don't know. That person won't hesitate to kill for his own goals. It was true. I asked, is that all? Do you need another reason? That's right. Maybe this reason alone was sufficient. However, Kim Dokcha thought, you don't know why Yu Jong-hyuk did those things. I took a deep breath. This wasn't Lee Jae-hai's fault. No one had done anything wrong. Rather, everyone was doing so well that perhaps it made me angry. Who is the master you are talking about? Go to the top floor of the building. Take the elevator over there. I nodded and moved to the elevator. Yu Jong-hyuk followed behind me, and Lee Jae-hai pulled out her sword. Leave Yu Jong-hyuk here. It was as expected. I alternated looking between Yu Jong-hyuk and Lee Jae-hai. I heard a dinging sound as the elevator arrived. I approached Yu Jong-hyuk before boarding the elevator. Yu Jong-hyuk, think happy thoughts and wait. Do you understand? Yu Jong-hyuk nodded. However, if someone tries to harm you, remember the memories of the most unfortunate days. What are you doing now? Lee Jae-hai felt a strange nuance from my words. I ignored her and got on the elevator. Hey, answer me. What did you mean by what you said to Yu Jong-hyuk? I knew how important this place was to Lee Jae-hai. Naturally, someone's precious thing was a weakness. If you're curious, then try touching him. Although I wouldn't if I was you. The door of the elevator closed. 3, 4, 5. Gravity increased as the number of floors of the building changed. The numbers changed while my brain moved faster than ever. Who was it? There were a few potential candidates. Those who could read information of the future and change the future. Anna Croft and some constellations of a certain nebula. However, none of them could do something like this. No matter how good they were still part of the original novel. It wasn't possible to make a change to the original events with their power alone. 9, 10, 11. Then there was only one answer. Besides me, there was another being outside the original. Still, there were some weird points. Even if it was an existence outside the original, there was no reason they could progress so perfectly to the 95th scenario. In a way, it resembled me. At this moment, I got goosebumps. Don't tell me? There were the Yu Jong-hyuks in other rounds. So, what about me? Ding. I shook my head the moment the elevator made a sound. According to the revised version of Ways of Survival, I didn't exist in Yu Jong-hyuk's other rounds. After a few more rounds, there was no me. If there was, the revision itself would be different. Thus, the existence likely wasn't me. The one thing that bothered me was secretive plotter. Actually, there was another person beside you who made a covenant. The door opened. Then a room reminiscent of a hotel suite appeared. It was a dim room where the fire was extinguished. There was a soft carpeted floor. I saw a figure sitting on the chair. You are the one Lee Hyun-sung mentioned. Along with the voice, a silver light lit up the room. The first thing I saw in my dim vision was the sword on the table. The sword boasted a pure white luster. I knew this sword well. It was because it was my unbroken faith. As I looked at the sword, the person sitting on the chair spoke. It is a good sword. As the name implies, it doesn't break. I know. I'm using it too. Really? The person sitting on the chair was covered in a black half-mask. I stared at the eyes visible beyond the half-mask. It had changed by the winds of the scenario, but there was no doubt. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Originally, it was a skill that shouldn't work. I used it a few times and I knew it well. Then why did I try it again? There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to character summary list. Maybe it was because I hoped it wouldn't work. I looked at the information in front of me and felt somewhat heavy. Maybe she didn't know. What terrible loneliness did I feel right now? Okay, where did you come from? I've never heard the name Kim Dokcha. I should have noticed it from the beginning. She was the only person who knew the existence of Ways of Survival apart from me. She was the only one who could have done this in the first place. But how? It was pointless to ask. There was a part one needed to know from now on. However, there was one thing I could know. This wasn't the one from the third round that I knew. I looked at the woman with a bob cut and asked, "Are you Han Soo-young's avatar?" TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 291 Happy Memories. 1. One day in the past, Han Suyong had said, "The first time I tried creating a clone using Avatar, I gave away too many of my memories and it went out of control." How interesting. Where did you hear that? The character Han Suyong is curious about you. Your understanding of the character Han Suyong has increased. Han Suyong's clone was looking at me with interest. Her eyes were so vivid that I couldn't help doubting if she was really a clone for a moment. However, the real Han Suyong wouldn't be so composed. "I have familiar with your main body. She has a loose mouth. It is a childish provocation, but I will let it pass this time. Your idea is wrong. I'm not Han Suyong's clone, but the real Han Suyong." What? The shape of this smiling mouth was undoubtedly Han Suyong. "I have memories that she doesn't have." Memories? What memories? Unlike her, I am tight-lipped. I grasped the hilt of the sword at my waist. I heard that clones will live even if their heads are cut off. In any case, I hadn't come here to waste time. The unbroken faith in my hand cried out violently. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at Incarnation Han Suyong. The whole suite shook from the status I released. I heard loud noises from below, but Han Suyong wasn't nervous at all. "Demon King, you are bigger than I think." The next moment, I realized why she was composed. A net of probability spread over the entire room. The status that I emitted suddenly fell sharply. "This area is a non-aggression zone. You are prohibited from fighting in the area for the next hour." A non-aggression zone. Did you make a deal with the Dakibi? It is necessary for a person who can control Yu Jonghyuk. I decided not to think of her as a mere clone anymore. Maybe, as she said, this was the real Han Suyong. Then a system message was heard. "The character Han Suyong has triggered the Eyes of Truth." Eyes of Truth. It was the attributes detection skill comparable to Anna Croft's Great Demon's Eye. In this short time, Han Suyong tried to read my information. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall is activated. The fourth wall has completely broken down the Eyes of Truth. Sparks flew and Han Suyong hurriedly cancelled the skill. "You have a tremendous skill." Han Suyong wasn't greedy. She didn't try to break the fourth wall like Yu Jonghyuk and didn't panic like Anna Croft. This calmness wasn't the Han Suyong that I knew. Han Suyong laughed like it was fun. "You can cut off my head later. Shall we play a game? Do you know the divine 3 questions and answers?" It was the question and answer exchange I had once done with Ariadne of Olympus. "Don't you have questions you are curious about? Let's exchange them one by one." I didn't know what was going on. However, this was clearly a chance for me. I nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's make a rule instead. We are able to lie. Then what is the use of the 3 questions and answers exchange?" "It is interesting." Han Suyong's eyes moved in a smooth curve. It wasn't difficult to read what she was thinking. I smiled and replied, "Yes, okay." At my answer, messages popped up in the air. The divine 3 questions and answers has begun. Both sides will exchange 3 questions and answers. Both sides can refuse to answer 1 question. The conversation won't end until the questions and answers are fully exchanged. I will ask first. The first question ticket has been used. "Tell me about the contents of the Outer World contract you signed with Secretive Plotter." Han Suyong shook a bit at my first question. Your understanding of the character Han Suyong has increased. The key to this exchange was to create concrete questions that were difficult for the other person to avoid. I also had to make the most of the information that could be handed over. Han Suyong said to me, "You even know this? It isn't easy. Answer me. It means you have also made an outer world covenant." She was quick to notice, just like Han Suyong of the 3rd round. Han Suyong continued speaking. "I have signed an outer world contract with Secretive Plotter. If he hears what he wants, he will help me complete the world I wanted." The first answer has been received. It wasn't a very informative answer. The important thing was the authenticity of the answer. The exclusive skill Lie Detection LV6 is activated. The character Han Suyong has triggered Poker Face LV10. Poker Face has neutralized the effect of lie detection. As expected, she knew the skill. There was Poker Face among the skills that I saw on her character list. Thanks to this skill, it was impossible to find out the truth of the answer using lie detection. Of course, that didn't mean I had no solution. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Your understanding of this person is sufficient, and the second stage of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is activated. As soon as she became a character, I could read her thoughts just by asking questions. The next moment, I knew it. "I told you. Don't step on my feet. Why are you peeking at me?" I instantly heard hundreds of voices, and my heart felt like it was going to burst. I didn't have any time to express my astonishment and hurriedly canceled the skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been turned off. I looked at Han Suyong blankly, and she had a peculiar smile on her face. I did this just in case, and indeed, I thought there would be such a skill. What was that just now? Is that your second question? I reflexively closed my mouth. Han Suyong laughed. Well, I'll answer as a free service. It is an application of the avatar skill. I finally understood what was going on. Han Suyong split herself into hundreds by using avatar. I looked at Han Suyong's cheerful expression and felt my heart beating quickly. I had never met such an opponent before. Han Suyong spoke first. This time I will ask. Incarnation Han Suyong has used the first question ticket. Have you ever written a novel called Ways of Survival? Some questions implied information just by the question itself. I knew for sure what this person thought of me. Thus, I had to show off my skills here. That's right. I wrote it. The character Han Suyong has used lie detection LV 10. The exclusive skill Poker Face LV 5 is activated. I'm sorry, but I also had the Poker Face skill. Just before I came to this round, I bought a bunch of needed skills to the Dakibi bag. Poker Face has neutralized the effect of lie detection. Han Suyong's lips curved slightly at the message. You're really interesting. This person was also interesting. Is this really you, Jonghyuk? Lee Sealwa asked like it was unbelievable. Standing in front of her were Iron Blood Supreme King Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk stood upright and stared into space with blank eyes. People flocked around Yu Jonghyuk. It was Lee Jaihai who scolded them first. What are you all looking at? What's wrong with you when you've often seen him on the screen? It's amazing. This is the first time I've seen him standing still like this. How did you do it? Did you use poison? Even Han Dong-hoon sitting in the control room observed Yu Jonghyuk through the panel windows. Kim Namwon sneaked up beside Yu Jonghyuk and took a subtle pose. Click, click. Lee Jaihai frowned as she saw the scene. What are you doing? The surprised Kim Namwon's phone flew into the air. Then a hand stretched out from Kim Namwon's shadow and grabbed the smartphone in place of Kim Namwon. Hey, let's take a photo together. This opportunity isn't common. Hey, shouldn't you leave him alone? Why are you taking photos? Lee Jaihai grabbed his wrist and roared. Then there was the sound of a photo being taken. The photo showed the expressionless Yu Jonghyuk, the giggling Kim Namwon, and the angry Lee Jaihai. The soldier over there. Don't just stand there and move out of the way. We're taking photos. Lee Hyun-sung stood still in the distance and Lee Sealwa hit Kim Namwon's head. Didn't I tell you to use honorifics with Hyun-sung-si? I hate it. Stop nagging me. Click. By the way, is this guy really safe? Shall I stab him once? Don't do anything. The guy who climbed up said a strange trigger. If the worst happens, he will start a massacre. Click. Trigger? What trigger? I think he told Yu Jonghyuk to go on a rampage if he was harmed. Then what about this? Kim Namwon smiled and put a hand on Yu Jonghyuk's shoulder. Yu Jonghyuk didn't react. What? This is okay. Then what about this? People laughed as they surrounded the empty Yu Jonghyuk. There were some who were amazed and others who were happy. Click. Several photos were taken and Yu Jonghyuk's expression changed little by little. Faint emotions appeared in the depth of his hollow eyes. Maybe they were emotions that Yu Jonghyuk himself couldn't understand. His eyes seemed to become hot and his heart was stuffy. However, Yu Jonghyuk didn't have a proper consciousness and didn't know what this feeling was. What? I think he just moved. Did you see wrong? No. Really? All he knew were the words left behind by Kim Dokja. Imagine happy memories. Warning. Warning. The Archangel of Flames is approaching. A warning rang in the air and the people attached to Yu Jonghyuk were amazed. The first one who screamed was Kim Namwon. What? Fuck. Why is that crazy bitch here? This is bad. Be prepared. Hyun-sung, go up and let Master know. As the group scattered, Yu Jonghyuk stood in place. Some disturbed people hit him as they passed by. Imagine happy memories. In the urgent situation, Yu Jonghyuk stared at the huge panel screen in the air. The dazzling angel burning with red flames was moving. Every time the angel's burning sword moved, the ruined area was engulfed in flames. Yu Jonghyuk had a headache. In his empty mind, Yu Jonghyuk had seen the angel. Happy memories. Strangely, the memory was unfamiliar and amicable. It was like a thick wall was in the middle of this distant and cold memory. In his memory, she was a small doll. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is laughing. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is hoping you won't make any unnecessary sacrifices. It wasn't her memory. It was a record left on someone's wall and he just stole it. They were memories of a world that didn't exist for him. It was fiction. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is touched by your comradeship. Even so, Yu Jonghyuk didn't understand why he remembered this fiction so clearly. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is rubbing her cheek against you. The burning archangel was watching him on the screen. Yu Jonghyuk muttered like a child first learning to speak. Uriel. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 292 Happy Memories. 2. It had been approximately 20 minutes since the conversation with Han Soo-young started. I was able to deduce a few pieces of information through the 3 questions. 1. The Han Soo-young of the 1863rd round had contracted with secretive plotter through the Outer World Covenant. 2. Han Soo-young of the 1863rd round might not be the alter ego of the 3rd round person. 3. The Han Soo-young of the 1863rd round had more information and was a bit smarter than the 3rd one. I could combine them and deduce more information. For example, it was likely that this Han Soo-young came from the same 3rd round as me. She also obtained information about the future through methods I didn't know. I spoke to Han Soo-young. Thanks to you, I got some good information. Then all that's left is my last question. Do I have to answer? I know enough information about you now. Really? What do you know? Is that your 3rd question? No. Han Soo-young licked her lips and smiled at me. Kim Dokja of the 3rd round. How am I there? The moment I was about to say that her right to ask a question was over, a cold sensation filled me. How did she know that I came from the 3rd round? Oh, based on your expression, am right? I was taken. Don't lie. You knew when you said it. Haha, I didn't. My gaze collided with Han Soo-young in the air. Han Soo-young moistened her lower lip and asked, the 3rd round, do I have a screw missing? I took too many memories. You are doing well in your own way. Shouldn't you worry about yourself now? Are you covering for me? Then will you give me some information? You have read all the novel, so you can show me this much generosity? I don't know what you're talking about. I was really curious about what type of person would read all of that novel, but you are more than I expected. Kim Dokja. The 3rd round Han Soo-young was formidable, but this one really wasn't ordinary. I said that I'm the writer. Han Soo-young laughed. You're not the writer. You're too intelligent to write that novel. Although you are too stupid to deceive me. Only that reason. I also have a guess about what the author of Ways of Survival is. I almost asked her about the author. However, I couldn't reveal any loopholes in this place that might be a trap. I frowned and asked another question. If you thought I wasn't the writer, why ask the question in the first place? Let's see. Why did I? Han Soo-young smiled leisurely. It wasn't that hard to guess. Han Soo-young asked if I had written Ways of Survival. My answer admitted that I knew about Ways of Survival. Damn. I decided to stop talking and ask the most important question. I will ask the last question. The 3rd question ticket has been used. How did you survive up to the 95th scenario? You definitely couldn't have read Ways of Survival until the 95th scenario. Then a deafening noise occurred downstairs. Along with a beeping sound, Lee Hyun-sung hurriedly rushed up the emergency stairs into the suite and shouted, Captain, it is serious. At the same time that Lee Hyun-sung spoke, the 2 angels in my arms also sent indirect messages. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is shocked by something. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is warning you. Han Soo-young's eyes flashed. Your flowers? I ignored her and ran towards the outer window. I didn't know exactly what happened. However, if I was right, the shadow of a giant dragon flew outside the window. I wondered if someone had awakened the apocalypse dragon, but it wasn't possible. I gulped as I watched the giant dragon flapping its wings in the sky. Yes, why didn't I see it? Everyone, avoid it. I will do it alone. A woman in a white fur coat was leading the giant dragon. Beast Lord Shin Yu-sung. She was no longer a child and was guiding the party in the 95th scenario. The chimera dragon that had evolved beyond a 1st grade monster to special grade breathed out. However, the overflowing flames weren't extinguished by the breath. Rather, they blazed even more with the poisonous substance. I knew these flames. The flames were the hell flames that blazed at the bottom of Eden. I knew that the future had changed with Han Soo-young's intervention. However, this 1863rd turn was similar to the 1863rd turn I knew. For example, the name of the last remaining archangel in this fallen world. Uriel. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is furious. There was an explosive current and the outer window of the building was broken entirely. Shin Yu-sung's chimera dragon was falling. I leapt out the window and pierced through the wind. The helpless Shin Yu-sung fell into my arms. Shin Yu-sung looked up at me with surprise. Who? They'll stop the bleeding. I triggered the hit a pressure point skill and struck Shin Yu-sung's neck and arms. Then something waved inside me and a transparent string popped out from my fingertips. The 4th wall is making a playful expression. I noticed what he was trying to do, but the 4th wall is looking sullen. Che. I didn't want to tell the people of this world my story. It was strenuous and unfair. There was also nothing they could do to help me. I landed lightly on the ground and put Shin Yu-sung down. A little later, Lee Hyun-sung descended to the ground while carrying Han Soo-young on his shoulder. Shin Yu-sung staggered up and spoke towards Han Soo-young. Captain, I'm sorry. It's okay. Han Soo-young jumped from Lee Hyun-sung's shoulder and patted Shin Yu-sung. I felt very strange as I watched the scene. The existence that was originally supposed to be in that place was Yu Jong-hyuk. Coat. Han Soo-young held out a hand and Lee Jae-hai took the white coat from Kim Nam-won. Here it is, master. The white coat reduced its size to fit Han Soo-young's body. I didn't know if it was my feeling, but it looked cooler than my coat. Han Soo-young raised the collar of her coat and looked at Gwangwaman. The hell flames were burning in the dust cloud. The burnt constellations screamed helplessly. The remnants of the stars were turning to ask one by one. This was the field where the Archangel of Destruction, Uriel, descended. I watched the flames and asked Han Soo-young, "Do you know the reason why Uriel came here? What reason do you think?" "The destruction of Eden." "Your guess is right." The flowers in my pocket trembled at the conversation. "The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is asking what you mean. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is looking at you." Of course, they didn't know what happened to Eden in the 1863rd round. In fact, I didn't want them to know the truth. There were strange creatures coming from every corner of Gwangwaman where the white flames were burning. The unnamed things. The beings were attracted to Uriel's presence and flocked like moths towards the flames. I asked Han Soo-young, "Do you need help?" "Thank you for your help. The Archangel of Flames is difficult to deal with." Yu Jong-hyuk waited for my orders and stared at me. Han Soo-young continued speaking. "If this continues, someone can die." I bit my lips. This round wasn't my round. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't have any colleagues in this round. "Yu Jong-hyuk, stop Uriel." At my words, Yu Jong-hyuk moved. In fact, I hadn't wanted to do this. Uriel discovered Yu Jong-hyuk and shouted as she lost her temper. Ah, it was natural. One of the reasons why Eden was destroyed was right before her eyes. The furious Uriel unleashed a wave of hell flames and Yu Jong-hyuk's breaking the sky swordsmanship cut off the wave. The terrifying collision generated a tremendous shockwave in the sky. The third round, Yu Jong-hyuk and Uriel wouldn't have believed it if they saw the scene. I didn't want them to see it either. I wanted this scene to remain in my head. The vibrations from the flowers in my pocket were becoming worse. The impatient Gabriel couldn't bear it and spoke in her true voice. "Why is Uriel attacking him? You know something, right?" I nodded. "Tell me quickly. Otherwise, what good is it to say it?" There was nothing that could be changed. No, maybe it shouldn't be changed. This fight was caused by the events of the 1863rd turn. Uriel's fury was justified and Yu Jong-hyuk had to endure the fury. I watched with clenched fists. Han Soo-young spoke in an admiring voice by my side. "You really can control Yu Jong-hyuk." I honestly didn't believe it. "Can you stop the rest?" "No problem. I'll give you a reward." Han Soo-young continued speaking. "Didn't you ask me earlier why I could survive to this scenario?" The character Han Soo-young is talking about the story anticipation plagiarism. This is the answer. A white light emerged from Han Soo-young's body. Her eyes shone brightly as she read the patterns of the incoming monsters. Future sight? There was no doubt. I didn't know the principles, but it was unmistakable, an ability like future sight. It was an ability that wasn't in the original novel. There is nothing new under the sun. Everything that is written is a modification of what has already been written. Han Soo-young's story started flowing out in its entirety. She smashed unbroken faith towards the necks of the approaching monsters and laughed. "I'm a first-rate writer. In addition, Ways of Survival is a collection of cliches at best. Do you think it's hard to predict the development? In the end, it's just a repetition of patterns." Han Soo-young skillfully read the patterns and hunted the monsters. I watched the scene for a while and said, "Did you survive because of that?" I had to admit that it was an excellent ability. Ways of Survival is a story full of complicated settings. Even if you are a writer, there are things you can do and things you can't do. Yes, you are right. The next moment, a white light rose from Han Soo-young's body and countless clones rushed out. 10, 20, 30, in an instant there were 100 clones holding unbroken faith. If there was only one of me. Han Soo-young swung the sword in her hand and hundreds of Han Soo-youngs jumped into the battlefield at the same time. They weren't afraid of death and carefully attacked the unnamed things. Han Soo-young continued to split apart. However, what if it becomes 2 or 3? The things that one person could do were different from what 100 people could do. The things that 100 people could do were different from what 1,000 people could do. Do you know? Things that will take one person a lifetime to do can be done by 10,000 people in 2 days. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Many voices pushed towards me at once, enough to overload me. The voices soon produced a single image. I realized it was the landscape of Han Soo-young's mind. Numerous Han Soo-youngs were meeting there to conceive the world. This is wrong. The next development is like this. I'm sure hell emerge. No, this is right. Archangel Uriel. Let's do a majority vote. Simulations of the world were drawn by Han Soo-young. Perhaps Yu Jong-hyuk wasn't the only regressor. In someone's head, millions of worlds were born and broken. It was because a small mistake was made or because there was a very small defect. It was a scene where a story that pursued the extreme piled up. I fell into Han Soo-young's story. The life of this story was sad and beautiful. Some were agreeable developments. Some were developments I hadn't even thought about. I didn't want to admit it, but I had to. Some reproductions went beyond the original. It was an effort to create a perfect single development. This world was the result of Han Soo-young's plan. I raised my head and looked at Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk kept swinging his sword even when his skin was torn and blood splashed. It was Uriel fighting against such a Yu Jong-hyuk. No colleagues would die. No destruction would happen. A world where everyone could gather their strengths and reach the last scenario. Damn it, I had no choice but to agree. In order for this world to be completed, Yu Jong-hyuk. Han Soo-young stared at me. She seemed to understand what I was thinking. You know it by now. I don't need him in this world. The plagiarist, who dreamt of a world beyond the original, told me, I know how to kill Yu Jong-hyuk. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 293 Happy Memories. 3. I know how to kill Yu Jong-hyuk. Those were Han Soo-young's words. I hesitated for a moment before opening my mouth. You don't have to do something like that. Perfect story isn't the best story. From afar, there was a deafening roar from the collision between Yu Jong-hyuk and Uriel. The light that emanated from the sky filled Han Soo-young's white eyes. Yu Jong-hyuk has to die in this scenario. That way, the world I am hoping for will be finished. What world are you hoping for? Didn't you look into my head? Yet you're still saying this? My voice was buried by another roar. It was a meaningless question in the first place. As Han Soo-young mentioned, I got a glimpse of the world she dreamt of. It was a utopia without any gaps. It was an answer that only a person who digested the original novel in a completely different way could present. I turned my head and watched the battle between Yu Jong-hyuk and Uriel. In the world that Han Soo-young dreamt of, the answer for this battle was as followed. The Archangel of Flames will die here. As if waiting, the party members gathered around Uriel and Yu Jong-hyuk's battlefield. Lee Jae-hai was preparing instant kill. Lee Hyun-sung charted up Great Mountain Smash. Kim Namwon was untying his bandage and seemed ready to call the abyssal black flame dragon. I grasped unbroken faith. Han Soo-young noticed my movements and glared at me. Wait, you. It was obviously Han Soo-young, not Yu Jong-hyuk, who made this world. But so what? The constellation Demon King of Salvation is opening his status. In the first place, this wasn't the story I wanted to read. The small horns that symbolized a demon king rose from my head. I wanted to embody the wings, but it wasn't possible with the imperfect demon world spring. Han Soo-young was surprised but didn't stop me. Perhaps she thought it was impossible to stop the fight with my own strength. I knew it as well. By the way, now I wasn't alone. Gabriel, Jophiel. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is looking at you. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is looking at you. Please help me. The Archangel says that it will require more probability than before. It doesn't matter. The moment I gave permission, the status of the two angels entered me. I felt my skin tearing and something grew. The Archangel's status dwells within you. 6 wings grew from me, just like when I destroyed the constellations. The status of a demon king and an archangel are conflicting inside you. The stories that didn't mix screamed from inside me. An archangel status was added to the power of a demon king. The wavelength that was impossible with common sense swept through the battlefield. What, this status? It was natural to be shocked. Now Uriel was the only archangel to survive in this world. Yet the status that could be felt from me belonged to an archangel. The Demon King Black Mane Lion is watching you. The Demon King Devil of Lust and Fury is looking at you. TL. Slight change to Asmodeus modifier. It was surprising that the power of a Demon King and Archangel dwelt in one being. As far as I knew, there was only one existence in the world that could create this type of status in ways of survival. Demon. King. Uriel felt my presence and looked over here. The moment I opened my mouth, Gabriel, who descended inside me, struck first. Uriel. Stop. What is this? The majesty of the Archangel's true voice caused a light of reason to return to Uriel's eyes. Gabriel. Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Gabriel's true voice flowed through me. I looked at Uriel's cold eyes and belatedly realized the mistake. Look, these are the people you like. Yu Jong-hyuk and Kim Dokja. You are always talking about them. The moment Gabriel's incarnation approached Uriel, her lips opened. What are you talking about? The confused Gabriel stiffened. Uriel continued speaking. You are alive, Gabriel. You also groveled to a demon king. What are you saying? Uriel's enormous magic power flooded the Gwangwaman area. Hell Flame's ignition was running wild and turning it into hell. I was able to see Yu Jonghyuk's coat melting away from the high temperature. The unnamed things were swept away by the aftereffects and scattered into pieces of meat. I shouted, "Gabriel." The dazed Gabriel belatedly handed his strength to me. I will hear the explanation later. To be honest, I wasn't confident in explaining. They wouldn't be able to fathom what happened to Eden in the 1863rd round. Once the archangels of the third round knew the information, I didn't know what type of storm I would be swept up in or the psychologically damaged Gabriel would receive. Because Gabriel of the 1863rd round betrayed Eden. Yu Jonghyuk. The moment I called out, Yu Jonghyuk cut the flames using breaking the sky swordsmanship. I plunged into the flames. 3 petals from Gabriel and Jophiel scattered in the air. There was a huge charge and something rose inside me. I took advantage of the reaction from the colliding magic power to instantly approach Uriel. "I'm sorry, Uriel." I grabbed Uriel's head with both hands. The power of the white pure star energy and the status of the archangels and demon king struck Uriel's head. Uriel made a pained frown, but Uriel's momentum didn't decrease at all. Rather, her flames were encroaching towards me little by little. The high heat caused my wings and horns to melt slightly. I was the one who groaned first. This was the power of Eden's strongest combat angel. Uriel smiled brutally and called the hell flames to her hands. The hottest flames in the world. The moment that sharp blade of flames aimed at my heart. Jophiel. Huge sparks appeared at my fingertips and Uriel's body was surrounded by a circular restraint reminiscent of a halo. Uriel cried out with shock as the white constraints bound her. Uriel's status was reduced in an instant and the flames suddenly extinguished. Uriel was one of the most powerful archangels in Eden. No other angel could match her in fighting demons. However, what if the opponent was also an archangel? Archangel Jophiel. Unlike the other angels who focused on demon eradication, Jophiel had one more special ability. Confinement of good and evil. Uriel's skill that was used to hunt fallen angels exerted strength against Uriel. Uriel tried to escape, but the restraint tightened. Uriel struggled before finally giving up on rebelling and collapsed. The archangel trapped by the constraints would fall into a deep sleep for a week. I hugged the sleeping Uriel and moved out of the fire with Yu Jonghyuk. I emerged from the smoke and saw the party members looking this way. Someone stared with astonishment while others felt admiration. Someone else was staring at me with faint hostility. I watched Han Suyang. This is something that wasn't present in the world of your dreams. Uriel being dead or not has no impact on the big picture. You've seen it, so shouldn't you know? My visualization is perfect. Her white coat fluttered as Han Suyang walked towards me. She soon reached my nose and looked up at me. She glanced at the burned angel wings and broken demon horns and asked, "Kim Daksha, what world do you want? You have read the story to the end and there must be a world you want." I knew Han Suyang's words very well. What is the world that I want? They were the very words that Yu Jonghyuk always used when recruiting new colleagues. I told Han Suyang, "I'm not your colleague. I need you to complete this story." Han Suyang continued while pointing to Yu Jonghyuk. "Don't you also need the completion of a new story?" It seemed that she knew why I came to this world. I examined the faces of the party members one by one. Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Jae-hai, Lee Sealwa, Shin Yu-sung, Kim Namwon. So far, there was no round where all of them had survived up to this point. However, what's new about this story? I was watching Yu Jonghyuk, the only person not selected by this world. He repeated thousands of rounds to save this world, but this time, he had to die for the world. Han Suyang's world was also a world where someone must die in the end. There were countless other worlds like that, not just Han Suyang's world. You have read part of the original, changed the development and placed the name of another person in the place of the protagonist. Some reproductions might surpass the original. However, they could never be the original. Do you know what they call such an act? I wanted to have a relaxed smile, but now I wasn't in the mood. Han Suyang stared at me with blazing eyes. "This isn't the round you were in. Don't talk nonsense." Han Suyang no longer listened to me and turned away. "They'll give you 3 days. You better decide by then. Help me or don't help me. That's all I want to hear." The party members followed Han Suyang and entered the building one by one. Lee Hyun-sung helped Lee Sealwa transport patients. Lee Jae-hai and Kim Namwon glanced at me before looking away. This wasn't my round. The people in my round were waiting for me and I could go back if I killed Yu Jonghyuk. I looked at Yu Jonghyuk. There were holes in his coat as Yu Jonghyuk stood there with foolish eyes. However, was that really all I had to do? Han Suyang was sweating when she opened her eyes in the darkness. There were faint sparks around her body. Her entire body was freezing cold. Han Suyang took a deep breath and rose from her spot. She turned on her smartphone and opened her novel file. SSSS grade infinite regressor. Yu Junhyun thought about it. "I'm afraid. Is it just up to here? These were the contents of the saved pages. Nevertheless, Han Soo-young read them. She read them again and again, as if the contents would be blown away if she didn't. How long did she read? The sparks around her started shrinking. She barely managed to sigh. If she had been a bit later, her existence itself would be swallowed up by the sparks. It wasn't the first time. It was the probability storm gnawing at my memories. It wasn't known if this was a side effect of the excessive use of Avatar or related to ways of survival. The star stream is watching incarnation Han Soo-young. Han Soo-young bit her lips and relaxed her body. Her shoulders and wrists hardened by the side effects were checked one by one. She could feel the eyes of countless constellations on her. Han Soo-young thought, look as much as you like. I didn't start this just to end here. After warming up, the coldness in her bones were gone. Han Soo-young put on a coat and glanced out the window. Kim Dokja and her party members could be seen. They were awkward on the first day, but after a few days they were chatting. It was strange. Those who had gone through 94 scenarios and were filled with distrust quickly opened their hearts to him. Kim Dokja, the variable that appeared at the end of this plan. Why did secretive plotter send another covenant at this point? Han Soo-young didn't know the answer. She just knew that she had to use Kim Dokja. Yu Jong-hyuk was standing blankly in a corner of the square. Han Soo-young watched for a while before jumping out the window. Han Soo-young landed beside Yu Jong-hyuk and opened her mouth. It has been 2 days. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer. Han Soo-young slowly watched Yu Jong-hyuk. His blank eyes seemed to hear nothing. Han Soo-young stared into his eyes and suddenly approached him. You really aren't conscious? Han Soo-young's hand grabbed Yu Jong-hyuk's chin. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't react. How funny. I can't believe this is happening. Did you forget that you promised to die? At this close distance, Yu Jong-hyuk's face was covered with scars. They were traces of a lonelier battle than any other round. Han Soo-young looked at such a Yu Jong-hyuk. She felt both sympathetic and angry. Han Soo-young removed her hand from Yu Jong-hyuk's chin and pulled out a cigarette. Smoke appeared as she lit it up. In the distance, the people surrounding Kim Dokja shouted at something he said. Han Soo-young blew out smoke. The world is unfair. Some people find it easy to get along with others using a few words, while some people egress so much and feel out of place. Didn't you write down some good memories for me? You could have done enough. No, it's fine. There was no way you could do it. Han Soo-young stepped on the cigarette ash that fell. Don't blame me for killing you when you don't remember. I did everything you asked me to do. Han Soo-young walked towards her party members. Yu Jong-hyuk watched Han Soo-young moving away with empty eyes. A dim light was returning to Yu Jong-hyuk's blank eyes. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 294, Happy Memories. 4. 2 days had passed since I started staying at Han Soo-young's headquarters. In the meantime, I had to concentrate on a few things. One was to reveal exactly what Han Soo-young meant by the death of Yu Jong-hyuk. The second was to find out what Han Soo-young ultimately wanted to achieve through it. Either way, finding out wasn't easy. This wasn't the only problem. It is really destroyed? Are eaten. I looked at Gabriel, who was exuding a ferocious spirit. That's right. Didn't you hear anything about it from the third round Metatron? The scribe knows about the destruction of Eden. I nodded. If you go back, ask him yourself. Of course, that's if you can go back safely. The stems of Gabriel and Jophiel started to shake. I thought they were angry with me, but they seemed to be talking to each other. I pulled out the Uriel doll. She was caught by the confinement of good and evil and couldn't use her strength for the next 5 days. The fourth wall is looking at you. Maybe I could borrow the power of the fourth wall to give her memories of the third round. However, the idea that Uriel would be moved by my memories was just a fantasy. Maybe after seeing the memories, Uriel would say, so what? Kim Dokjasi, are you going to hunt with us? I looked up and saw Lee Hyun-sung standing there with steel gauntlets on. Is it okay if I go with you? Yes, well, there is no meaning in identifying a picked-up bullet. I smiled at Lee Hyun-sung's words. Whether it was the third round or the 1863rd round, the strange analogies were still there. I calculated how many times Lee Hyun-sung must be confined in the guardhouse so far. Your understanding of the character Lee Hyun-sung has increased. The character Lee Hyun-sung shows a weak liking towards you. I recalled the first scenario and suddenly felt a bit distracted. I added a sentence to alleviate Lee Hyun-sung's wariness. Shouldn't you be more vigilant? I am Yu Jong-hyuk's companion. Captain didn't say anything and, as a matter of fact, I feel that Dokjasi isn't a bad person. I guess this is the intuition I gained after 94 scenarios. Throughout the novel, Lee Hyun-sung's intuition was mostly off the mark. Whenever Lee Hyun-sung said this, I used to think that Yu Jong-hyuk would be stabbed in the back. Hey, you came? Let's take a look at your skills. Those who went out to hunt together were Kim Namwon and Lee Jae-hai. Lee Jae-hai was covered with a big gray hood and looked at me in a displeased manner. Come quickly. We're going to start. I followed the party members out of the headquarters. The purpose of this hunt was to clean up the unnamed things around the headquarters and collect the items. Of course, I knew the real reason why Han Suyang ordered this hunt. There are two ahead of you. One is a tentacled species and the other is a composite species. Han Donghun's message was heard and Li Jiahai pulled out her sword. She triggered instant kill to defeat all the tentacles, and then Kim Namwon burned the main body with his black flames. I felt it when I read the original, but the two of them were really well matched. There was a terrible scream as the monster turned to ashes and Kim Namwon approached Li Jiahai. Nice attack. Kim Namwon raised his right hand towards Li Jiahai with a cool face. Li Jiahai aimed her sword at Kim Namwon with cold eyes. The sword pierced past Kim Namwon's cheek and penetrated the tentacle that was wriggling around as the unnamed thing struggled with the flames. Li Jiahai moved towards the next prey. Kim Namwon chased after her. Hey, let's go together. Once Gil Young and Yu Sung grew up, would they be a duo like this? I might see such a scene if I went back. Doc Jassy? Ah yes, they'll take the other side. I hurriedly pulled out Unbroken Faith and activated Way of the Wind. Some flying tentacles penetrated during an unguarded moment. It was a bit tricky to deal with the unnamed things when I deliberately wasn't using electrification. Kukik, you're weak? Kim Namwon, who had the black flames in both hands, started to beat up the unnamed things with a careless smile. Watch and learn. Certainly, it was a great combat force. The present Kim Namwon was able to draw out half the power of the abyssal black flame dragon. I quietly cheered on Kim Namwon. You're great. It is coming again. Ha ha. Give it to me. Wow, no matter how good you are. Isn't it hard? What are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. Die. Hey, there's that one over there. Kim Namwon belatedly noticed something and his eyebrows twitched. Lee Hyun-sung standing nearby was smiling. In the distance, Li Jiahai caught a monster and clicked her tongue like he was pitiful. The moment Kim Namwon's expression distorted and he raised his fist towards me, I told him, Li Jiahai doesn't like pretentiousness. Kim Namwon's face turned as white as his hair. His eyes shook like an earthquake had occurred. In fact, the one who had the biggest reaction was Lee Hyun-sung, whose eyes widened. This guy passed through every round without noticing. Kim Namwon glanced between Li Jiahai and I before stammering. How do you know that? It would be strange if I didn't know. Dye your hair first and get rid of the bandages. Replace them with half gloves on both sides. After the hunt, don't say things like nice attack. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon hates you. It will be more helpful if you act like the guy behind me. Kim Namwon blinked as he looked at the person behind me. Yu Jong-hyuk was standing there blankly. His coat was crooked and he hadn't washed himself, but he couldn't hide his good looks. That person is evil. Still, he looks cool. Delusional demon Kim Namwon muttered. I answered with a smile. He isn't too bad. He has good parts. Ha, you must be talking about someone else. That reminds me, how did you end up as Yu Jong-hyuk's companion? Kim Namwon watched me suspiciously and Lee Hyun-sung spoke up. I heard that Doc Jassy is from another world. Maybe Han Suyang had talked about me. Kim Namwon looked surprised and pointed at me. Different worlds? Like parallel universes? It is similar. I admired the fact that Kim Namwon knew about parallel universes when he had no biology knowledge. Obviously, this round was different from the round I remembered. That's why I haven't seen you so far. So, why did you come here? You're excited. Unfortunately, I can't tell you. Sheesh. Then what am I doing in your world? Am I a leader? You're dead. Kim Namwon's face paled again. I'm joking. You're building a Gundam there. You are very happy. Gundam? Oh. Li Jiahai came back and hit the back of Kim Namwon's head. Why are you messing around? Pick up the items. I watched Kim Namwon hurriedly picking up items after Li Jiahai and thought, maybe I shouldn't have killed him in the first scenario. Kim Namwon, who was following Li Jiahai and picking up items, turned to me and whispered, excuse me, I have something to ask. What? Can you lend me that coat for a minute? What was I saying? I see you. Kim Namwon grumbled and started picking up the items again. Li Jiahai nagged him and Lee Hyun-sung chuckled. It was a peaceful sight. In the midst of this peace, I was strongly reminded of my world. There was no Jung Hee-won here, no Usanga or Lee Gil-young. Yes, Han Myung-go as well. Thus, I had to go back. Not long after, we collected all the items around us. I looked at the items I collected and smiled. There it was. One of the 5 swords that were the key to clear the 95th scenario. Perhaps Han Suyang knew that one of the swords was in the vicinity. However, I was surprised the moment I held the sword. Excuse me, Hyun Sung-si. Huh? Did Han Suyang tell you to collect the sword? Lee Hyun-sung glanced at the sword in my hand and replied, oh, that's right. We are looking for that sword. The 95th scenario was a scenario where 5 swords were the key. A scenario where the sealed Apocalypse Dragon was released through the key 5 swords. But this sword, A sense of discomfort passed through my head. I looked up at the sky and saw the apocalypse dragon's sealing ball heading this way. Sleeping inside the dark sphere was the worst ruined dragon in Ways of Survival. Originally, Yu Jong-hyuk was supposed to liberate the dragon and gain the giant story liberator of the apocalypse dragon, entering the final scenario. At this moment, Kim Daksha realized how to kill Yu Jong-hyuk. The hand holding the hilt trembled. In addition, Han Soo-young was thinking exactly the same thing as him. Throughout the day, Kim Daksha read Ways of Survival again and again. He read the pages he had already read and checked if there were any lines he missed. Kim Daksha seemed to find something. Or perhaps he didn't find it. He looked down at his smartphone, grabbed his head several times and even sighed. Noisy. Stop talking. Sometimes he scolded the fourth wall. In any case, Kim Daksha tried hard. It was an effort to change something, an effort that perhaps no one would understand. Soon a small resolution filled Kim Daksha's eyes. It wasn't a resolution that could accumulate in 1 or 2 days. It was a resolution that only a person who had read a story for a long time could have. With that resolution, Kim Daksha continuously read Ways of Survival. He read and read it again. How many times did he read? Kim Daksha's eyes, shining like stars, dimmed little by little. Kim Daksha fell into a shallow sleep. Yu Jong-hyuk stared at the scene with empty eyes. The back of the weary Kim Daksha. A snoring sound came out at regular intervals. There were very small sparks as Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes recovered. Killing intent filled the blank eyes, and this killing intent was aimed at precisely one person. Yu Jong-hyuk quietly moved the heaven-shaking sword. He didn't make a sound as he approached and aimed a sword at Kim Daksha's neck. Haha, do not do su ching. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned. The fourth wall caused sparks to fly, as if going to wake up Kim Daksha straight away. Yu Jong-hyuk sent a message to the illusionary wall using sound transmission. Don't wake him up. I will cut off his head straight away if you do. The sparks produced by the fourth wall rapidly reduced. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't remove the sword, and the fourth wall drew characters in the air. WH at DUYNT. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't say anything. It seemed like he was finding his words, or he didn't know what to say. At this time, the fourth wall let out bizarre laughter. Aha, I understand. Are you Rias? Yu Jong-hyuk still didn't answer, and the fourth wall laughed like it knew everything. The letters of the fourth wall started to increase. Gold letters soon filled the room. Yu Jong-hyuk stared at the letters drifting around him and reached out for one of them. The letters seemed to respond to his hand and started to speak. My name is Daksha. I usually introduced myself to people like this, and then the following misunderstanding would occur. It was the story of a world he had never experienced. The fourth wall giggled. Very in tea residential ting. Yu Jong-hyuk quietly listened to the story. This lasted until the night was deep, and then the faint light of dawn was seen. By the time the sleeping Kim Daksha woke up, Yu Jong-hyuk was leaning against the wall with blank eyes. I fell asleep, damn. Kim Daksha stood up with disheveled hair and picked up his smartphone and sword. He looked out the window and saw the troops of the headquarters that had already gathered. They were gathered to clear the 95th scenario. At the center of the party, Han Soo-young in the white coat was looking this way. Today was the day that Incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk would die. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 295. Reader and Writer 1. It was noon when the march began. It was an army containing 200 elite incarnations. As numerous constellations watched, Lee Hyun-sung raised a horn at the front of the army. The item battlefield horn is activated. The morale of the allies has increased significantly. The attack power of the allies has increased slightly. As expected of Han Soo-young, she had already prepared such consumables. Lee Hyun-sung blew the horn once again, and the incarnations cheered. Everyone seemed excited. Shin Yu-sung glanced at me and spoke politely. Thank you for saving me last time. Ah yes, it was nothing. Shin Yu-sung smiled at my words. She was raised to be kind and polite, unlike Kim Namwon. I glanced to the side and saw Han Soo-young making an unknown smile. I don't think Shin Yu-sung grew up like this because someone raised her. Yu-sung was originally a good kid. Kim Dakjasi is also participating in this scenario? Nope, I'm not qualified. Ah yes, I'm sorry. I heard that we can get a giant story if we clear this scenario. I didn't feel regret. It would be great if I could acquire Liberator of the Apocalypse Dragon here as the second giant story. However, this wasn't the direction I wanted. The giant story I wanted was in the third round. In the front, Lee Sealwa was wiping sweat from Lee Hyun-sung's forehead. Lee Hyun-sung smiled weakly. I'm nervous. I don't know if we can do it well. It's going to be fine. We've done a good job so far. I could hear Kim Namwon and Lee Jae-hai's voices behind me. Hey, Lee Jae-hai. What will you do at the end of this scenario? Well, it is clearing another scenario. How long will you only clear the scenario? Sometimes we need to have some fun. Come play with me after this scenario is finished. Kim Namwon was watching Lee Jae-hai's eyes while wearing the coat I lent him. As I told him, gloves were on both hands. His hair was still white and there were bandages wrapped around his arms. Then thunder struck in the sky. The armies of the nebulae participating in the scenario were approaching in the distance. They were nebulae I had already encountered and nebulae I hadn't met. Han Soo-young's companions were strong enough, but the number was inadequate to deal with all the enemies. Han Soo-young stepped towards Lee Hyun-sung and declared, "We have only one objective. It is to liberate the dragon sealed in the sphere." Her white coat fluttered as Han Soo-young kept speaking. "As you know, liberation, the apocalypse dragon will destroy the peninsula. However, as long as we have completed the clear conditions, we can move on to the next stage. Then no one on this earth will die." The determination of the incarnations solidified at Han Soo-young's declaration, and they shouted again. They chanted Han Soo-young's name. It was a somewhat familiar sight. All of this was once done by Yu Jong-hyuk. The 95th scenario, the second coming of the apocalypse dragon. This was a scenario to awaken the apocalypse dragon that was sealed at the time of Eden's fall. It was accomplished by collecting 5 swords scattered around the world and plugging them into the keyhole of the seal. In fact, Yu Jong-hyuk accomplished this scenario and gained the giant story. "Let's go to the next scenario." Han Soo-young shouted, and the incarnation army moved towards the sealed sphere. However, enemies could be seen running from the other side. "Take the sword. We must take the keys. Over there." Han Soo-young. They were the incarnations and constellations hiding all over the Korean peninsula. They wished to acquire the story by awakening the apocalypse dragon. "Stop them." The people beside me scattered and pulled out their weapons. Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Jae-hai and Shin Yu-sung ran while emitting magic power. "Ha ha ha ha. Come. Abyss Dragon." Kim Namwon was also jumping into the battlefield. His blackening reached the peak. The Kim Namwon of this world was different from the Kim Namwon I knew. Still, Kim Namwon tearing all the enemies approaching him was clearly the delusional demon I knew. I didn't know what terrible things he had done to reach this point. Then Han Soo-young pulled out several swords. The star relics gave off a brilliant light. They were the keys to be used to clear this scenario. For swords, they were still lacking one to complete the key. "Kim Dokja, give me your erendite." "You knew?" I smiled as I pulled out a sword. The Dragon Slayer Arondite. This was the key to ending this scenario. "Then send Yu Jong-hyuk to the seal." I stared at Han Soo-young after hearing her words. Han Soo-young was smiling. "Didn't I say I would kill him? Have you forgotten?" I didn't like the look in her eyes. At this moment, I realized something. "You killing Yu Jong-hyuk is the condition for your outer world covenant." Han Soo-young's eyes flashed. "Yes. That's why you're fixated on Yu Jong-hyuk? Quickly give me that sword." The cold texture of Arondite was felt. In fact, I knew what Han Soo-young was going to do. Holy Sword Ascalon. Thunder Sword Graham. Dragon Sword Ridil. Old Dragon Sword Nagling and the Dragon Slaying Sword Arondite. I called out the names of the swords and Han Soo-young's expression strangely stiffened. "There is one problem. One of the swords I just mentioned has a different character." "What are you doing now?" "You're fooling the people. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go to the next scenario." I continued speaking. "Don't pretend. You don't want to clear this scenario." Han Soo-young's eyes shook. Her eyes were filled with something close to madness. The 4 swords were shining white beside her. "Continue. You don't want to free the apocalypse dragon. It is actually the opposite. You are going to seal this earth with the apocalypse dragon." "Why do you think that?" I pointed to an object in Han Soo-young's hand. "You have Nagling. This sword is the only sword with a different attribute." The 5 swords that made up the 95th scenario were all related to dragon-slaying stories. Only one sword, the old dragon sword Nagling, was different. That sword is a failed dragon-slaying sword. If you use that sword as a key, the seal won't be released. It is actually the opposite. An improper key would strengthen the seal, not release it. The seal would realize it wasn't yet time for liberation and become a bigger and stronger barrier. It would soon cover the entire planet with a seal. The time here will stop and Earth will be sealed with the apocalypse dragon. It will remain forever fixed in the 95th scenario. I couldn't read the expression of Han Soo-young, who had bowed her head. I continued speaking. "This is how you will kill Yu Jong-hyuk." I looked back at Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk was watching me with blank eyes. As long as there was his sponsor, Yu Jong-hyuk wouldn't die. Once he died, he would return again and again. However, what if there was eternal sleep in the world? An eternal sleep with no dreams and no waking up. Such a thing was no different from death. You have decided to seal Yu Jong-hyuk forever in this turn. Yu Jong-hyuk would be trapped in the seal and fall into a sleep that no one could wake up from. He wouldn't regress or suffer anymore. He would fall asleep eternally and a new world line wouldn't be created. This was the death of Yu Jong-hyuk. It was the death of a regressor. I turned and saw Han Suyang smiling faintly. Better than expected. How did you know? I never showed you exactly what my next plan was. You didn't show me. I had seen Han Suyang's mind. I saw the world she dreamt and read the information she had shown. Obviously, almost everything was perfect. However, there was one crucial thing missing from the world. There were no signs of in your story. The end of all the scenarios. However, not everyone reached. Some stories ended without even going near. Thunder was heard from the sky to the west. Rain started to fall from the dark clouds. The voices of those shouting in the distance and the true voices of the constellations engaged in battle came out. Li Hyunsung, Li Silwa and Li Jaihai. They were all desperate. It was in order to survive. Survive and go to the next scenario. It was Han Suyang who brought them here. Is this the conclusion you came up with? Han Suyang was now trying to finish their story. That's right. This is the end of the world that I thought of. If it was going to end this way, why did you save everyone? Why stick to such a perfect development? Han Suyang didn't answer. You betrayed them. If Han Suyang's plan succeeded, all of them would never reach the end. They would fall asleep in the eternity of this 95th scenario. Han Suyang stared at the four swords floating around her with emotionless eyes. The end of the world isn't necessarily bound to. This will make Earth safer. Neither Yu Zhonghyuk or the other constellations will know how to unlock the reinforced seal of the Apocalypse Dragon. It is a deception. Some call it salvation. Then the companions who have trusted you so far. In any case, this isn't a world that I made. Tragically, I understood Han Suyang's mind. I wanted to return to the original world because this world wasn't my world. Is this the price of the Outer World Covenant that you received? In exchange for killing Yu Zhonghyuk, you will get the power to make your own world? A powerful air started flowing from Han Suyang's body. She intended not to waste any more time. Give me the sword, Kim Dokja. This is the best way for everyone. Yu Zhonghyuk wanted it. The plagiarist who wanted to go beyond the original probably knew. To go beyond the original, you had to get out of the original. This was impossible as long as she was a plagiarist. I laughed. I don't intend to kill Yu Zhonghyuk. What are you saying? Are you going to give up on the Outer World Covenant? Of course not. As soon as I finished talking, Han Suyang moved. Yu Zhonghyuk, block it. I called out and Yu Zhonghyuk stepped forward to block Han Suyang's swords. I put away the shining arondite and pulled out another sword. It was the 4-in demonic beheading sword, an item that cut off the links between a constellation and incarnation. I focused my attention on the sword as I stared at Yu Zhonghyuk. The star relic 4-in demonic beheading sword is opening up its power. Han Suyang's eyes widened as she confirmed the energy dwelling in the sword. Don't tell me you. Death had a variety of meanings in the star stream. For example, my fate in the past. It is useless Kim Dokja. That method. At that time, I died as Incarnation Kim Dokja but Constellation Kim Dokja lived. Then what about Yu Zhonghyuk? Gabriel, Jophiel. Please help me. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is looking at you. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is looking at you. I heard Han Suyang yelling but I didn't listen. My senses were concentrated on a single black thread rising above Yu Zhonghyuk's head. It was Yu Zhonghyuk's link that I could see using the 4-in demonic beheading sword. No one in Ways of Survival had ever tried this method. However, if I succeeded, if I could break this link for even a moment, I might be able to save Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk, keep your mind straight. Now Yu Zhonghyuk had a sufficient amount of stories to become a constellation. If the connection was temporarily disconnected and he got a new story from the scenario, he might be reborn as Constellation Yu Zhonghyuk. It meant he would die as an incarnation. This way, Yu Zhonghyuk might not regress even if he died. I might be able to go back to the third round without having to seal Yu Zhonghyuk. The power of a demon king and the archangel's power was imbued in the 4-in demonic beheading sword. The opponent was Yu Zhonghyuk's sponsor, whose identity was unknown. This much power would be needed to break the link. I swung the 4-in demonic beheading sword. One more time. Again and again, repeatedly striking. The huge shockwaves from the link swept away the surrounding constellations and incarnations. Han Suyang couldn't easily approach through the storm. How many times did I hit him? Finally, I heard a sound. It was the sound of the 4-in demonic beheading sword breaking in half. I looked at Yu Zhonghyuk's link that didn't have any scratches. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is feeling an unknown fear. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is astonished. At this moment, I felt the vast universe staring at me. I couldn't imagine the origin or fathom the enormity. The sponsor of Incarnation Yu Zhonghyuk is looking at you. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 296 Reader and Writer, 2. Along with the extreme dizziness, it felt like the entire history of my life had been destroyed. Yu Zhonghyuk's sponsor. I didn't know exactly who it was. Couldn't be described or explained. Could just see it. It was very powerful and pure. It was like the original circle of desire. A baby's laughter echoed in my ears, and by the time I came to my senses, half of the 4-in demonic beheading sword had fallen to the ground. Yu Zhonghyuk's link wasn't broken. I had failed. I turned my head and saw Han Suyang approaching me. Did you see it? Han Suyang was making a strange smile. At her waist, the 4-in demonic beheading sword was shaking just like mine. You already tried it? Of course. I tried it on a much larger scale than you. I borrowed the power of a nebula. Perhaps Hyung had confirmed the reality of the sponsor in a form more clearer than me. What the hell is it? Let's see. I don't know exactly. Still, don't you have a bit of a guess? I didn't answer. Han Suyang continued speaking. Now your last plan has failed. There is no other way. As I told you before, Yu Zhonghyuk agreed to this plan. Yu Zhonghyuk agreed? You can read thoughts. Haven't you tried reading that guy's thoughts? There was a clanging sound as Yu Zhonghyuk hit Han Suyang's sword. I watched Yu Zhonghyuk's back that was blocking the front of me. Obviously, I could use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 on him now. I hesitated for a moment before triggering the skill. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Your understanding of this person is sufficient, and the second stage of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is activated. Yu Zhonghyuk's thoughts were heard in my head. Most of the words floated in the air like dust because his consciousness was deeply sunken. One or two fell beside me like snow, and then there was a flood of heavy snow. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. I was currently looking at the inner self of a human who was repressed in the text of Ways of Survival. Han Suyang approached me as I stood there idly. Her hair grazed my chin as she reached into my coat and took out a rondite. Han Suyang laughed as she finally collected 5 swords and stepped away from me. Yu Zhonghyuk stood blankly. Once Han Suyang inserted all the swords, Yu Zhonghyuk would be trapped forever. Then he would get what he wanted. This was the ending of this world. At this time, I heard something in my ear. It was a very small voice. It was a very small voice among the countless voices. I placed the broken 4-in demonic beheading sword on my shoulder and ran towards the distant Han Suyang. Her coat was crumpled by the strong grip, and Han Suyang turned her head with a frown. You still want to come? I watched Yu Zhonghyuk. I heard it clearly. I was still listening. I want to live. It was very faint, but it was a voice. He was clearly speaking. Han Suyang threw off my hand in an irritated manner. Forget saying any good things. Yu Zhonghyuk has to die in order to achieve what you and I want. You don't know what I want. I grasped unbroken faith. The blade cried out, and Han Suyang stepped away from me with a hardened face. What the hell are you trying to do? There is no other way for you. That's right. There was no way. The Outer World Covenant meant I had no way to save Yu Zhonghyuk. There was no such thing in Ways of Survival that I read all night. There is a way. However, there was another way. Yu Zhonghyuk. At my shout, Yu Zhonghyuk ran like a lightning bolt and dealt a blow to Han Suyang. In this short gap, Yu Zhonghyuk was able to take 4 swords from Han Suyang. Holy Sword Ascalon, Thunder Sword Graham, Dragon Sword Ridil, the Dragon Slayer Arondite. They were all swords with dragon-killing stories. They were the key swords in this scenario. Now Yu Zhonghyuk, free the Apocalypse Dragon. What is this nonsense? The angry Han Suyang rushed towards Yu Zhonghyuk. I bumped into Han Suyang's body and rolled with her. Han Suyang kicked me while shouting. There are only 4 swords. You will never clear the scenario. No, there is one more sword. I pulled out a sword. The grass-cutting sword. It was a sword obtained from Yamada no Orochi in Peaceland. I used the grass-cutting sword to kill the shadow of Yamada no Orochi, and it inherited the story of slaying a dragon. Take it, Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk received the sword that was fired with Way of the Wind. Finally, all 5 dragon-slaying swords were gathered. Han Suyang shouted, "You crazy bastard." There was a conflict between the status that Han Suyang and I emitted. I activated electrification while pouring the blue-white energy towards Han Suyang. Han Suyang was pushed by the magic power and exclaimed, "Everyone, stop Yu Zhonghyuk." Han Suyang's shout caused the eyes of the scattered party members to concentrate on Yu Zhonghyuk at the same time. I'll catch him. Kim Namwon discovered Yu Zhonghyuk first and flew. Damn, I knew you were going to betray. Lee Jaihai and Lee Hyunsung belatedly came out. 3 of the 100 most powerful people in Ways of Survival ran towards Yu Zhonghyuk at once. Han Suyang emitted a formidable aura and screamed at me. Do you know what you're doing now? If this scenario is cleared. Han Suyang's following words weren't heard. I watched Yu Zhonghyuk's back as he headed towards the seal. Kim Daksha thought about the 3rd round Yu Zhonghyuk, who was silently going through the scenarios. The sword wielded by Lee Jaihai cut at Yu Zhonghyuk's back. He thought of Yu Sanga and Han Suyang of the 3rd round. Lee Hyun-sung grabbed Yu Jong-hyuk's wrist, while Kim Nam-won aimed the black flames at Yu Jong-hyuk's face. He thought for a long time about Young Hee-won and the children, Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't back down. His coat was torn and he moved forward while bleeding. Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung were swept away by the breaking the sky swordsmanship. He thought of Lee Jae-hai, who called him garbage, and Lee Hyun-sung, who lost his casings. I wanted to see it. Thus Kim Dokja finally made up his mind. I told Han Soo-young I won't go back to the third round. What nonsense are you saying? You now. I will stay here and see the ending with the people here. The end of this world wasn't the ending I wanted. It might take a very long time. Maybe I will never be able to go back. Even so, it was an ending. Secretive Plotter isn't the only outer god of this world. There will be another way to go back. Clearing the scenario and moving towards the end. Don't talk nonsense. It doesn't matter what you do. You don't know the end of this story anyway. I don't know. I spoke as I followed Yu Jong-hyuk soaring towards the ceiling sphere. I'll create it myself. Han Soo-young leapt towards the sky and fired a black spear at Yu Jong-hyuk's back. I threw myself in front of the spear instead. The shock hurt, but I didn't retreat. Han Soo-young's eyes were filled with a completely different killing intent. Shall we do it now? Han Soo-young directly threatened me. The constellation director of the false last act is looking at you. Laughter emerged. Like me, Han Soo-young of this round didn't have a sponsor. She was a constellation like me. She even held the same unbroken faith in my hand. Unbroken faith shone with a black ether that was much stronger than mine. The moment the black blade appeared in front of me, I used the white pure star energy and blocked the blow. It was obviously blocked, but the bones of my hand were distorted from the impact. Han Soo-young's body started to divide. Avatar. Numerous clones leapt towards Yu Jong-hyuk and I at the same time. I moved to stop them. Jophiel's Unit 503 was qualified to stop the clones. Jophiel. However, Archangel Jophiel didn't answer. I could guess why. Perhaps she didn't like my current choice. The Archangels wanted to go back to the original world. The next moment, the story person who is loved by an Archangel is triggered. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius feels favorable towards you. Archangel Gabriel sent me an indirect message. At the same time, Gabriel's preference scale was created in one hand. The constellation Lily Pin of Aquarius is looking at you. The constellation commander of the Red Cosmos is confused. I didn't know why Gabriel chose to help me. The only thing I was certain of was that I desperately needed her help. Han Soo-young ran and shouted, "A reader shouldn't disturb me. The owner of the story is a writer. The world should end here. You aren't the owner of this story either. That type of ending is only in your world." I cut through dozens of avatars of Han Soo-young and flew towards the dark clouds. Two unbroken faiths met in the air. The ether of the divine nature and ether of the dark nature clashed together and produced a strange tone. Along with the powerful explosion, my electrification was broken. I rolled on the ground while covered in wounds. Most of Han Soo-young's avatars had disappeared, but she was still going strong. As the angry Han Soo-young ran through the dust towards me, I shouted, "Go! Yu Jong-hyuk!" Yu Jong-hyuk's body leapt into the air and he finally reached the sealed sphere. The 5 keys have been inserted in the sealing sphere. Han Soo-young shouted, "No." 5 swords were inserted into the huge sphere. There was the sound of the keyhole being turned. Someone has released the seal of the Apocalypse Dragon. The scenario clear conditions have been met. The sleeping dragon's power was awakening. The entire sky flickered like a giant light bulb. The sky was half divided into night and day. I felt the owner of a giant story waking up. The constellations of the nebula Olympus are astonished. The constellations of the nebula Vedas have boarded their flagship. The constellations of the nebula Papyrus are wary. The messages of the nebulae were hid as the shadow of the dragon trapped in the sphere was revealed. I knew what would happen later. Not long after, the Apocalypse Dragon roared and swung its tail towards the constellations in the distant star stream. A third of the night sky disappeared. Maybe, if they were really unlucky, Kim Dokja. I turned my head and saw Yu Jong-hyuk holding the heaven-shaking sword beside me. He didn't seem to care if the scenario was cleared or not. The moment we made eye contact, I got goosebumps. Since when had the regression depression been released? The 2 eyes were staring at me with a clear awareness. That bastard asked me, "The world that you showed, does it really exist?" TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 297 Reader and Writer 3. I couldn't find an answer to Yu Jong-hyuk's question. I didn't understand exactly what he meant. Then I heard it once again through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Does the world where you live really exist? Then I realized what Yu Jong-hyuk was talking about. He had seen the world I lived. Hi. The 4th wall was laughing mischievously. The moment I was going to open my mouth, Han Soo-young ran and struck my back. pressing me against the ground. "You Jong-hyuk, didn't you promise me?" Anger was contained in Han Soo-young's voice. "You will die here and I will get a new world. That was the condition of our exchange. Why did you do this?" I could feel the taste of the soil as my lips touched the ground. Kim Daksha was thinking about his future plans. Once again, I didn't know what Yu Jong-hyuk felt through my memories. However, looking at his attitude, I didn't think he would give up on this life. A terrible cry came from the top of the ceiling sphere. "Yuwa! Everyone flee. Quickly escape from this scenario." The astonished constellations were escaping one by one from the scenario. Even the nebulae in the sky were being bitten by the dragon. The apocalypse was indeed such an existence. The decisive cause of Eden's destruction, the worst disaster of the star stream. In the midst of this, Han Soo-young shouted at Yu Jong-hyuk. "Is it because of this guy?" Han Soo-young grabbed my head and screamed. "Did this guy do something to your spirit? Didn't you want to die so badly? Aren't you tired? Don't you want to stop performing scenarios?" Every word spoken by Han Soo-young seemed to pierce my chest. Yu Jong-hyuk had no expression, but I knew the life he lived. Yu Jong-hyuk of the 1863rd round was the Yu Jong-hyuk of the original novel that I knew. When my mother was locked up in prison, when I was bullied, when I sat the SATs, when I went to the army, and when I joined the company. It was the Yu Jong-hyuk I had always been watching. The Yu Jong-hyuk who was cold, calculating, and never gave up. I have lived watching such a Yu Jong-hyuk. I could live because of him. Thus, I didn't want to let him die. If Yu Jong-hyuk died here, the ways of survival that I knew would disappear forever. Yu Jong-hyuk slowly opened his mouth. "I want to die." It was a clear voice, but there was a voice only clear to me. "I want to live." My hand tightly gripped the ground. Han Soo-young shouted, "Then why did you do this? Shit, why are you still alive? Somehow replace the apocalypse dragon seal. Draw the sword and do it somehow." Han Soo-young knew there was no possibility. Han Soo-young was collapsing. Her world that she expected through the anticipation plagiarism was collapsing for the first time. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer. Han Soo-young couldn't overcome her emotions as she threw me away and ran towards Yu Jong-hyuk. The blade of unbroken faith moved to Yu Jong-hyuk's neck. In the end, Han Soo-young couldn't cut Yu Jong-hyuk. Damn it! Han Soo-young's blade stopped as it touched Yu Jong-hyuk's neck. Han Soo-young also knew, if she killed Yu Jong-hyuk, he would only regress. I stood up and told her, "Give up, Han Soo-young. Shut up. You have failed. Now you need to find a new way. Shut up. What do you know? The things I did to get this far." Yu Jong-hyuk looked at the blade touching his neck and spoke. "I want to die. I want to live. I want to finish it here. If there is a chance, like the world I saw." Yu Jong-hyuk's body shook. It was shaking violently from two different egos clashing. The pain seemed to be getting worse as Yu Jong-hyuk grabbed his head and slowly sank down. The surprised Han Soo-young stepped back as a powerful shock wave burst from Yu Jong-hyuk's body. Han Soo-young's body flew towards me and I rolled across the ground. Stories were flowing from Yu Jong-hyuk's body. The memories of the 1863rd Yu Jong-hyuk revolved in the air, floating past me and Han Soo-young. In the memories, Yu Jong-hyuk spoke. "Han Soo-young, find a way to kill me." Then the Han Soo-young in the memory nodded. "Okay. Instead, promise me. You will help me." The promise between the two people that I didn't know about before. The seemingly perfect 1863rd turn was based on the sacrifice of a single person. In this round, Yu Jong-hyuk lost everything. "If you carry out my plan, I can't save your sister." He lost his sister. "I can't save the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Breaking the Sky Master. There is no time for the first Murim." He lost his teacher. "Become the enemy of the world. That way all who are hostile to you can unite." Through his own will, he became the evil of this world. In the 1863rd round, Yu Jong-hyuk was unhappy. He was more unfortunate than any round. I shouted through clenched teeth, "Yu Jong-hyuk." I didn't know what to say. I could understand the mind of Yu Jong-hyuk who wanted to die, but I still forced him to live. It was just because of my words. Then what was right? Yu Jong-hyuk asked, "The world that you showed, does it really exist?" I didn't know if saying this would be comforting to Yu Jong-hyuk. I cried out with all my strength. "It exists." This was the only thing I could convey to him. It was in a place that he couldn't see or hear, but it definitely existed. Then Yu Jong-hyuk answered, "I see." Strangely, at this moment, Yu Jong-hyuk's expression looked comfortable. "You can go back to that world if I die?" "No, that isn't it. Somehow it'll find a way. You don't have to die. It might take some time, but somehow." I quickly summarized the information in his head. The best possible future was drawn in my head. The world of the third round had Yusanga and Han Soo-young and would be safe until I returned. In the 1863rd round, the 95th scenario was already cleared. There were plenty of people who survived, so if I struggled for 3 or 5 years here, I looked up and saw Yu Jonghyuk looking this way. Then it is late. It was as if he knew everything. If you are here, you can't save that world. The moment I wanted to refute it, Yu Jonghyuk stood up. The vibrations from Yu Jonghyuk were becoming bigger and more than one of him seemed to be seen. The character Yu Jonghyuk has reached the moment of attribute evolution. The character Yu Jonghyuk has received a new attribute. Yu Jonghyuk split apart with a bright light and glanced at me. I was curious about the worlds. A story overflowed and Yu Jonghyuk was split into 2 people. I knew the skill. Avatar. A skill that only a person with the author attribute could use. Until recently, it was Han Soo-young's exclusive skill. Yu Jonghyuk. Why you? Han Soo-young's shoulders shook as she opened her mouth. Her real confusion was conveyed through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. What if a person's presence could be divided exactly in half? Tens of thousands of Han Soo-youngs were talking. If one entity is divided into 2 exact and separate entities, which one of them can be called real? A chill went down my spine. The memories of Han Soo-young in the 1863rd round. Her figure, which was precisely divided into 2, crossed my head like a panorama. It was Han Soo-young's experience and also Yu Jonghyuk's experience. Yu Jonghyuk split into 2 in a brilliant manner and faced each other. Yu Jonghyuk said, "I want to die." Then the other Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. The other Yu Jonghyuk didn't talk but looked down at his ragged black coat. He threw his coat to the ground. "I want to live." The white coat worn by the collapsed Kim Namwon had fallen to the ground. It was the infinite dimension space coat I lent him. Yu Jonghyuk picked it up and wore it. The white coat fitted to his body like it was made for him from the beginning. The Yu Jonghyuk in a white coat confronted the one in a black coat. There is only one way. The 2 Yu Jonghyuks pointed their heaven-shaking swords at each other. The sponsor of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is looking at his incarnation. The party members were shouting in a confused manner. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly become 2? In the air, the energy of breaking the sky swordsmanship and breaking the sky swordsmanship hit each other. Oh my god. That guy. Only Han Soo-young had the same thoughts as me. One being becomes 2. However, there is only one sponsor behind the 2 of them. This was the answer that Yu Jonghyuk found. I shouted at him. "Stop, Yu Jonghyuk." I said stop. The method to send me back to the 3rd round and clear this scenario. How to die yet continue living at the same time. No matter which one survives, the other will regress. The 2 Yu Jonghyuks ignored my call. I will die. I will regress. Yu Jonghyuk knew it. He knew it very well, yet he chose this method. The story ends here. Once again, everything will start from the beginning. There was an end to this world that neither Han Soo-young or I knew. The black coat was pierced by the heaven-shaking sword. It was exactly half his memories. The numerous memories accumulated by Yu Jonghyuk scattered in the air. The stigma regression could only be activated on one side. Thus, I could see it. The black coat Yu Jonghyuk was the one who chose to die. The incarnation Yu Jonghyuk has died. On the opposite side was the Yu Jonghyuk in the white coat. Yu Jonghyuk killed himself with his own hands. However, he was also stabbed. The heaven-shaking sword pierced his belly. The speed was slow, but he was also dying. The sponsor of incarnation Yu Jonghyuk is looking at his incarnation. The stigma regression LV.O has been activated. Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk has accepted the intention of his sponsor. Even so, Yu Jonghyuk didn't die. He would open his eyes in the darkness and appear in the subway of the 1864th round, starting everything once again. This is a reward for showing your world. Some stories flowed from the fingertips of Yu Jonghyuk in the white coat and reached me. The stories of the character Yu Jonghyuk have been given to you. I approached Yu Jonghyuk. The person who protected my youth was disappearing into a world I didn't know. The next round, Yu Jonghyuk's figure started to scatter. I didn't hear any more of Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint no longer worked for him. This person isn't a character. Yu Jonghyuk's appearance was fading into the light of this world. By the time I staggered towards him, Yu Jonghyuk had already disappeared from the world. I looked back and saw Han Soo-young sitting down with a despairing face. You have cleared the criteria of the Outer World Covenant. The dazzling light filled the air like ashes, revealing a pale reality. In it, Yu Jonghyuk was walking towards a world we didn't know. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 298. Reader and Writer, 4. Yu Jonghyuk died. The 4th wall is shaking violently. It didn't feel real. The 4th wall is severely shaking. The exclusive skill, 4th wall, is strongly activated. I couldn't breathe from the horror that filled my lungs. Why did Yu Jonghyuk suddenly get the writer attribute, and why did he choose to die or regress? I seemed to know, but it was hard to understand. There was no more of the original Yu Jong-hyuk that I knew. Only a handful of stories proved his absence. I felt like this. This is a novel. It is a story in a novel. I slowly inhaled and breathed out again. Yu Jong-hyuk escaped from being a character. I got tinnitus and my heart beat like crazy. I once again breathed in and out. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is activated more strongly. My senses slowly returned and the murmurs of the party members were heard. What happened? Didn't you just hear? The scenario is cleared. I slapped my cheeks twice and raised my head as I felt the status of the Apocalypse Dragon flowing from the seal. The Nebula Olympus is preparing the battlefield for the Apocalypse Dragon. The Nebula Vedas is preparing for the disaster. The Nebula Tamna. If my prediction was correct, there was still time. I shouted towards the party members scattered all over the place. Everyone gathered together. The party members gathered around me despite their wariness. Someone was supporting the fallen Han Soo-young while Kim Nam-won and Lee Jae-hai showed strong hostility towards me. After a while, the Apocalypse Dragon will be released. In relation to that, shut up. What were you doing earlier? You and Yu Jong-hyuk joined together to attack Master. Lee Jae-hai screamed as she aimed her blade at my neck. Then Lee Hyun-sung muttered, "Dak Jassy, that thing. Captain. What about this jerk? Should I take care of him?" Kim Nam-won filled his hands with the black flames. Han Soo-young shook her head. Everybody listened to him. Huh? Listen to him. Han Soo-young's eyes were open but the empty pupils proved that he gave up everything. Han Soo-young resembled me. She might look like this on the surface but she already understood the situation in her head. Maybe she was thinking about the next plan. I looked around at the party members. Lee Hyun-sung, Kim Nam-won, Lee Seilwa, Lee Jae-hai, Shin Yu-sung. The people who survived the 1863rd round. I could have told them the truth about Han Soo-young. Han Soo-young was using you. In order to make a new world, she wanted to end your story here. Even so, I couldn't say it. Everybody take care of the captain. Don't jump to rash conclusions. Listen to Dak Jassy. It was because they were seriously following Han Soo-young. The group's hostility towards me was dampened by Lee Hyun-sung's words. I started the story. The liberation of the Apocalypse Dragon isn't over when the seal is released. You might not know it, but the end of this scenario. I looked up at the sky. The other party members also looked up with me. The ceiling sphere was crumpled. The fragments of the seal were breaking little by little. As time went on, the density of the sky was becoming thicker. I relied on the fourth wall and spat out empty words. Go back to the headquarters and prepare for the next scenario. Maybe there will be 3 days left. I could immediately leave the 1863rd round. However, I couldn't do this because the characters in this turn were people I liked. I earned some time from the liberation of the Apocalypse Dragon by using the grass-cutting sword as the last key. It was lacking a bit of status to be used as a key, slightly delaying the release of the Apocalypse Dragon. I had to use this time wisely. Now that Han Soo-young had chosen this route, the destruction of at least one nebula was determined. The most important thing was to avoid Earth being destroyed. The next day, I handed Lee Hyun-sung a considerable amount of information. They were all plans that I had mapped out beforehand. From avoiding the disaster of the Apocalypse Dragon to gaining new stories and items. I also handed over the list of the strongest people. Lee Hyun-sung listened to my story from beginning to end and suddenly looked up. How does Dak Jassy know all of this? It is the reason why Han Soo-young knows. I tried to avoid unnecessary explanations, but Lee Hyun-sung's expression was unusual. Lee Hyun-sung hesitated for a long time before saying something unexpected. Is Dak Jassy a plagiarist writer? Plagiarist writer? You aren't? I'm sorry. I was filled with confusion. Did Han Soo-young talk about her attributes? Ah well. Lee Hyun-sung scratched his head with a troubled expression. Couldn't believe it. The prideful and selfish Han Soo-young showed her original attribute? Why? Everyone get out. I was just thinking this when the door to the Situation Room opened and someone entered. It was Han Soo-young who was wearing a hat deep over her face. Yes, I understand. Lee Hyun-sung bowed, packed up and went out of the room. The only ones left in the room were Han Soo-young and me. Since I cleared my outer world covenant, it must be the same for Han Soo-young. In such circumstances, there was no reason for her to show hostility to me. Your mental state seems better. Shut up. Han Soo-young answered as she folded her arms and sat down on the chair. I asked, why are you complaining? Complaining? Is that what you're calling it? Thanks to you, all the people here might die. I saw the party members waiting outside the room for us. The people gathered outside the transparent wall were talking with serious expressions. It was probably because of Han Soo-young's desperate expression shortly after Yu Jong-hyuk's death. I stated, it is better to go to the next scenario than fall asleep forever. Outside the window, Lee Hyun-sung met my gaze and smiled faintly. Lee Hyun-sung knew that Han Soo-young was a plagiarist. Maybe Lee Hyun-sung knew that Han Soo-young would abandon them. He was bear-like, but he had a deep heart. Lee Hyun-sung might have predicted that this would happen. Nevertheless, he decided to follow Han Soo-young. I continued speaking. It isn't over when the Apocalypse Dragon is released. Don't you also know? Han Soo-young bowed her head and didn't answer. The Apocalypse Dragon that was gradually being freed from the seal. Once freed, there would be a disaster in the star stream. This didn't mean that all future scenarios would end. In fact, in the 1863rd round, Yu Jong-hyuk freed the Apocalypse Dragon and saw the end of the scenario. Explain it to the members. Everything you did and everything you hid. It might not be a perfect development, but there is a way to do it. There are still many places where you can borrow power. Anna Croft's Zarathustra, the Seekers of the End, the Transcendent King, and the person who lives on the reincarnation planet. I told you to shut up. Han Soo-young looked up and glared at me. The prideful eyes glared at me from below the hat. By the way, something was strange. Han Soo-young's eyes were swollen. As I stared at her face, Han Soo-young growled and pressed her hat lower. I didn't like Han Soo-young of the 1863rd round. Even so, I could understand Han Soo-young. The world that she wanted to make was a bit like the world I dreamt of. Han Soo-young spoke through gritted teeth. Yu Jong-hyuk became an author. Why did he suddenly get such an attribute? I guess he wanted to write a new story in a very sincere manner. That is the condition to opening the author trait. I could understand but also didn't understand. A world that couldn't complete the round but was struggling to survive. Yu Jong-hyuk went out of it in order to write his own story. Han Soo-young didn't speak, but we could clearly see what the other was thinking. Han Soo-young raised her head, took off her hat and lit a cigarette. I asked, how about a question and answer exchange? Don't use the system because it is annoying. Han Soo-young smoked with an emotionless face. Lies are included? Okay, you first. I nodded. Who do you think is the author of Ways of Survival? Han Soo-young once again sucked in smoke and blew it out. Then she replied, a very big baby. Baby? In a world without scenarios, only the desire to see the next story. A baby with a terrible imagination. Something came to my mind. A world without scenarios. There was only one such world in the star stream. Don't tell me. You better not say it with your mouth. Han Soo-young pointed at the sky. It might be listening. I closed my mouth. It wasn't impossible if that existence was really the writer. However, my head was in a complicated state as I told Han Soo-young. It's your turn. I'm thinking, please wait. There isn't much time, so ask me quickly. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? I have fulfilled the Outer World Covenant and need to go back to my original world. Han Soo-young frowned slightly. You are finished and you're going to throw us away? That's great. My world is ruined. Everything I know was handed to Lee Hyun-sung. They can proceed to the end without any other help. I thought as I glanced at the people outside the Situation Room. From the beginning, this world was their world. I asked, when are you going to leave? Leave? You have also fulfilled the Outer World Covenant. I wasn't the only one to finish the Outer World Covenant. Yu Jong-hyuk had died and Han Soo-young fulfilled his mission. She would now leave to complete her world with the help of secretive plotter. Han Soo-young? Han Soo-young stared at the floor and replied, I'm not going. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 299. Reader and Writer, 5. What? I won't go. It was an unexpected answer, so I looked like a fool. Why? Without me, they will all die. I doubted my ears. I couldn't believe that Han Soo-young could talk like this. My voice involuntarily became louder and aggressive. Didn't you want to make your own world? I can make my world later. Somebody has to lead them. Why all of a sudden? Yu Jong-hyuk is no longer a character. What do you think that means? I closed my mouth. It is no longer a novel. My heart pounded at Han Soo-young's words. The exclusive skill fourth wall is strongly activated. It isn't about being forgiven for everything. No matter how the developments flow, we should end the story properly. Han Soo-young's face couldn't be seen properly because of the brim of her hat. Before my words finished, Han Soo-young left the Situation Room. I saw Han Soo-young talking to the people outside the Situation Room. I kept watching. Before leaving, there were a few things that needed to be addressed. One of them was Uriel. I looked down at the confined Uriel doll. She was currently in a state of calm, but once the confinement was over, Uriel would wake up again as the Angel of Flames. She would burn all living things around her. Gabriel's true voice entered my ears. What are you going to do with Uriel? I am thinking. I looked down at Gabriel, who was waving her helplessly drooping petals. Perhaps she was shocked by the situation here. According to the original setting, Gabriel was someone who took good care of other angels. I'll stay. It isn't possible. Why? Is it because I betrayed this place? I didn't answer. Gabriel acted like it was unfair. Why did I betray Eden? It must have been an unavoidable decision for you. Tell me the details accurately. What happened? You know something? I don't know exactly. If you are curious, go back and talk to Metatron. It wasn't good for me to intervene in this thing. There was a possibility that the development of the third round could find unexpected difficulties because of misinterpreted information. Gabriel's leaves trembled. If I go back, won't I betray Eden again? Then I would rather remain here. The future can change. We have to go back. I spoke with confidence. This world wasn't our world. Then Uriel. I told you, I'm thinking. For now, the best option was to leave Uriel to Han Suyong. However, I wasn't sure if she could control the Archangel of Flames. The fourth wall is saying, do you want me to come out? There was a way to tell Uriel the story of the third round. However, as I said many times, there was no guarantee that Uriel would hear the story and react like Yu Jonghyuk. Perhaps the story of my world line might further ruin Uriel's insecure spirit. Still, there might be a bigger problem if I really left Gabriel here. Moreover, Gabriel couldn't use confinement of good and evil. I would also like to stay a bit longer and help Uriel. I will stay, Gabriel. The petals of the red cosmos swayed. I reflexively bowed my head and the startled Gabriel shouted, Jophiel, it is best that I stay. It was an unexpected declaration. Even I was stunned. It wasn't another archangel. Jophiel was declaring to stay here? I decided after careful consideration. I can control Uriel through confinement of good and evil. Thus, it is right for me to stay here. Jophiel, if you don't return to the original world now, you might never be able to return. There are a few ways to cross world lines. I know, but they all require a tremendous price. It doesn't matter if I can't go back. Jophiel. Jophiel didn't back down despite Gabriel's cry. This world line also has value. I don't want to depend on this insidious guy, but I think it is better to find out more about this world. I have an obligation to find out why the Eden here was destroyed, what things will happen in the future, and to inform the original world. Jophiel's remark was reasonable. This world was very different from the old 1863rd round, and it would certainly help if information could be sent to the third round. Wait, Jophiel. Why are you making this decision, eh? There is no turning back, Gabriel. A gleam of light emerged from the red cosmos, and this turned into a white light that bound the white lily. It was confinement of good and evil. Gabriel's petals drooped like he fell asleep. Jophiel told me, please look after Gabriel. Why are you doing this? Uriel needs Gabriel. And Gabriel, both of them are unstable. I thought like Archangel Jophiel. Eden was a nebula made up of archangels. Then you? I don't believe in you, but I have one thing to ask. I hesitated before nodding. After returning to the original world line, please visit Eden. Then I hope you can tell the scribe what happened here. Can you do that? I understand. Certainly, it wasn't a difficult request. I was already planning to visit Eden. Soon after, Jophiel's cosmos flower drooped. It was a seemingly sleepy and tired appearance. I changed the water bottles of the two flowers. Someone was left and someone was leaving. No matter what was chosen, everyone would eventually reach their end. The next morning, I was sent off by the party members. Many things had happened, but the party members said they would send me off. To be precise, it was Lee Hyun-sung who said it. I turned my head and saw Han Suyong staring at me with her unique, disgruntled face. I handed her a wrinkled notebook. Han Suyong bluntly wondered, what is this rubbish? The information you need now. I had selected a few more pieces of information that would be useful for the 1863rd round from Ways of Survival. Sparks rose around Han Suyong's body. I vaguely knew its identity. The sparks were related to Han Suyong's identity as a character. Don't throw it away and look at it whenever you have time. Han Suyong stared down at the notebook I gave her and asked, is this okay? What? The fourth wall is strongly activated. Han Suyong stared at me carefully as if reading something on my fate. Then she shook her head. No, it's nothing. Never mind. She was unreliable. Lee Hyun-sung listened to the conversation and opened his mouth. It would have been nice if we couldn't carry out the scenario together. It is unfortunate. Lee Hyun-sung, who became close to me, said goodbye first, and then Kim Namwon stared at me. Bah, get lost. Give my best regards to the me over there. Of course, it wouldn't happen. I had to go to the next world to speak to Kim Namwon of the third round. The moment I finished the goodbyes and was turning around, hey, something with a soft weight came flying towards my back. I hurriedly turned my head and grabbed it. A white coat was caught. It was the Infinite Dimension space coat. Didn't you never get a clear reward? Take this. It was the coat that Han Suyong was wearing. I was dumbfounded. Coming to the 95th scenario and only getting something like this, Han Suyong looked at me like I was pathetic. Then a thought crossed my mind. This bastard. Don't tell me? I placed my hands in my pocket with a bemused expression and Han Suyong asked. The question I didn't ask yesterday. Can I finish it now? Speak. Why did you say you wouldn't go back to the third round? It was an unexpected question. Han Soo-young continued to ask. You are playing my part over there. If you didn't go back, that world would have perished. You should know this, so why? Let's see, why? What? Even without me, the third round would have been fine for a long time. How can you be sure? Han Soo-young stared at me suspiciously. You are there. Han Soo-young's expression slightly hardened at my words. Her eyes were shaking with vague surprise. I believe in the you of the third round. Han Soo-young stared at me for a moment before turning her head away. Quickly get lost. I don't want to see you anymore. I'm going. Stay alive and well. I looked up at the sky. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the night sky. Secretive plotter. Please fulfill the contents of the covenant. A new portal was created under my feet. It felt like something was pulling at me as the world started to collapse. The world of the 1863rd round was becoming dim. A world different from the original that I knew. It was a short time, but I felt that many things had changed. Lee Hyun-sung waved while the others sent me off with complicated expressions. Just like Yu Jong-hyuk did and I did, they would walk through a world different from the original that I knew. Maybe someday, our worlds might be able to meet one another. However, even if we couldn't meet again, there was no doubt that the world existed. Just like Ways of Survival was to me, the world was dark. I felt dizzy while hearing the voice of an outer god. On Ly the sto re without a bijin ning or end will remain. The ground disappeared and I was sucked into the portal. The metaphysically distorted pathways narrowed and expanded several times. I closed my eyes and let my body flow in an unmeasurable passage of time. I shouldn't have been gone for too long from the third round. After a while, I fell to the ground with a loud sound. The Outer World Covenant has been completed. The compensation will be settled. To be precise, it wasn't the ground. It was the galaxy of the star stream that I had seen before. My body was floating in the emptiness of the universe. I groaned and saw the hem of a black cloak dragging against the ground. You came. It was Secretive Plotter. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 300 Episode 57 Glorious Return 1. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is strongly activated. The fourth wall moved the moment Secretive Plotter stared at me. The fourth wall growled like a beast protecting its cubs. Be careful, Kim Dokja. The first time I came here, Secretive Plotter called the fourth wall the last wall. There was no information about it in the original, but that didn't mean I had no idea at all. It was because there were various types of walls in Ways of Survival, including Jang Haeong's unidentified wall. I came to receive the compensation, Secretive Plotter. I opened my mouth, but Secretive Plotter didn't reply. Sparks were flying around Secretive Plotter. The darkness covering his expression looked angry as he asked me, Demon King of Salvation? Why did you make that choice? Huh? I didn't know what he meant by his sudden question. Secretive Plotter asked again. Why didn't you want to go back to the third round? That world wasn't your round. This world saved my life. That's it. If you left it, they could find rest. That isn't rest. Secretive Plotter, why did you send me to that parallel world? The sparks around Secretive Plotter intensified. It seemed like his existence was becoming unstable. Secretive Plotter sighed and said, Everything was already decided. You don't know what you changed. The white hole in the place where there should be eyes was watching me. I will give you the reward I promised. I nodded. There were 3 rewards promised for this sub-scenario. An item, skill, and story that was acquired in the 1863rd round. What item will you take? This coat. I was a bit tense as I pulled out the white coat that Han Soo-young gave me. Secretive Plotter's eyes leaked out light and narrowed. It seemed I couldn't deceive the outer god. Secretive Plotter had promised me 1 item. However, the coat's inner pockets contained more than 1 item. That's fine. Since 1 less flower is returning, the total sum of probability must be similar to the flower. The Infinite Dimension Space Coat has been received as a reward item. Fortunately, Secretive Plotter overlooked Han Soo-young's coat. Next was the story. You will naturally be taking that story? That's right. In the first place, the only story I got in the 1863rd round was the one that Yu Jong-hyuk gave to me. Obtaining this story meant I needed to modify some of my planned routes, but it didn't matter. The important thing was to see the end of the story that I chose. You have acquired a new story. This story will be applied normally after returning to the original world line. Last was the skill. What will you do about the skill? You didn't acquire any new skills. I wasn't able to receive a skill, but is it possible to receive this type of compensation? I started explaining to Secretive Plotter. After a while, Secretive Plotter nodded. It is possible. You have acquired the reward skill. This skill will be applied normally after returning to the original world line. I obtained everything I needed to get. The unexpected happened when I was going to ask the secretive plotter to return me to my original world. There were strong sparks as someone tried to penetrate this space from the rear. I noticed the status that could be felt beyond this space. It seemed that the Bureau had noticed secretive plotter in this place. In other words, the person trying to break into this space was likely to be a great Dakibi of the Bureau. You'll be going now, Demon King of Salvation. Secretive plotter moved his fingertips lightly and a portal appeared under my feet. I hurriedly called out to secretive plotter. Wait a minute. How many years will have passed when I return to the world? Secretive plotter glanced at me. Some stories are read quickly and some are read slowly. I tried to open my mouth, but my lower body had already passed through the portal. Demon King of Salvation. Do you think the story of your disappearance will be read quickly or slowly? I could hear a mischievous laugh coming from somewhere. The portal was fully activated and my field of view was completely blocked. Once we meet again, I hope that you are the proper master of the wall. Was it because it wasn't my first time crossing the world line? I was able to maintain my consciousness despite being swept through the portal. The fourth wall is strongly activated. The Viceroy's dimensional door has set the time-space coordinates. The scene of the flowing star stream. I thought of the things I needed in the memories that floated up like buoys. The Viceroy's dimensional door is closed. I woke up at the message and was lying on the ground. It was a spacious place dimly illuminated by lanterns hanging from the ceiling. There seemed to be voices in the distance. Where was I? It didn't seem to be Earth. Why? Why did I suddenly come here? The star stream has detected your presence in the world. The star stream has reconfirmed your modifier. The star stream will assign you to the scope of your constellation. The Bureau is calculating your status. I thought I knew what was going on. I left the scenario of the original world through the outer world covenant. A price was necessary to return to the original scenario. I felt the muscles of my body jerking as the messages continued to rise. The Bureau has completed your examination. Returning you to the original scenario isn't suitable. The Bureau will review scenarios for your level. The review has been completed. I sighed as I watched the messages that came up. I expected this to happen. No, actually, I intended it. I left my original world and went to another world. The categories were different, but all beings who came back to the original scenario like me were called by the same name. You have acquired a new story. You have acquired a new attribute. You have obtained the qualification of a returnee. A new scenario is being prepared for you. I had become a returnee. I slowly raised my body and saw several men and women talking around me. They were all returnees like me. Ha ha ha, I can finally return to Earth. It has been 10 years. I have been waiting 20 years. Where have you been? Based on the colors, was it Murim? From gratis. Have you heard of it? Then someone waved at me. Oh, you must be the last one. It was a man dressed in black shaman clothing. He was wearing a mask, but his eyes and the impression he gave off were somewhat familiar. I briefly greeted him and the man spoke again. Brother, where are you from? Earth. No, that isn't the question. There is no one here who isn't from Earth. I'm asking about the planet you moved from. The man smiled wryly. A towering person who looks like he has a bag of tricks. Eyes that are suitable for night vision and only half the eyebrows are left, as if eaten by crows. I couldn't help smiling. It was already time for this person to appear. The place I went to was also Earth. The Earth of a parallel dimension. HRMM, is that so? You are a very unusual person. The man extended his hand towards me. I will introduce myself first. My name is Wang Wirong. In the second Murim that I went to, I was called Flying Fox. Flying Fox Wang Wirong. He was one of you Jonghyuk's later colleagues. My name is Kim Dokja, also known as the Demon King of Salvation. A few returnees listening to the story from the side laughed. Demon King of Salvation? Kohahahat. It is a great title. It looks like you went to some third-rate fantasy world. A hand hit me on the back. More of them were returnees from Murim or a medieval world. Flying Fox said with a grin. Nice nickname. It's nothing. By the way, you have already been given the returnee's clothing. Ah yes. I looked down at the infinite dimension space coat I was wearing. I forgot it was originally a garment only for returnees, just like the disaster of questions who I once faced. Maybe that guy was summoned to Earth after going through the same procedure. Just then, Dakibis appeared in the air and started giving coats to the returnees. Several returnees looked between the coats they received and mined and protested. Hey Dakibi. The one he is wearing looks much better. It was natural. It didn't make sense if a coat received from the 95th scenario was worse than the supply coat. Some of the Dakibis were shocked when they saw me and reported to their superiors. By now, Baihyung should know I was back. I wanted to see the people of Earth as soon as possible. How many years had passed? Everybody had to be doing well. Flying Fox received the coat and said with a smile, Nice clothes. What will you do when you get back? I'm going to look for somebody. Oh, do you have a lover waiting? I smiled at him. Flying Fox kept speaking. I think I will live in a grand style once I go back. I have obtained a long-awaited strength. I don't need to be intimidated by bullies anymore. Now is the beginning of happiness. The days won't be that happy. Earth would have changed a lot. You are already talking weakly. I have been through all that suffering. What can happen when I get back to Earth? All returnees, please pay attention. The turmoil subsided and the intermediate Dakibi in charge of the returnees opened his mouth as the representative. You will soon return to Earth. You will be assigned a returnee-only scenario and will perform that scenario in your hometown. It is a simple play and I would appreciate it if you enjoyed it. A returnee scenario? Tell us properly. Please check the scenario window for details. Please note that this is a group scenario, so there is a leader. Please remember that the one with the most prominent status will be automatically elected as leader. I will naturally be the leader. That friend from Murim looks pretty strong. I wondered who would be the king of this group. The return to Earth has begun. Together with the dazzling light, the 10 returnees started to move through the space at once. My vision briefly blackened, and when I opened my eyes again, we were in the middle of a vast city. A damaged sidewalk covered with dust. The skyline where the reconstruction of buildings had begun. It was unmistakably Earth. Where is this? Those characters. South Korea. It is South Korea. A returnee from the Korean peninsula jumped forward. I checked the information related to the returnee scenario and shouted, "Wait a minute. Everyone calm down and gather together." The returnees were already out of control. Some hasty returnees grabbed the people passing by and asked, "Where is this? What year is it now?" I sighed. The returnee trigger has been activated. They asked for the date. They are returnees. Returnees. Run away. Report to the Alliance. The whole street was rattled by the word returnee. The people fled like the tide and the returnees made puzzled expressions. What did I do wrong? A new main scenario has arrived. Main scenario number 45, Glorious Return, has started. The reflections on the glass building could be seen. Sparks flew as my appearance changed. It was the terrible appearance of a dirty monster with tentacles. The real me wasn't like this, but outwardly, I looked like a smaller outer god. I probably looked like this to everyone on Earth. To the people of Earth, all returnees were disasters. The incarnations of Earth stepped closer with cold eyes. I turned around to see the confused Flying Fox open his trembling lips. Brother. What is this? I told you nothing joyful would be waiting for us. The summoning of the 163rd Returnees Group has been completed. You're the king of the 163rd Returnees Group. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 301, Episode 57, Glorious Return. 2. It was a tranquil dream. Smoke spread in the field of view. It was definitely South Korea, but there were unfamiliar structures and story weapons I had never seen, while the sky was dark like the world was about to collapse. Han Soo-young in the dream muttered, "What is this?" However, her voice didn't come out at all. There were two people fighting in front of her. A man in a black coat and a white coat. She had seen this before, but something was different. The two men had the same face. Yoo Jong-hyuk? There was a sound and the two Yoo Jong-hyuk in front of her were gone. What was this situation? What the hell was this sight? In a place not far away, she saw Kim Dokja. Kim Dokja knelt down like a man who lost everything. The moment Han Soo-young reached out her hand, somebody called from right beside her. "It is up to here." She looked over and there was a Han Soo-young with the same face as herself. A chill went down her spine. The cold feeling caused Han Soo-young to wake up from her dream. Han Soo-young woke up with a light man and realized she was lying on the couch. Another dream, damn it. It was a dream that had been repeating since a few days ago. Yoo Jong-hyuk and Yoo Jong-hyuk fought each other, while another one of her and Kim Dokja watched. At first, she thought it was a visionary dream. However, no matter how much she tried to interpret it, she couldn't get a sense of the dream. News was coming from the distant television. The launch of the new Incarnation Alliance is causing a change to the situation on the Korean peninsula. Han Soo-young listened blankly while rolling around the cold ice in her mouth. Huh? Ice? What is this? A jumma? Did you put it in my mouth? Why would I do that? Lee Suk-young received the water without even looking back. Han Soo-young frowned as she broke the ice. Then it had to be Yusanga. How long did I sleep? 2 hours. Yusanga? She is drinking coffee in the break room. What break room? Is this place a company? She said this, but in fact, the building they were residing in was an abandoned company building. Han Soo-young grumbled and headed to the break room. Hey, what are you doing? There was a small paper cup on the table in the break room. Yusanga was moving her white fingers through the air. The information that emerged from the hologram was leaking into Yusanga's retinas. The startled Han Suyang shouted, "Are you crazy? Are you using that stigma again? You can score goals at a really young age. I don't know what will happen if you spam such a powerful stigma." The stigma used by Yusanga was the Hermes system of Olympus. It was Olympus' big data network that gained information from all over the star stream to measure the future. Can't be helped. The worst situation has to be avoided. Don't I know information about the future? It isn't enough. There are too many variables. The stigma Hermes stigma dramatically shortens the user's lifespan. Han Suyang was aware of this fact, but she was unable to dissuade Yusanga because Yusanga played a large credit in the group members reaching the 45th scenario. If it wasn't for Yusanga measuring future scenarios, the party members would have experienced a major crisis in the 35th scenario and 40th scenario. Han Suyang bit her lips. This girl. It had been 3 years since Kim Daksha disappeared. It had already been a long time since the hope of him coming back had started to dim. Steam rose from the cup of coffee. Yusanga stared at it and opened her mouth. Sitting here reminds me of my days working at the company. At the time, I always hid in the break room. I never worked in a company, so I don't know. You definitely aren't a company person. Yusanga smiled and Han Suyang licked her lips. You were in the same company as Kim Daksha? Yes. Were the two of you close? Yusanga stared at Han Suyang, who had tried to sound casual. Yusanga smiled and replied, "Even then, we were comrades. Disaster alert. Disaster alert." There were loud notifications and Han Suyang rushed to the office. Lee Sukyung, who had been on standby, checked the warning area through the television. Another? Where is it this time? Busan. Busan? That isn't too far. The kids will handle it. Han Suyang replied curtly while looking at the news flash on the screen. Tentacled monsters appeared on the screen and engaged with incarnations. Lee Sukyung sighed and asked, "Suyang, are you keeping in touch with the other kids? Why keep in contact with the kids who don't like me? Rather, what is emerging on the Bola Jama?" Lee Sukyung looked down at her star relic. Han Suyang asked, "What have you seen this time?" Lee Sukyung didn't answer. Han Suyang raised her head as she smelt something strange, and Lee Sukyung stood like a stiff statue. Thus, Han Suyang realized something. Kim Daksha had disappeared for 3 years. In the first place, there was only one thing that Lee Sukyung had been checking. Han Suyang stared at the bowl for a long time before declaring, "I'm going to take a quick trip to Busan. By the way, there is Yu Jong-hyuk now?" I looked at the scenario window that popped up in the air. Plus, main scenario number 45, Glorious Return. Category, Main. Difficulty? Clear conditions. After a long journey, you have finally returned home. Let people in your hometown know about your presence and leave a mark that you are back in one of the main base areas. The people of your hometown will welcome you. Time limit? None. Compensation? 200,000 coins, the removal of the disaster transformation. Failure, death. While the scenario is in progress, the incarnations will recognize returnees as creatures. While the scenario is in progress, the incarnations can't understand the language of the returnees. Plus, the clear conditions were screwed up, but cursing didn't make people feel better. Your goal is Uedo, Seoul. There is currently no markable base area nearby. I took a deep breath. Yes, maybe this was better. If I had to carry out the 45th scenario anyway, it might be a good thing that I was a returnee. This scenario was practice for some places that would be opened in the future. Shit. Why are they attacking? The returnees attacked by incarnations were angry. Not all the surviving incarnations were strong. There were still some incarnations without sponsors and others who later joined the scenario. Therefore, the attacks of the incarnations weren't threatening to the returnees. I can't stand it. Hey friends, just wipe out the whole area. It isn't possible. The returnees' expressions hardened at my words. Why? They attacked first. What is the good reason? What is the reason? Shit, look at their faces. They want to catch and kill us right away. Certainly seemed that way. I was confused on how to explain this situation. The Dakibis disapprove of your presence. Originally, the 45th scenario was a full-scale deployment of returnees and existing incarnations. Since my group number was 163, there must be 162 groups summoned all over the world. The First Returnees War. In the original novel, the third-round Korean peninsula was devastated by this war. In other words, it would flow like the original if this kept happening. What? The disasters are talking together? Kill them quickly. The Black Flames Empress said so. It is easy to kill them when they are off guard. No, didn't you hear about the Moonlight Wise Empress? There are disasters that can communicate, so be careful. I heard some familiar nicknames. In any case, the strong incarnations of the Korean peninsula were still alive, allowing these incarnations to be carefree. Then a returnee waiting for my words seized my collar. I will kill you if you disturb me. Get lost. What if I don't want to? The returnee aimed his status at me and I grabbed the returnee's wrist. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is opening his status. There was the sound of bones breaking and the face of the returnee I grabbed started to turn blue. Who are you? The frightened returnee's legs weakened. The temporary channel has opened. The constellations of the Korean peninsula are paying attention to you. The constellation Bald General of Justice has entered the channel. The constellation Maritime War God feels a sense of déjà vu from you. They were welcome modifiers, but now wasn't the time for greetings. I told the returnees, shut up and put away all weapons. Then gather by my side. I will blow away your brains if you are late, so move quickly. I deliberately spoke in a radical manner. Those who realized the difference in my true voice gathered around me. By the way, it wasn't only the returnees who were confused. Crazy. What is that monster? Report it quickly. Report to the Alliance. The incarnations that felt my status were running away. I thought this had worked out better. Flying Fox asked, B-brother, are you the leader of our group? I nodded and the returnees exclaimed, oh my God. We have a constellation among us. There were 10 returnees gathered around me. There were 5 from a medieval planet and 3 from Urim. The remaining 2 were from other areas. I gazed at their faces one by one and started talking. I don't know where you came from or your purpose for coming back. The nervous returnees were looking at me. There is one certain thing. If the scenario fails, we will all die. Some of the returnees belatedly opened the scenario window. You can't meet your loved ones or acquaintances, nor can you step on your hometown. We will be remembered as disasters to the people of Earth. The returnees who argued with me and the returnees who were deeply shocked. They seemed to be coming to their senses one by one. Some returnees saw themselves in the glass of the broken buildings. The reason they attacked us, it isn't just our appearance. There were returnees who were summoned before us. Some returnees came back because they missed their homes while others came back to destroy their homes. They threatened Earth's well-being and perhaps it was currently happening in other places. I declared with confidence, you shouldn't fight. It will only cause ruin. Why don't we tell them that we don't intend to fight? It is doubtful if they will believe it, and it is also hard to communicate our words. Our words won't be properly conveyed to them until the end of the scenario. The returnees' expressions darkened. Do you have any plans? Avoid combat as much as possible. Make it a top priority to leave a mark on a base. Once we clear this scenario, we can escape from being disasters. Fortunately, I was able to communicate with this group. There was Flying Fox, so if I was lucky, I would be able to complete the scenario without much conflict. However, things didn't work out so easily, just as in all scenarios. Alliance. The Busan Alliance. Along with the shouts, people approached through the crowd of incarnations that split apart. At this moment, I heard the distant sound of boats in my ears. There was a faint saltiness in the breeze from Houndy. The fourth wall is shimmering faintly. 12 boats appeared on the sandy beach of Houndy. 2 people leapt from the front boat. The Admiral has come. The Insect King. I once again realized that a lot of time has passed. Some things had changed and some hadn't changed. The girl with the cap on her head was still wearing her distinctive hoodie, but she no longer wore a uniform skirt. The boy with the insect net still had his distinctive, fierce eyes, but his features were more pronounced and he was taller. At the very least, he couldn't stick to my thighs anymore. Kid, do you want to do it or should I? We will decide by tossing a coin. I missed them. I really missed them. I wanted to say this. The pure white sand sparkled and I knew I had to run away, but I couldn't move my feet. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at his companions. Maybe I had hope. The others were different, but they would definitely recognize me. Perhaps I wanted to believe that. The scenario penalty has distorted the indirect message. The next moment, an indirect message emerged in the air. The ugly squid is provoking the incarnation Lee Jai-hai. Lee Jai-hai stared at me. Kid, I will kill that squid. TL, Rainbow Turtle.